dipped lighting. Oh, it's very dark in here. It's fine. All right, so we're live now. And we got our sound effects. Kevin, your sound effects are still broken, right?
Well, I don't have it hooked up. It's like everything's working, but I don't. Yeah.
Right, cool.
Those my sound effects are a Fandango exclusive.
Mm-hmm. There you go. We still got to figure out a good program to run custom stuff. There's got to be a good app, I'm sure.
Yeah,
there's some okay ones. Like if you're just looking for basic stuff, there's some decent ones, but
yeah, there's soundboards, but they're usually very specific.
Yeah.
Alrighty. All right, so I'm recording for audio purposes. All right, we're good to go. I'm gonna get my show planner up. Yeah, there it is. All right. Greetings, friends. Steven here, and welcome back to what I guess you could call is the start of season 3 of the CAPMAX HYPECAST. We are back. So the original episode 21, according to my records here, was to be recorded Friday, October 21st. And a few weeks later, here we are. What is today's date? January 28th of 2017. Wait a minute. Sorry. There you go. I had feedback. I've shut that down. There we go. Yeah. So we had some issues with that recording. It was actually going to be all on the movie. Well, the main topic was going to be on the movie Labyrinth, one of my personal favorites. Guests had issues, and like someone had a migraine one time, and kids were acting up, and then we had to reschedule, and we kept rescheduling and rescheduling, and it kind of never happened. So you could say we were on vacation hiatus, but we're back finally with a completely different episode. But hopefully I can bring the old show planner back for that Labyrinth episode, and maybe that'll be episode 22. We'll see how it goes. But anyways, I'm joined today with 3 guests, Kevin, Eric, and Derek, which is just coincidence that those rhyme. Gentlemen, how's it going today?
Great.
Good. Super fantastic.
Good. I like that. Let's meet these guests a bit. We've had 2 of them on before. One of them is brand new, but we'll just go down the list as we have it. So, Kevin, how's it going today? I know I just asked that. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm a little tired. Been busy working around the house, so this is a nice change of pace, a nice relaxing change of pace.
Now, Kevin, of course, is from the Buried on Mars YouTube channel and your podcast. I can't even remember what it was called. It's been so long since I've heard it. What was it like? Was it Retro Furtado or something? What was it called again?
We're adopting the HYPECAST release schedule.
There you go.
You know, nice.
Well, you'll need to wait a few more months then, I think.
Yeah. Well, we're planning on recording the next episode on February 11th. So if we adopt the HYPECAST schedule, that means it should be out sometime in November.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Just in time for Christmas.
That's right.
Just in time for when we can finally buy Nintendo Classics.
Well, yeah, we'll update everybody on the Nintendo Switch. They'll be able to decide if they want one for Christmas or not.
Yeah. Oh, man, but we'll get into that over on the Nintendo Watch. I think it's Nintendo's fault there hasn't been any HYPECAST, because there has been a lot of hype coming out of Nintendo lately. I know there's new stuff to talk about, and we will get into it. But, man, so frustrating Nintendo these days. Anyways, so I understand you were having some laptop troubles when you were trying to record the latest Fandango, and you were going to have a friend of the channel, Darren from the Gaming Pilgrimage, on as a guest, as I understand.
Yeah, Darren has been very patient with us. I think we've booked him about 3 times now, and we've been just hit with on all sides. Scheduling conflicts. Technical issues, and just not able to get the time, Christmas and personal, real life responsibilities just getting in the way. And unfortunately, podcasts, YouTube channels, they're last on the list. They're the first things to go when other things get in the way. So, but like I said, we are scheduled to record on February 11th. So hopefully we'll have something out by mid-February.
All right. Well, there you go. February 11th. Was there any specific topic of that? Was it a Schwarzenegger episode, as you call them?
Well, no, it was a DeVito episode. All the crap that's left over. But we were going to talk about the Switch a lot. And Rambox actually was funny because he told me just the other day. He's like, if you wanted to do an episode on your own, because we just couldn't get the schedules to line up. And he said he wasn't really interested in talking about the Switch. He's too busy. He's still playing Streets of Rage 2.
There you go.
So.
He's got Laserdiscs to watch.
If you just want to do an episode on your own, go right ahead. And I thought about doing an episode this weekend and about just doing the World Revolves Around Mars news segment short episode. It was actually Derek who suggested it. Maybe do a mini episode, and I thought that's a good idea. And I'm not lying when I say this. The first two people I would want on that show are Derek and Eric, and here we are doing it on the HYPECAST. So
Awesome.
I only have time to do one show this weekend anyway. So, might as well just do it here. Talk about the Switch here.
Perfect. Well, thank you for being here today. I keep wanting to say tonight. It always kind of feels like I'm on like a Letterman kind of show. Got my little pen thing here. I'm going to flick it at things, but that would be a bad idea.
Well, I tell you, like the last time I was on, I said like if I was a station manager at a radio station, you would be my overnight guy. You have that overnight personality. You're nice and soothing, and you got just your style of your show. It fits that overnight format. And I try to listen to the HYPECAST at night if I can.
Nice. HYPECAST After Dark.
That's right. Yeah.
Very good. All right, cool. And also, as you mentioned, the YouTube channel. I understand you've been making some decisions as to how you want to do your latest, what you're going to do for your latest YouTube channel video.
Yeah, I have been away from YouTube for a while. Just again, stuff getting in the way. Been busy, but I've been wanting to come back for a while, and I have an idea now, and I have a solid idea that I think is going to be a lot of fun. And I'm not ready to announce anything yet because I want to actually do some videos, get them under my belt before I start releasing them and that. But
set expectations, and then
it'll
happen. Yeah,
and then stuff doesn't work out or whatever. But I've been, one thing I've been bad at too is getting feedback from people. So I've been hammering people with the polls on Twitter, asking thoughts and opinions, and I definitely will be doing something Zelda related, and my goal is to have it come out on March 3rd, same time as the Switch is released, and because why take some thunder away from the Switch with the old Buried on Mars channel there.
Perfect.
But, yeah,
that's all I can really ask for.
But I'm looking forward to getting back on doing videos on YouTube. This is the most excited I've been since I first started YouTube. This project I have that I'm working on right now is really got the juices flowing again. So
damn,
yeah,
that's what we want to hear on the HYPECAST. There's some hype building right there.
That's right.
And why Zelda? Is it because of Breath of the Wild specifically, or?
Well, I think I got a little bit of hype there with Breath of the Wild and that too, because I am ready. Like I want to play some Zelda games again.
Sure.
But it is one of my favorite series. It's right up there with Metroid and Half-Life. And there's a bunch of games in the series that I've been wanting to go back and play, and some that I haven't played yet. And while researching that, I stumbled on something new to introduce. So that's what the series is going to revolve around. So
Mars.
Yes.
It's gonna revolve around.
Oh no. But that's good. That's good. If I had my rim shot,
I was gonna say, where's the wah 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 wah?
There you go.
There you go. There's one for you.
I like that. Yeah, good stuff. Well, I'm sure we're all looking forward to seeing what you've got up your sleeve.
Well, thanks.
Very good. All right. Well, let's have a little chat with Eric next. So there's Eric from the Mighty Q Dog YouTube channel. Now it's Mighty Q Dog, right? It's not the Q Dogs.
No. Yeah,
She's still okay with that for now.
I guess so. Yeah, I haven't really asked her about it, but yeah. Initially, it was going to be. I mean, I guess I'll tell you. I mean, initially, it was my idea to do the channel, and I wanted to do it, and I was actually nervous about being on camera on my own, so I asked Melissa to come join me, and It was just created under my my account, so that's why it's called that. I suppose I could change it and leave the name, but change the name, but it could still be under my account.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll change it.
Yeah, whatever works. I noticed in some of your more recent videos that you had an updated Sega Master System sound to yeah, it was like a because I remember in one video you had mentioned you had a different piece of hardware or something that.
Oh no, yeah. So first the hardware, that's just the FM. That's the FM sound chip. That's not actually what that is. That sound clip comes from Fantasy Zone, and it's the boss defeat sound. And I liked it because it was real short and it was just kind of a little jingle. But it was reused in the Fantasy Zone, the Maze, which is like Pac-Man or something. It's not a Fantasy Zone shooter, but it's one of the Master System games, and I had the MIDI for it, and it sounded a little bit more full and a little deeper, and I sort of liked the quality of it a little better. So I sometime last year I thought I would switch it up. Every year I've been sort of at the beginning of the calendar year, I've been slightly changing the style of the thumbnails, and I'm trying to do a little bit more. So that was one of the changes I made for 2017, was to change that sound effect, and I like it. I like it a little better. It's not as tinny. I don't think it's a little more soothing.
It went back to the old one though, didn't it?
Huh?
I thought one of them went back to the old one.
Well, yeah, I debated with Melissa about the 2016 year in review because it's about 2016, but I published it in 2017, so we used the 2016 assets for it. But the rest of them going forward will all have the new sound.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Evolving the channel.
Just making little tweaks here and there and trying to add some, I don't know what, little niceties to the videos and everything.
Some panache.
Yeah. Sure.
I like how your shelves in the back, there's always like a little display piece and it changes.
Oh yeah.
I saw the Transformers that time. That was good.
Yeah, sometimes we throw up stuff.
I like that too.
Just
For little hidden things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Was it God Hand and you changed the name on it?
Oh yeah. That's just a little joke we do. Yeah. Easter eggs, I guess they're not that hidden.
I'm jealous that you guys have so much interest in thumbnails. My thumbnails are getting lazier and lazier. And these live streams, I haven't even figured out any kind of thumbnail yet. I'll get around to it. I'll just take some of my Twitter pictures and just put them on there. It'll be good. It'll be good. So yeah, 2016 year in review video. That was one of your longer videos that you've uploaded.
Yeah, that's.
How was 2016 for you?
Well, I mean, from a gaming standpoint, or game collecting, I think it was pretty good, right? We had a lot of fun with people in the Cartridge Club. We were, I think, I will claim, fairly actively involved in a number of the things that were going on. We were honored enough to be invited on a number of podcasts, including this one. I was on previous HYPECAST. I think it was the previous HYPECAST.
Yep.
And
half a year ago.
And I got some major items for my collection. I remember a few years ago being on Fandango and saying I'm not sure I was going to get a complete Master System collection. And I since that time, or even maybe that discussion, I've decided, yeah, you know what, maybe I will do that. So 2016 was definitely a good year for that. And on a personal note too, I mean, it wasn't too bad. I know a lot of celebrities were passing away apparently, but for us, it wasn't, it wasn't awful.
Yeah. Well, spoiler alert, old people die every year.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well.
It's just the nature of social media. I think it's just, we're all so eager to hear the next latest news story, and like you forget about the next day. It's like, who died again? What? Wow. People just love to get upset on the internet.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, apparently. No, we can get into it.
That's what the internet's for, to express your anger.
Mm-hmm. Like this whole Trump business. Like, I thought Americans voted for him, but now everyone hates him. Like, what? I don't understand. Does that make sense? Like, and then people's like, oh, voter fraud.
The vocal ones is my guess.
Yeah.
I can't get too upset. You must have made a decision that you've regretted later and get vocal. Yeah. So I can't blame him too much for that.
Well, we know Eric's in the U.S. Derek, are you in the U.S. or you're Canada, right?
I'm in Canada.
Yeah,
Ontario.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I guess
I'm American here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
Sorry, Eric.
has he really done anything yet? Like, I read tweets where it's like, oh, he's shut down the climate change committee or something. But
Well, apparently he has done some somewhat alarming things. I mean, and I don't follow. I haven't been following it too closely, but the things I'm hearing, and this isn't fact checked, and it's not alternative fact checked.
That's okay. I just
he has done some things. But there's sort of this notion of the first 100 days, right? There's this, and I don't know where this came from, but everybody seems to want to see what the new president will do in the first 100 days in office. So apparently he has been committing to a lot of the things that he said.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't need to talk about politics too much, but I'll simply say it's alarming, actually. What I've heard he's been doing already. Some of the things that I figure, again, at the risk of getting too political, he's kind of a blowhard. He kind of just says a lot of very, loud and popular stuff, and he just champion. He's actually following through on some of these things.
What?
And that's a bit of a surprise, because I never didn't think that he was actually. Well, anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think there are some things that he's done that are alarming to me, certainly, and we'll see what happens. But he's been following through on some stuff.
It's funny you're saying that, because we had, I don't know if Derek remembers, a premier in Ontario, Mike Harris, who was kind of the same deal. This was probably about 20 years ago, and same thing.
I vaguely remember, but.
He was
not a voting age 20 years ago.
Well, unfortunately, I was. And thank you for that. And yeah, it was the same deal. He was, very big blowhard, had like all these, polarizing ideas, and he got into office and he just started doing it. And everyone's like, wait a minute, aren't you a politician? Aren't you supposed to lie about this stuff when you're running and get in and not do any of it? And people were really taken aback, It's, but the thing with Trump right now is what he's doing right now is signing executive orders, which means he's ordering people to do stuff, but whether or not it'll actually get done, it still has to go through Congress and get approved.
Yeah.
So, for example, when Obama first got into office, one of the first things he did was close Guantanamo. Is that how you say it?
Guantanamo. Yeah.
And it's still open.
It's still, okay.
So it's one of those things where like he can sign orders, but it doesn't mean it's actually going to get done.
Yeah. So he's signing them. So we'll see.
It's a brave new world. I don't know if you know something about Kevin O'Leary, the Canadian businessman, has been looking into politics now as well.
Yeah.
We're one step away from Weyland-Yutani, boys. The dream of a space trucker is soon to be a reality.
It's funny. He was just in the building that I work at yesterday, doing a little interview, and it was very. Some people were excited that he was there, and some people were not excited that he was there.
Mm-hmm. They are certainly vocal, these businessman types.
Yeah,
fascinating world. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to more. I was gonna say mundane topics, but no, we're having fun. Visit to Vancouver someday. Now, Eric was mentioning things that he was looking forward to doing in 2017.
Yeah.
Assorted conventions and the like. And I keep wondering, it's like, well, you guys are West Coast, and hey, over in Vancouver, there's their retro game in Vancouver show.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that it's on our. There's a number of them that are on our mind. Vancouver certainly is one of them.
And Barrie's the other.
Barrie is one other.
That's closer to me.
Yeah, we definitely want to get out. We definitely want to get out to Barrie, and it's probably not going to be this spring one. But I'm thinking if we could maybe get out to the. I was telling P1, I don't think we're going to be able to attend his wedding, but maybe we can meet halfway, or it's not literally halfway, but in Toronto, and if he's planning on going in August, which is when I'm estimating that the Barrie is going to be. And we might try to meet him there. And then there's Gamesters one in the Game On Expo that's in, I think it's Arizona. So we've never really traveled very far. The farthest I've ever traveled is like an hour and a half drive for a game convention. So I think we want to maybe broaden our horizons. And of course, I've seen that Master System pile at the Barrie.
I record it every time.
That's in the back of my mind because he's got some good. It seems like there's some good stuff there. So I'm going to make a beeline for that. You're going to have to point me in the direction. I'm going to head to that guy.
He's at every show. Every show.
There's
So,
actually a second guy was starting to do Master System at the last Barry. I think he even said he was trying to do something different. So he had like Jaguar games and Master System, and he was saying, "I'm trying to be different. Everybody else can do all this common stuff.
Yeah.
I'm doing this stuff. Like everybody else can do Nintendo.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the obscure stuff."
We'll hopefully it works out for him. I don't know. He might be. Yeah.
Well, Eric, you bring those big American dollars up here too.
Yeah.
Clean
Well,
it
that
up.
was what I was thinking, right? Because it's just to drive up the coast,
Yeah.
basically, and then you get that their beautiful exchange rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, get up here before Trump undoes everything Obama did
That's
and tanks your economy. So.
Well,
That's
he's
a
going to
fair
build
point,
another
isn't it?
wall. Us
Yeah.
darn ice Mexicans up here. He's going to.
Hey, when
Yeah.
Bush was president, the Canadian dollar was actually more than it was like about 2 or 3 cents more than the American dollar. Then Obama came in and we're back down to 60 cents. Or I guess it's at 70, 75 now or
I
something.
think around 75. Yeah.
really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
Hmm.
So, yeah, we'll definitely let you know if we come up to Vancouver. I think you and Fitnat aren't you both up there?
Yeah, Darren as well. Darren and Fitnat, I believe, live in the same
Darren.
city.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Of course, once again, you'll hear Darren over on the next there Retro Fandanger.
Yep.
Hopefully, fingers
you take it.
crossed.
Yeah, we'll see.
November.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a fun time. Vancouver's awesome. Expensive to live, but fun to visit. All right, very good. And now our final guest, brand new to the CAPMAX Hypecast, we have Derek from the Two Dorks. Derek, how's it going today?
That's going pretty good so far.
I think this is the first time we've actually spoken.
I thought we
Maybe,
talked on a hangout once.
yeah, maybe in
Yeah.
the Cartridge Clubs.
Usually when you come on, I'm leaving.
Yeah. It's hard to get a word in. Some people just don't shut up. And it's like,
Does that
You can
happen?
say that. It's all right. We all know he talks too much.
and then I'm like, I'm going to go. And I just click and I leave. So tell us about the Two Dorks. What is your empire as of right now? Is it just
Empire.
focusing on the YouTube right now?
Yeah, so just Two Dorks is basically my brother-in-law, Tony, and I doing videos about whatever we feel like, which is typically stuff we're interested in, like video games, movies. Sometimes we talk about TV shows, but not
Sounds
really.
like this show.
Yeah. We haven't done much toy stuff. The closest thing we really did was we did some Pokemon card unboxings.
Okay. Well, I see you had a Funko on one of your thumbnails, so that's
Yes, that was I picked it up for Frasier of Party Play Gaming.
those videos actually. Funko videos do pretty well.
Do they?
Yeah, I've got a couple. I did a Plants vs Zombies video ages ago, and it got thousands of views. And I was like, oh, cool.
I only have 2 Funkos, and they're the Boondock Saints.
Very good. Very good. Now we were trying to figure out exactly which channel was yours. So it's spelt TWO space dorks. And
That's
then
right.
for a big 2D, Two Dorks, it's black and white.
Or youtube.com/2dorks.
Okay.
We own that now.
I don't know how to find it because like I've got your page loaded up and it just says YouTube/channel/ sorted letters. and
Yeah.
videos.
I don't think you can
Videos.
find the short link anywhere because they're not standard anymore. You have to have
Yeah.
100 subscribers or link
Oh,
to your own website
weird.
to get it.
I had one. I set it up and then I don't know where it went. Is it still there? I don't know.
It should still be if you log into your account and go to your what's it called? Creator Studio.
Ugh.
You should be able to see it in there. I do not remember where.
It's already sounding like too much work.
I'm pretty sure it's under the channel tab.
Yeah, but I mean,
and
if
then
we
at the
can't see it, I
bottom
don't know.
under custom URL. There it is.
Custom URL.
Actually, I used to have one, and it now shows that I'm ineligible for one for my own other YouTube account for myself.
Really?
But I still do have that.
It's weird. YouTube and Google keeps changing things all around. I like Google
Yeah.
Docs. We've all got it open right now. That's pretty fun.
Yep.
And the Google Hangout, that's fun. It works.
If they don't kill it, because they're supposed to be trying to kill it off or whatever.
Yeah, I know. They're removing some features,
Yep.
such
Notice
as
that on the Hangout too.
the effects here, so we can't make funny sound effects like. Yeah, I like those buttons. I'm gonna miss those if those go away. I'm just looking through your playlist here. Rumble Roses XX, awesome. I really like that Rumble Roses on the PS2.
I haven't played it yet, but I did pick it up about a month ago.
Like boobs aside, like that was a really fun wrestling game.
Yeah, the XX is the same thing. It's a good wrestling game, and on top of that, there's boobs.
What more could you ask for?
Exactly.
That's all I gotta say. Speaking of video games, I just got an invite for Left 4 Dead 2. We should talk about that too, because you guys, we were gonna do a Left 4 Dead game.
Yeah, we were.
We never actually.
That's quite timely that you just got an invite.
Mm-hmm. Good time. Thank you, Halcyon on Steam. I just met that person yesterday. She's not very good.
Oh,
But that's okay. I find Left 4 Dead 2 is more fun when people aren't good. Because you'll get like you'll just join
crazy, though.
You'll join a random server and everyone will just be like in the exact perfect spot. They'll like I was playing with this guy who's like, if you stand in that corner with that chainsaw, all the zombies will come right to you and everything will go really smoothly. And it did. I'm like, well, this is no fun. I play this game for the crazy chaos of zombies and our ammo was running low and that guy just got knocked over by that guy with the crazy tongue and then it all went too well. I was like, oh, it's no fun.
Well, if that's the case, I must be a blast.
Hey, we had fun. We had fun.
We did, yeah.
We still need to sort that out.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, that is in the show planner. Stephen was Left 4 Dead from the game. Blasted time zones. I wrote that.
And I meant to have a soundboard up and ready, and the sound for the time zone GMT, part of our heritage, ready for that.
Oh,
because that was from a previous Hypecast. I was just catching up on them yesterday or a couple days ago.
Well, what if we cut the bottom of the baskets? I tell you, need these baskets back. That is like Canadian poetry right there.
Yeah, Eric's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's like
Canadian.
the log driver's song. That'd be a good thing to end the show with.
I do not know that song.
Take it, Eric.
Yeah, sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's all part of our Canadian heritage.
Yeah.
we're proud. CBC Canadian Heritage. Remember Street Sense? I like that show.
Yeah.
We should bring that back. That's been gone for years.
Oh, jeez. Yeah,
That's something they should at least bring back online. Like, put it on YouTube now.
They should bring back Video and Arcade Top 10 on YouTube.
Yeah, did you notice Electric Playground coming back on YouTube? They're bringing back all their old episodes.
Well, you know what happened with that there Victor Lucas, don't you? I got to do a Victor Lucas episode. Kevin knows.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He had like not one but two actual TV show programs, but then they just lost the ratings.
Well, the network G4 dying was It's Canadian television is in the crapper right now.
They like
it's really
sports,
tough.
and that wasn't sports.
Pretty much, yeah. They really spend a lot of money and time on sports, but that's where the viewers are. You know, that's where people are still watching television. It's just not. I mean, a scheduled timed show on television about video games and information about video games versus the internet and instant gratification.
Certainly.
You know.
Yeah.
And the truth of that is we're all doing what he would do, and a lot of people honestly are doing it better. It's a shame because like
his YouTube channel,
it's not bad.
It's good. Yeah, I enjoy it. I watched the EP stuff, and he still has interviews with developers, which I find not a lot of people do enough.
true.
You know, I know that like 90% of it is what the game, like, not necessarily what the game is about or how the game's made, but like the hyping the game, selling the game kind of thing.
The marketing side of it. Yeah.
Marketing, that's the word I'm looking for. But there is he still peels back that curtain a bit and shows you how like stuff's made and that. And I still enjoy it. I hope, I'm pulling for him to do well on YouTube,
I went back and watched one of the episodes from I think 1992, and it was like, oh my god, road rage and some basketball games, all like talking to developers, talking to the people making the games, and it was really something you'd never see today.
That show, like those classic episodes of that show, that is like a piece of history. That should be like. Yeah, like I mean,
here's your Canada moments.
I mean, he's behind the scenes at Blizzard in 1998, and they're talking about like, we got this new thing called StarCraft that we're putting together.
Literally.
It's like that is like stuff that like that's
with Nintendo guys at Nintendo playing basketball in their on-campus basketball court. Who gets that access? Nobody does.
Exactly. Like at the time, like that was the only thing on television that was about video games, and there was no, internet, YouTube stuff to watch stuff, and it was groundbreaking stuff. at the
Definitely a
time.
piece of history.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun when you see him like on the ground level, so to speak, just talking with the actual people to people. That's definitely one of his positives.
Yeah.
His bread and butter, if you will.
We could do a whole show on EP and reviews on the run easily.
I like that he hates Victoria, and
Does
I
he?
don't like that he hates Video Arcade Top 10. That was actually one of the reasons that he said that he started his thing, is that he saw this show and he felt that they were disrespectful to the to video games in general. That show, they would just rush through everything. They never had time. They were always just talk. It's like a big commercial. I felt like Video and Arcade Top 10 was just like some daycare at some Ontario mall, and they just leave your kids here for half hour. It'll be fine. We'll keep an eye on them. We'll make them play some video games, and it'll be good.
I don't think I've ever seen an episode. It's I started hearing about that and several other shows like it with kids playing video games and competitions, right? And I was trying to check them all out on YouTube. I think I added them to my watch later and haven't seen one episode of any of them yet.
They always look so confused as to what's happening to the kids.
It's like they take no time to explain the rules.
It's the best kind of vintage cringe. Good times. One episode I remember, they had a tournament. Like it was like a big. We brought all the winners back to have a tournament, and they finished with like a Street Fighter 2 match, and it was basically Video and Arcade Top 10 invented Evo. It was awesome. All right, good stuff. Well, thank you for being here today, Derek. And of course, I'm Steven. Everyone, thank you for checking out this latest episode of the CAPMAX HYPECAST. This is, like I said, kind of the start of season 3. I don't know if I'll change any of the music. I was thinking I might make the intro just a bit shorter. Just cut one verse out of that music. That'll be good. Everything will probably be exactly the same. It'll be uploaded to the same location, Podomatic, and the old episodes will eventually disappear because I don't want to pay money and I don't want to bug people for Patreon bucks. There's nothing worse than when people go, and if you join our Patreon, you'll be entered in for a contest and you'll be able to watch exclusive videos. Because fuck you. Don't do that to your fan base. That is such a dick move. It's like, hey guys, if you do this, we'll give you this extra stuff. If you don't do it, fuck. It's like, well, fuck you. Fuck you. Anyways, like a Patreon issue episode might be fun too. Because it's an interesting, very gray area. Because on one side, it'd be great to be able to do this for a living, but on the other hand, it's kind of taken for granted that it's all free content. Yeah. And they add money to the equation. Anyways,
interesting to talk about people that do it right versus people that don't. Like what's the right way to do it, or what's the best way to do it? That'd be kind of
I got, like, for me, for my money, the guy who does it right is Jim Sterling. He puts all of his stuff on YouTube for free. He doesn't monetize any of his stuff on YouTube, and the Patreon's there. There's no like set goals or anything like that. It's like if you want to donate $1, whatever, and that's it. Like, it's very simple, cut and dry. If you want to give him money, fine. If you don't,
segregating his viewer base, basically.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's the best.
Just a tip jar. That's it.
Exactly. And that's the best way to do it. And he's making a living doing it because his content's good, and people want to put money towards it.
Does he do YouTube ads too? I don't watch him much, but okay.
He does not monetize any of his videos. Okay. And it's the best part about that is that he won't allow others to monetize.
I've heard about that. Yeah. If he's going to show footage from Nintendo, he'll also show Sega and Sony and whoever else, just so they
play some song from the 80s. So what ends up happening is all three will claim content, and they all cancel each other out, so no one can claim any money for it. It's great. I love it.
He's still doing that? That still works?
Yeah. That's every week, he puts out a new episode of Jimquisition, and why am I plugging him? He's got thousands of. Go to Barry.Mars. Give that guy.
There you go. Perfect. Alrighty, and for anyone who follows my YouTube channel, you will notice that I've also started a second podcast because apparently I have all the time in the world, and I've been calling that the CAPMAX Toycast because, as anyone who follows my videos has been noticing, there's been less gaming content and more toy content because that's just where the hype's gone. And we'll get into that in the Nintendo Watch.
Oh, jeez. Don't die. Wait till the end of the episode to choke to death.
Yeah, I won't edit that. I don't want to edit. I'm too old to edit. What was I saying here? But yeah, Toycast, pretty good time. We're going to attempt to do a weekly Friday night show, and it's just me and some bros chatting about mostly Transformers. because that's my bread and butter now. But whatever. I tried to sneak in some Power Rangers talk and some Ninja Turtle toy, the movie toys talk, because they're just so awful. I don't know what's going on with toys these days. They're getting flimsier and there's less paint on them these days. But there's still some really cool designs coming out there. But anyways, that's a different show, so check that out. That's on the CAPMAX Gaming YouTube channel. But if you're watching this live or recorded, you probably already found the channel. And what else we got here? Saving for Japan. I think in the last episode I mentioned that I wanted to save up money to go on a trip to Japan. And I don't know. Is it even possible to ever have enough money saved up for Japan?
I don't travel. I have no idea.
My goal was like $2,000 fun bucks. But then it's like, is that enough? Like, how much?
You're also talking to guys with wives and kids, so it's a different situation.
True that.
Oh no, Kevin doesn't have any kids, but he's got a wife.
I do, yeah. I think the only way to save money for something like that is to start a separate account and you put the money in there and you never touch it. You don't even think about it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Any
That's
sort
what I
of
have to do too. A savings account, just
and any
automatically
sort of bonus
deduct.
any sort of bonus money that comes at your way, like that you weren't expecting or anything, like just throw it in there. Well, you know, like your taxes.
If you sell something or taxes.
Sell something, maybe grandma sent you $10 for your birthday
money.
Just throw it in there because you weren't getting it anyways. You weren't relying on it, so just put it in there, and it builds up. It adds up.
Yeah. What I do is
the way I sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I'll see something and then I won't buy it, and I'll say, well, that's $30 for the fun right there.
There you go. So then put the $30 in the savings account.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
I see people that would do that with smoking. You know, okay, I won't buy a pack of cigarettes. Back when everybody smoked. I won't buy a pack of cigarettes, and I'll take the money and now put it in this jar right now, and now it's gone, and I use that to reward myself. Right.
Well, the thing that kills me.
Later on.
The thing that kills me is there like guys that I work with and that, and hopefully none of them are watching this, but I tell this to their face anyways. They'll complain that they don't have enough money while standing there with a Tim Hortons coffee cup every day, and I'm like,
there you go. Hold off on the Tim Hortons.
That adds up every day. You're spending $1.50 on that coffee every day. That adds up, man. Make your coffee at home. Get some Maxwell House. You know.
I got that right here, actually. Yeah.
Actually, me too, right here. Max Cup Vintage.
Proud sponsor of the new episode 21 of the CAPMAX HYPECAST. That's not true. They're not giving us anything except caffeine buzz. Whoa! But yeah, I don't know. I want to make that trip at some point. I kind of feel like maybe I'm thinking about it all wrong. Maybe I should do a first trip just to have the experience, because there's so much to think about. Like it's like $200 just for a passport. Maybe going just to buy stuff should be a secondary.
And you're traveling twice, and you're paying for airfare twice.
Oh yeah, well I'd want to keep going back. I mean that's the whole point of vacations, right?
Yeah. See, I don't really travel much, so that's
it's like
I'd drive if I was going to go anywhere.
Oh, certainly if I could. I mean, I'll take the catapult. But yeah, like if I go to Vancouver, which is quote unquote a vacation for me these days, like I've pretty much got the whole route planned out because I've been there before and I know where to go for all the best swag. But with a whole different country, like there's going to be a lot to figure out aside from just where to go for the best import games and fanciest new Japanese Transformers and all of that goodness. And then you got to figure out how do you get it back? Do you want to bring it with you or mail it to you? I'm having issues with the mail, stuff not arriving because lol Canada Post.
Heard stories about that.
Mm-hmm.
As my packages are coming in fine, I keep hearing about yours getting lost, going to other people.
You know, we're getting mail for other buildings. Like it's the wrong address. It's literally the case of you had one job. Like deliver the mail to the right address, and that's not happening.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. The world's falling apart. Kevin O'Leary is prime minister. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. Get that Trudeau kid. How's Trudeau doing? I never hear it. I just hear he's like going to places and waving at people. That's all I hear. Anyways, before we shut down our little segment here, I got a bonus topic just for fun, just as a final icebreaker. I was on Twitter one day, and some guy, he was like, "Hey guys, I just found this Chrono Trigger for Super Nintendo for $90." And then he goes, "Is this in the wild?" And I'm like, "No." The picture you could see, like if you're in the retro gaming hunting business, as I think we all are, you'll know a retro gaming shop's case when you see it. It had the big sticker on the cartridge that was obviously a store's sticker, and at that price, that's not in the wild. That's a store.
$10.
Oh, yeah, no, like a
$5.
retro game store or EB Games or something like that. Just because you're not buying it online doesn't mean you're in the wild. Any place that congregates video games, I wouldn't even say like the Barrie Game Exchange and that. Even though the prices are good, go check out the Barrie Game Exchange. Shout out to Nintendo Hodge. Even though the prices are good and that's not in the wild. Out in the wild is like
where
thrift
they got those
stores.
games. That's
Right.
what I'd say is the wild.
Yeah, yeah.
Equate it to animals. If you were to gather all the animals into one place to sell them, that's not really in the wild.
Right, exactly.
Whereas if you go to a farm and you happen to buy one, I don't know, that still isn't right. If someone has a garage sale and they sell their animals,
you need to hunt in order to say you found something in the wild. That game needs to have a nice gamey taste to it, nice gamey flavor in order to count.
you could have been going to
Being
the
in the
game
wild.
store every day for 6 months until that game came in, but still paying $90 for Chrono Trigger. I mean, that sounds like
Yeah,
food.
like if you're digging through things and you have a flashlight, that's in the wild.
Yeah, going through a barn.
You know,
Just
like,
go into your local grocery store with a bow and arrow and pick up
There
some
you
chicken
go.
and tell them you're
awesome.
picking up this chicken in the wild. See how far you get.
perfect. Make a business doing that. All right, cool, good stuff. Stupid internet people, and they're in the wild. They don't know. They don't know the struggle. They don't know going to the Vancouver East Side pawn stores, crackheads surrounding you at all angles. You're like, is that a Nintendo tape? That's in the wild. I'll tell you what. If you're at the Value Village and you see a hobo stealing right next to you, that's in the fucking wild. These kids
I like
these
to think a
days.
thrift store is somewhat in the wild because it's random.
Yeah, because you don't know.
Yeah.
But the prices these days isn't really the payoff of in the wild, right?
Yeah, it can be hit or miss. I'm so distressed. I mentioned this on Twitter that day when I dropped my toilet in the redacted. Obviously, the phone was not in use at the end of the day, but I was like, well, I just dropped my phone in the whatever, but I still want to go thrift hunting because, you know, it's like it's only an $800 device that I really should be putting in a bag of rice. But let's go thrift hunting first because that's just who I am. So I go to Value Village, and in their case there at the front, I shit you not, they had the Sega Mega Drive, complete in box, mind you, Ghouls and Ghosts, or Ghosts and Goblins, whatever it's called. I believe, I don't remember now because I couldn't take a picture because my phone was out of order. That would have been a great tweet, but it was that for $199.99. That's
$200?
Yeah, that's a single import Genesis game for $200 at Value Village. It was hilarious. I'm so sad that I couldn't take a picture of that. It might have been $139.99. It was a few weeks now. But either way, $140 or $200, either way, that's a hilariously bad price for a single retro game.
I thought you were going to say the console.
No, it was just the one game. There was nothing else Sega related in there. It was hilarious. Anyways, all right, good stuff. That's our bonus topic. Oh, all right, so that does it for our intros and our icebreakers. Does anyone require a break at this time? That sounds like a no.
No, I am good.
All right, cool. So
Kevin's
we're ready.
bladder is not full.
Perfect. I mean,
Not
like-
yet. It's filling up, but I
Alright,
think I
cool.
can wait till after we've been what you've been
There
playing.
you
After
go.
the next segment.
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. All right, we have no need for an edit point. Then we're going to keep on rolling. What you've been playing, what you've been watching. This is that fun time of the show when we just get a chance to talk about some of the shows we've been watching, some of the games we've been playing, this and that and the other. And once again, we have our list as we read it before. So, Kevin, please start us off with some Dark Souls 3 talk.
Man, it's been a while since I've been on a podcast or doing a podcast. So around Christmas time, EB Games was doing a thing where you can trade in your 360 and PS3 games and that, and you get 20% extra towards I can't remember what they're called, but basically Steam cards, your Xbox 360 card. They had some sort of word for it, your Xbox Live cards or whatever. So I went in, I traded a whole bunch of stuff in, and I got like I think at the end of it, by the end of it, I had about $300 worth of Steam credit. So I kind of went. The Steam sale, winter Steam sale came on, and I kind of went wild on there. And one of the games I picked up was Dark Souls 3. And, I think Dark Souls 2 had a weird effect on me because after I was finished Dark Souls 2, I was kind of like done with the Dark Souls thing for a little bit. They announced Bloodborne shortly after that, and then Dark Souls 3. And I'm like, this is too much. Like, they don't need this all the time. But I think, I don't know. I played Dark Souls when I started playing Dark Souls 3. I was like, wow, this is it. Like, this is what I was missing in the second game. And the big thing I think that was missing in the second game was that they forgot to surprise you. Like everything seemed kind of by the books in Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3 is still. I'm finding like, stuff that I think is the norm or whatever. They're still finding ways to basically scare the crap out of me, give me those jump scares. Like when you're picking, like, they always have like these dead bodies lying around in Dead Souls, and sometimes they'll have, or Dark Souls, and they'll have like something that you can pick up, right? And so I see this one dead body there, and it's got the glow on it, like it's got an item there. So I run up to it and I go to pick it up, and suddenly the thing starts moving and yelling at me. I won't say I nearly shit, because I think I did shit, but it was
nearly shit.
It was crazy stuff like that. There's like you had the Indiana Jones moment where I'm running down this incline, and all of a sudden this big ball comes running down and runs me over, and I fall down, and I'm like, oh man, that's stupid. I can't believe I fell for one of those traps. So I get up and I start running down, and then the ball starts rolling up the hill towards me again.
Isn't it like a ball of like bones and such?
Yeah, it's like a ball of like dead bodies or something, and it screams as it rolls by. But the laws of gravity and physics tell me that it's going to roll down and it's not going to come back up. But it starts coming back up, and it's
a magic ball of bones, I guess.
Yeah, it's little things like that I think they forgot to add that in the second game. It was very by the books, the second, because that was the third game in the series, and I'm happy that it's back to surprising me again. So I'm really enjoying Dark Souls 3. It's just the only thing is it's a little long. I've been playing it. We're like January 28th. I've been playing it since Christmas. I'm still like, apparently I'm nowhere near the end of the game yet, and I'm kind of like anxious to finish it.
It's such a funny thing to complain about. This game is too long. There's too much content.
Well, you know what?
A lot of Nintendo games actually, like you'll beat it, and then there'll be more levels, and you're like, oh, cool. Like, I think, like Treasure Tracker, that kept going. I was like, oh my god.
It's a tricky thing, I think, to balance. I guess is like how much content do you put in there or whatever. And I don't know. Just at this point, I feel like as if like I'm about 40 hours into the game, and I feel like as if I put my time in.
It's a lot of time.
Yeah, I need my piece of cheese, already. Like, where is this thing? So,
have all the DLC and all that.
No. There was a season pass or something, but I don't think it was on sale, so I skipped that. I never really pay for games full price, especially downloads on Steam.
Yeah, certainly. It's the PC Master Race lifestyle.
Exactly. Yeah.
We'll get into that in all due time.
And as I also been playing some Wind Waker, which is I went back and started playing that because Melissa was talking about that over on the Mighty Q Dog channel, and so that got me itching to play that again. Because I bought it on the Wii U when it first came out, and I haven't picked it up. I haven't actually dived into it since. My save on there was from 2013 or 14, something. It was quite a few years ago. So yeah, I picked that up again, and that kind of got the whole ball rolling. I think that's where I was going. I was going to talk about the Zelda stuff, but I already did, so no point in going in on that. And also watched Star Trek Beyond, the latest in the new Star Trek series with the new Captain Kirk and Spock and all that. The J.J. Abrams, I guess, Star Trek, and yeah. Not digging it, man. Not digging it at all. It's just not Star Trek.
No.
And we on Fandango, we try to stay a little level-headed when we talk about this stuff, and We say like,
Nobody wants level-headed.
well,
They want to be
we say
entertained.
like this stuff is, I guess it's not for us. It's not for the old Star Trek fans. It's for the new fans. And then you hear on the Q Dog channel that Melissa doesn't really like Star Trek after watching Star Trek Beyond, and you want to say to yourself,
Yeah, that's not
man,
that wasn't Star Trek.
this is it. This is the reason here to get upset. It's because people see this and they think this is Star Trek.
No.
Eric, you gotta do me a favor. Tell Melissa to watch Star Trek 4. It'll charm the pants off her. She'll be a Star Trek fan for life.
Star Trek doesn't
Yeah.
belong in the movie theaters at all. I mean, you can like some of them, but just watch the show. That's where.
I think the movies with the original cast were fairly well done for the most part. You had some clunkers, but I like the Khan trilogy and Star Trek 4 and Star Trek 6. Star Trek 6 was good.
Of course, if you want to hear more of Kevin's thoughts on these Star Trek movies, be sure and check out the earlier Retro Fandango episodes when they did discuss in greater detail the Star Trek movies.
That's right. Yeah, I think it was episode 21, I think. And coincidentally, we're on Hypecast 21.
Yeah, it's all
Circle is
coming
now
together.
complete.
It's all coming together. Cool. Alrighty. Just back to Dark Souls for a moment. You're playing that on the PC. Otherwise, that's
Of
on the
course.
PS4, right?
I guess it's on those grimy consoles, yeah. For some reason.
Dirty
I don't know.
consoles.
Some people want to play like lesser versions of
Yeah.
those games.
What controller were you using? With? Not mouse and keyboard, were you?
Oh no. No, the Xbox One controller.
Oh, that's a console controller right there.
Well, it wasn't. I think it wasn't playing nice with my Logitech controller for some reason, or maybe that was the first game. I don't know. I gotta say the Xbox One controller and the integration with that on PC is it's so smooth. There's so many games that just they optimize it for that controller. So
Yeah, definitely. It's all Microsoft right there. I
Yeah.
kind of want to get one of those just for PC gaming. I was playing I should mention that. I was playing the game Abzu. I don't think I ever mentioned that in the episode 20. That was ages ago. Just typing that in right now. Abzu. Which is basically Journey Underwater. It literally is basically Journey Underwater. That's Journey, the PS3, PS4 game, not the band. And I was talking with the devs on Twitter, and they strongly recommend that you play that with the controller. I'm like, I don't have a controller. I'm just a WASD mouse kind of guy.
not even a 360 controller.
No, I've never owned any of the Xboxes. That's the thing.
Well, on Steam they've integrated a lot of the PS3 and PS4 controller now. I think too. A lot of the games are supposed to work with that. So all you need is a wire connection to the USB connection. You're good to go.
Yeah, I should try that. I didn't try it. Actually, I do have it's a WWE PS3 controller, and that actually worked with King of Fighters on Steam, which I'm also going to add to my own list. There we go. It's been a few months since we did one of these. Yeah. All right. Cool. How much are an Xbox One controller these days? In loose box, that is, not American price.
Canadian price, I think they go around $50, or you can get one for $50 on sale or something.
That's a new one?
Yeah, and then you can get a 360 one for $30.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
at least compared to Nintendo and their $90 Pro pads.
Yeah,
you Nintendo, but we'll get into that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh,
The
dude,
price is outrageous. Right there.
Anyways, we'll get into that.
Yeah, you can buy one brand new on Amazon for $30. The 360 controller, and that'll work with a ton of games.
Cool. I'll look into that because I really should get one for. I do have some good Steam games. I think are definitely designed more with a controller versus the mouse and keyboard.
Are you talking wired or wireless, Kevin? Because if you do wireless, you need the receiver.
Yeah. I think it's the PC edition.
Okay, with the receiver.
It comes with the receiver. If for wireless,
Get PC. Oop, this is our show pointer. That also my notepad. All right, cool. All righty, good. Eric's got some Pokemon talk for us, I believe.
Yeah. I'm still playing Pokemon Red from the Cartridge Club Game of the Month in December.
Mm-hmm.
I was really into the game when I was traveling, and of course it's a portable, so I was playing it on a Game Boy. and so it's really easy to play. But once I get home, I find my interest in handheld gaming suddenly drops. But I really
Even in the washroom?
Huh?
Even in the washroom?
Yes,
That's the best place for board games.
I have not ever played a Game Boy game in the washroom.
Really?
Well, Eric, you need a Nintendo Switch so you can plug that handheld into your dock and play it on the TV.
Yeah, we'll
On
get to
the
this.
go. Quickly looks for
so
that
I'm trying-
laughter button.
Yeah, I'm trying not to lose momentum. Sorry.
Nintendo Switch because you switch over to PC gaming. People like that tweet I made.
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep, me too.
that's it. Back to Pokemon Red, which he does not play on the toilet.
Nope. So yeah, I'm trying not to lose momentum on that game, but I picked it up again the other day and played it for a little bit.
It's rough, but it's super good. I was playing the Pokemon Yellow on my 3DS after I bought it on the eShop, and I was having a good time for a little bit. And then I tried to catch an Abra, and I couldn't. I got mad, and I stopped playing.
Yeah.
Keeps teleporting. Oh, he's got the cough now.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, and then I picked up Duke 3D over the holidays.
Oh
It
yeah,
sounds
we were
like
gonna
you guys
look
are
into that too.
Huh?
We were gonna look into maybe doing a multiplayer on that because they once again re-released Duke 3D on Steam. Is that the one you had the very most recent release?
Yeah, but I have it on Xbox One.
Oh,
Is that a cross-play game? Is that one of those Windows
I didn't
10?
pick up the latest one.
I'm loading it up right now. That's the 20th anniversary Duke Nukem 3D World Tour.
Yeah.
The one that effectively kicked out the last one they made by Devolver Digital. That was a rough situation. So I guess they just lost the license, and then someone else was like, "Hey, we want to release this game once again." I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it went between Gearbox and 3D Realms, right? Who's still around?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't like that they redid the voices because I think the original sound clips were very influential.
Isn't there an option for? I don't remember for
I
the
don't
new
know.
or the old voices in that game.
I haven't tried the new one yet.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
That's okay.
So yeah, check that out. I never played Duke 3D back in the day, and so I thought I'd finally check it out. And I do have. Is this one you were referring to? I do have the one for the 360.
Wait, are you
Duke
showing
Nukem
it?
Forever.
No, that thing's hot garbage.
Yeah, yeah.
I played that to completion. I don't know why. It wasn't.
Me too, but
Yeah. You had to know, right?
Well, I was doing it for a review for a website, so that was my excuse.
Nice.
Well,
I just wanted to play it. He shrunk
liked
down a lot. I was surprised at that. That was kind of weird. There's like a 3D platform where you're like Tiny Duke and you're running around like a kitchen. That was kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting direction.
so,
Alright.
yeah.
Did you play much of Duke 3D yet?
I've played the first few levels just one morning. It's hard to say I've been playing. By most standards, it's hard to argue I've actually been playing it. But by my standards, where I only play about 2 hours of games a week,
Yeah.
it's one of the more recent ones I've played.
I was going to mention that when you were talking about your pickup videos. That's the thing is like you'll find time to find the games, but then you won't find time to play the games.
I have
Yeah.
the same
It's
problem.
this
Yeah.
weird problem we all seem to have nowadays. We enjoy the hunt more than the actual skinning of the game. I don't know.
Definitely,
Analogy
definitely
is
is true.
going. Yeah.
It's definitely true in my case.
Mm-hmm.
But I did pick up Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4 last weekend at a swap meet, and that was the most exciting thing I got, I think. And so I popped that in. I was interested in some very old school, simple brawling action. Played that with my daughter.
Eric, do you mind if I ask you how much it was?
Sure. I paid $45.
Oh man,
That's good.
because at the last Barry Game Exchange, there was a guy selling it for $120.
Yep.
Loose?
And
Yep.
yes, and he was willing to go down to 110.
Yeah.
Well,
And I made the mistake of picking it up. Like I just looked at it, because I was like 100.
Picked it
Like
up.
I touched it, and I'm looking at it. I'm like $120, and it was just his wife that was behind the table, and she was like waving down her husband, like, "Hey, good, someone's looking at the game." I was looking at the game, and I'm like, "Oh man!" I was just like, I just wanted to make sure that this outrageously priced game was in fact the game I thought it was. You know,
It's out of control. This retro gaming prices.
Yeah.
Now, this was Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a couple there that were 60, and then for some reason, this one table just had it sitting there, and it was 45. And
Wasn't rough for shape. You said it was a good label. On your
I
video,
think it
you
was
said
in
it's a
good
good label.
shape. So I was actually concerned. Maybe this is a reproduction label. Maybe the cartridge. I don't know. There's something wrong, but
Open it up.
I did. I talked to Dr.
Nice.
Nintendo, and he's like, well, maybe you can talk them down. I'm like, I don't know. I looked at price charts. It was going for about 42, and I'm like, I didn't feel like arguing with him, and I was having a weird day, so I'm just like, I just buy it because otherwise this whole day is going to be a waste if I don't get something good. So I don't think it's a reproduction. I don't really know. The label seems legit. I'm no expert.
With you?
Huh?
Is it there with you?
Well, no, it's over. I don't think I have it with me. I think it's over by the Super Nintendo in the other room because
In contrast, if it helps you in value, I also picked mine up for $96.02.
Christ. What's wrong with you people?
In store credit. I used to have the game as a kid and I'd wanted to get it back since I started collecting and could not find one for a decent price. So I found a guy who was willing to take Final Fantasy III on SNES loose for it. So I picked up that game with store credit and traded him for Turtles in Time.
Oh, good. That seems like a pretty okay trade, I guess. I don't know.
Kevin's been shaking his head for like 2 minutes.
Well, it's just that's the prices here in Canada. They're so ridiculous. The problem is that these Canadians who sell these games are looking at the eBay prices, and the American dollar is so high. They take that into consideration and the shipping. And they combine all that and they say, well, this is how much the game is worth. And it's like, no, that's how much it is to ship it from the United States and buy it from the States. It shouldn't be the price here.
If there's none for sale here, there's no other competition. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Or the competition does the same thing, especially stores.
Well, I understand that, they're trying to protect themselves. They don't want you buying the game for $18 or whatever, and then turning around and selling it on eBay for $45.
Yeah.
I get that. But I mean, why am I paying for shipping for something that's right here in front of me? It makes no sense to me. Zero sense.
It's out of control. This is why I started collecting Transformers.
Well, and the ridiculous thing, as much as I complain and bitch about it, people are paying the money.
That's
the guy beside me is plopping down the money, and it's like, well,
what can you do?
That's the way it is. Yeah.
Somebody's willing to pay for it.
Collect Transformers is what you can do.
Yeah. But, on that note, I went to this swamp meet and I was all excited. This is one of the 3 I go to each year. And I was just kind of looking at everything and being, I don't want to pay that for this game. I don't want to pay this much. I don't want to pay this much. I ended up buying a bunch of Atari games for a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
That's because no one's looking, right?
Yep, that's what you got to do.
They're fun to collect for because they're not outrageously priced.
Collect Game Gear games because people are figuring out how to finally emulate that thing. And
Game Gear. That's another one. And they've got that Hyperkin adapter coming out for the Retron 5.
Mm-hmm.
That means their prices should go up.
Yeah, the prices are going to go up on Game Gear. So
now's the time.
Yeah.
I've just loaded up eBay. We've got a Turtles 4 for $53.09 plus $13.37 shipping. That's in moose bucks, by the way, which is what I call the Canadian dollar now.
Okay.
53 plus how much for shipping?
Plus, we'll say $15.
$15. Oh, so maybe the price is going down now.
Yeah. Well, that price he said was just out of control.
110. Yeah.
Was that American or Canadian price? The Turtles there. I guess American.
Yeah, his.
Mine. I paid 45 American.
Okay. All right.
So it's not. I didn't think I got that great a deal, and I didn't even argue with them because I don't haggle when I've only got one item.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You should, but yeah. If he was already the lowest one there, it's hard to haggle.
Yeah, it was. I don't even know if they knew. Does that? I'm showing it up. Melissa brought it in for me. I don't know if you guys want to look at it.
Hold on. Let me load that up.
It's hard to see with the glare.
Oh
anyway,
boy.
I cleaned it up. It seems like it's in good shape. It plays fine.
We're just getting fuzziness.
Anyway,
it's fine,
so that was fun. That's been exciting. I've been playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now I want to pull out Hyperstone Heist, which I got earlier sometime last year. And
that's a good one too.
Huh?
That's a good one too. It's got a few unique levels, right?
Yeah. They're all. I think the 2 games are slightly different from each other. But
yeah.
I do like the Super Nintendo thing where you can throw them into the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's neat.
And I think we got to a level in there where you're fighting Shredder and he's trying to shoot you from a first-person view, and you're supposed to throw the guys at him. At least that's what I do.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you're
the only way to
supposed
kill
to do, but
Mhm. That's a fun boss idea,
it's fun. Yeah, that was great. I love that part. So
which Battletoads did first, but that's fine.
did they?
That's
Well, that
one of the
seems
best things
familiar.
about Super Nintendo Genesis, that you'd have quote unquote the same game, but there would be differences between the two.
Yeah.
Like Aladdin's a perfect
Not just
example.
a bad port.
Yeah,
No, not just a bad port.
like Aladdin, where the two Aladdins are two different games, and of course the internet has had its wars about which one was better.
Oh,
I
yeah.
personally think the Super Nintendo one was better, but that's the one I grew up with.
I played
They're
it on
different,
PC,
huh? I
which
didn't-
think
Yeah,
it's the same
definitely.
as Super Nintendo.
They're definitely different games.
Huh.
He doesn't use a sword in the Super Nintendo one.
Oh,
He doesn't
really?
use a sword in the movie though. So what do you? He throws out.
And one of them has authentic music from the movie, and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, well, they had the
remember
artists, I
correctly.
believe, for the Genesis one do like the actual movie artist did the animation for the Genesis game. Pretty impressive. Looks
The Genesis one's impressive, technically. I think
Mhm.
it
I
looks
forget
pretty
which one's
smooth.
which. I always go to, I think, Game versus Game on YouTube or something like that
Mhm.
to see which one I forget which one I like best. But I'm pretty sure I first played Aladdin on PC, and that was the one I liked, which was the one where you throw apples, I believe.
Was it? I
Yeah.
thought it was the other one where you had the sword,
I
the Virgin Interactive or whatever it was.
can't remember.
What some of those, by the way, ended up on Good Old Games.
Hmm.
Pretty neat.
Yeah, Aladdin is on Good Old Games now.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Should
probably the
check.
same one. Yeah, we'll probably get into them with our main topic.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's see. Okay, yeah, TMNT4, good game. Good game. I liked the original arcade game more though. The time travel thing just seemed unnecessary.
Yeah.
Like, as far as any quote unquote story that they added to this arcade game, but
Yeah, it's kind of strange because it doesn't even come up until you're like 3 levels in, and then they finally say, okay, you're going to travel through time now.
I love how they integrated, whichever word you choose, a lot of the toys into the bosses. Like you had the
Yeah.
Chrome Dome, whatever that is, the Mecha Turtle guy as a boss.
Mhm.
Baxter the Fly as a boss. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Those are from the toy line? Those weren't in the comics, or?
Here we're getting into it, but the third NES Turtles game, the one that was unique to the NES, all of those bosses that you've never seen before were all based on the toys.
Okay.
Like Brown Chuck, the red mutant bowl guy, I believe he was a boss, and he was he came from the toy line.
All right.
Yeah, super cool. A bit
I
of
don't
the
know.
Turtles lore for you.
Yeah.
Good times,
Yeah.
good times.
And then I guess I'll go back. I'll segue back. We have been watching The Man in the High Castle, but we finished the first season because the second season came out. So Melissa and I have been enjoying that. But going back to Kevin's comments about Star Trek, I've actually gone back to and started watching, and I've never seen the original series. I had watched about the first 7 or 8 episodes, and now I've picked that up again. So
Nice.
maybe we'll get Melissa into it. I've started to enjoy the original series a little bit more. It took a while for me to warm up to it, but I'm currently on the episode where Spock is it's called the Menagerie.
Mm-hmm.
That's the episode I'm on. I just watched part 1 last night, so I've enjoyed that in the last couple of episodes. So I'll add Star Trek to the list, the original series of things I'm watching, and I'm seeing them for the first time. I want to see what all the excitement's about regarding Star Trek.
Yeah, that shows it's a little dated, but
Yeah,
if,
it's okay.
if you like strong characters, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy,
Yeah.
they got you. They got you covered.
Yeah.
But if somebody is new to Star Trek, I would recommend the Next Generation as a place to start. You can jump in pretty much anywhere from the second season on. You know,
Really?
yeah, because it's like a serial show, right? It's not a continuing story kind of thing. So it was meant
Nothing
to
really
like
ever changes.
not really. Not really. There's a few
Okay.
things.
Yeah.
Few things.
Yeah.
But
They'll switch doctors every now and
I
then.
prefer Next Generation.
I think that's the consensus.
That's the one I
I've heard,
grew
too.
up on too,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
yeah. I would just like I personally prefer the original series just because I like Kirk more, and I found that those 3 characters were stronger than anything in the Next Generation. But the Next Generation is definitely the more palatable series. It's it's a much
Less
better
dated,
series to
yeah.
introduce people to
Okay.
Star Trek to.
Well, I definitely plan to go into it as I get through My intention was to watch the original series and then the movies, and then the Next Generation.
You like things in chronological order.
I like to experience them in the order they were. Yeah.
I'm the same way too, but like I find that I'm like I can see past, like if I'm watching something that's old, like I can get it. It's an old show, you know. It doesn't have to be still relevant, if that makes sense, or still.
You can
I
take
don't
it for
know.
what it was at the time, basically.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people struggle with that, and I know it's not for
I
everybody.
can
So,
find I can do that usually too.
but the Next Generation is definitely, I think, has aged better than
Better?
the original
Okay.
series. Yeah.
Good to know.
Good use of colors in the original.
So that's it.
Yeah. It was the '60s, man. Color television was new.
Yeah.
You had to.
That's the
Had
thing.
to-
Gotta justify that purchase of that color TV.
Yeah.
That's a big blinking lights and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you'll have fun though when you get to that point when they had like 3 different Star Treks on at the same time. It's like Next Gen was sort of blending into DS9, which was sort of blending into Voyager.
Yeah.
And they were doing the movies too.
Oh god,
Yeah.
and Berkeley's going all over the place because I don't know why. They kept sneaking like Next Gen characters into like cameo roles in Voyager.
It was ratings.
Gotta make a living. Shows don't last forever. All right. Man in the High Cows. I've been hearing a lot of talk of that. That's what Nazis won World War II, and now it's Nazi land or something.
It's Nazis and the Japanese. It's the Axis. They won World War II, and they've split the United States. The Japanese control the West Coast, and the Nazis control the East. And then for some reason, they left a zone in the middle, unoccupied or unclaimed.
Nobody wants Wyoming.
Yeah, I don't know.
The flyover states.
It's just so it's interesting. You know, it takes place in the 60s actually, so it's been about 20 years. They kind of give hints about what actually, you know, I've only seen the first season, and they've only slightly revealed what transpired in the war and what kind of happened. And of course, I'm on Google checking the facts to see, you know, because there's some things there they talk about Stalin, and it's like, well, what really happened to him? And oh, okay, so they've you know they've changed things around, and so it's interesting. We're watching it. You know, I don't know what to say about it. I'm not blown away by it. We enjoyed it enough to continue watching it, and we'll watch the second season. But it's an alternative reality, and there's some supernatural. I don't know what you want to call it. It's not supernatural. There's some sci-fi, I guess, maybe components to it.
I was going to say Hellboy.
I don't know. So I'm not familiar with Hellboy, but
I've just seen the movies.
But
and there's Nazis and magic, so
yeah. I don't know if there's magic per se, but there's sort of it's an alternate timeline show, and so they address alternate timeline stuff. I'll leave it at that. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
You can. Has anybody else watched this? Does anybody familiar with the show?
I know of it. That's it.
Yeah, I'm the same boat. I know of it. I haven't started it yet.
Okay. I'm not going to say anything more about it. If you want to learn more about it, you can look it up. But there's sort of this sci-fi aspect to it that is interesting, I guess.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm just checking our live chat here over on the CAPMAX HYPECAST Live, episode 21 over on YouTube. We had Yoshi Knuckles and Dreadful Boredom in the chat. Shout out to those two. Yoshi Knuckles was sort of going to be in this episode, but he sounds like he's really busy, so I didn't really push it on him.
Yeah.
He's got his whole schoolwork to go through, and he's doing a lot of mods on retro consoles and all that. But he did give us a shout out in the chat. He wasn't sure if the episode was even going to happen, and understandably so. I wasn't even sure after that last attempt I made. Poor Labyrinth. I really want to get that episode out. We'll get that later on. And Dreadful Boredom asks, he had a question for the caster. What's your rarest game in your guys' collection?
Rarest or highest value? I guess rare is different.
Yeah, it says in brackets, price, copies produced, etc. If anyone has any shout-outs for any games they have.
I'm sure Eric knows right off the bat what his
Well,
is.
yeah, I think my rarest is James Buster Douglas for the Sega Master System. I think that's the hardest one to find that I own. Although I also have, and this is not as expensive, and I'm not sure if it's more rare, I also have a complete boxed copy of Ninja 5.0 for the Game Boy Advance. And I understand that's a difficult Game Boy Advance game to find.
Yeah.
Price has really gone up on that one. I don't know why. I mean,
That definitely is obscure. I don't know if it's rare. I've never seen it anywhere else.
I had a
in person,
repro
in
of
the
it.
wild. Who's got a repro?
I had a repro of
You,
it.
you do? Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
did.
think mine's a repro because I bought it at the time it was released.
Probably not.
I
Interesting.
have this rare copy of this obscure PC game called Diablo 2. You guys,
No. What's that all about?
I've never seen that one.
I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the most expensive or rare question? I'm a piss poor collector, man. I have no idea. I rack my brains because I got a lot of like $50 games, but I don't know if I even have a game that's $100 or more. And I don't, because I think of like what I want to play. I don't think of like what I want to put on my shelf and look at. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. You got any
Just
Saturn
here.
games?
I do have some Saturn games. Yeah,
Those might be candidates.
I know Legend of Oasis. That's like the sequel to Beyond Oasis.
Yeah.
That one is, I don't know. I bought it 5 years ago and it was only $30, and I imagine it's gone up in price or whatever. But I don't know. I just don't look into it. I don't look at how much it is. It's just I got it and it will be played.
Yeah.
There you go.
At this point, I've practically forgotten half of what I own because it's all in boxes and stuff. This apartment is way too small for this collection. Just looked up on eBay real quick. The cheapest Ninja 5.0, I'd buy it now, complete in box, is going for $472.
Wow.
So that's fun.
That's crazy.
Guess I should sell it, huh?
I would.
If you have no attachment, I would.
No, I mean, seriously, yeah, that would be.
Yeah.
That's 20 times. I mean, I paid $20 for it. That's 20 some times what I paid for it. I've played it once or twice, and yeah, I guess it's just sitting on my
if you can
shelf.
find a buyer, that's the real trick. But
Well, yeah, buy it now.
Post it, who cares? Wait for it.
yeah,
Post it and wait.
that's what I've done with some things.
I hear Game Boy Advanced and Game Boy Color are some of the hardest ones. Well, okay, all Game Boys are hard to collect for because they're usually owned by kids. They don't keep the boxes. They barely keep the manuals.
Yeah.
So they're just hard to collect complete collections for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I got all 3 Castlevania games for the Game Boy Advance, complete in box, and I'm lucky to have those, or in the Metroid games too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're difficult. They're hard to collect for, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
So my most valuable, I was just looking up because what I thought used to be most valuable, but price charting's disagreeing, was the Super Mario All-Stars limited edition 25th anniversary was kind of going up for a while there.
The one for the
that. I
Wii?
got that on Wii. Yeah, it was going up for a while. Just the limited edition one, and then Kirby Dream Collection also for Wii. Those two were going up for a while. They were getting up to $80, but
Were they really?
price chart is Canadian. Price charting showing them down at like 30 to 50 now at the most.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect much from Wii games at this time.
Wii is probably in its depression state, and it'll go back up in a few years.
Yeah. So I don't really collect for things that are high value at all. I collect for things that I'm going to play, and generally anything high value I turn over and get rid of if it doesn't interest me, and I buy stuff I want with it. So right now I have one that's for sale that's Raiden 4 on Xbox 360 that's sealed, and I sold one of them already for $70, and I have another one.
For Raiden 4?
Raiden 4 with the soundtrack. It's a limited edition.
Oh, the soundtrack one. Yeah.
It's a soundtrack one from EB Games, yeah.
Weren't you asking me about that game?
I was looking for Raiden Fighters Aces.
Oh, Raiden Fighters Aces, okay.
Which is very similar, right? Both
yeah.
on 360.
That's it. That's the one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think that's the only one I really have that's worth anything that I can think of. I mean, other than that, again, you could go with my Turtles in Time. It's pretty much the same value or more.
Yeah. There you go.
I do have a complete in box Mario RPG I assembled.
Nice.
By getting the manual and box from a friend and then picking up the game through trades and eBay sales and stuff, which I did a video on.
Yeah, you got to do another one of those. Keep those tips coming.
Yeah, I got to do more tips. I could do more of like, I bought this, and traded up to this. But I think after a while, that'll get stale. You wouldn't want to do too many of the same strategy. I wanted to do more of other strategies next.
Sure. Yeah.
I actually was talking about it with Bill, and I can't remember what it was. He was asking about something, and I told him something and said, I should write this into a script.
Yeah.
I forget what it was now.
That's okay. Yeah, good stuff. If I found out what game is my most valuable, I'd probably end up selling it. So maybe it's better I don't know. Like,
Yeah, well, you just sold a couple of big ticket ones, right?
Yeah,
Like
that was
Earthbound.
great. It's very relieving.
Yeah,
And I kind of just laughed, like, really? You want to pay? I've got this dude right now who wants to buy 2 of my Funko figures for $100. Like, really?
Wow.
I paid like $10 for each of them. And that's actually a deal compared to the price I had them at, just because I was on eBay. I was like, yeah, Funko's. Like,
Yeah, I saw you did a tweet about that, right?
Yeah, the prices are just, I don't know what's going on with the world these days. People don't know.
Yeah,
It's crazy. But if people want to pay me $100 for 2 Funkos, yeah, you can have them.
Sell them.
I don't have any Funkos, but I'm a fan of Motorhead, and they came out with the Lemmy one, and I thought, oh, that'd be cool. Maybe I'll buy my first Funko, and it was gone. Like I don't know, it was a limited run or whatever, and they're selling it for like $200 or whatever on eBay. I'm like, well, I guess I just won't have one. Like,
Yeah,
it's fine. You can go on living without them.
I don't need one that bad.
I don't know. Collecting, man, it's getting pretty crazy. That's why I like the thrift bots. You go to Value Village or something, you pick up yourself a movie Shockwave for like $3, and it's like, yeah, done deal. It's like the old days. You could find a Nintendo tape and not pay $50 for like.
And then you'll be the one who has them when they're worth money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if the movie bots will ever be worth money, but anyways.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. Derek has some Skylanders talk for us, and I have been known in the past to love me some Skylanders.
Yeah. So, yeah, what I've been playing. We got my son Skylanders Imagineers, or sorry, Santa got my son Skylanders Imagineers for Christmas. So we've been playing with that. I learned after purchasing it, I had heard it was coming to an end probably, or maybe rumors of Skylanders dying. And Imagineers is done by a different development team.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obvious in the game that it's done by a different development team. There's some difficult times where I had difficulties platforming, let alone it being made for a kid.
It's not the easiest game sometimes, but I think that might be partially so they can sell more figures.
Agreed, but not. If it was battle that was difficult, which I've had in boss battles sometimes, I'd agree with that it's just to sell more figures. But this is the platforming that's difficult.
Really?
Even playing on the easiest difficulty, it's still hard. It was ridiculous. I literally had to take my son's character off, exit him from the game, and me play alone and try several times to get through some platforming sections on the easiest difficulty. And it mostly has to do with when you fall off a ledge in a Skylanders game. On the easier difficulties, it doesn't hurt you at all to fall off a ledge. You just respawn. Yeah. But normally you respawn at the furthest point you made it to, or maybe even sometimes slightly ahead. Well, in this newer one, it actually just pushes you back to the last safe area you were in, or last place where you were that was before jumping to do platforming. And that's a real hindrance when you got 2 people playing and one's a kid.
Yeah. It might depend on the character you're using too. Some are definitely heavier than others.
Yeah, it's not. That's not causing the respawn difference. I have stealth elf. Yep. Yeah. I have 3 stealth elves. So that aside, we also were playing. We beat Imaginators, I think twice now. We also have been playing Superchargers. We beat that 4 times now. It's definitely a better game, but the vehicle stuff is kind of silly. I also talked about it in my 2016 video. I talked about the games too, because that's some of the only games I played this year. And Superchargers has some gimmicks and some things trying to get you to buy cars that you don't need or vehicles you don't need by tricking you. But that aside, I also played a little bit of Nintendo Land. Haven't played a lot on my Wii U that I picked up this past year. I played Kirby's Rainbow Curse, which made me really want to play a good co-op game that I kind of thought it was a good co-op game, but the controls on it for player 1 are terrible. So I picked up Yoshi's Woolly World, which is a way better co-op game. And then Super Mario 3D World on Wii U, also great co-op game, play with kids. My wife and my son all play that because Yoshi was limited to 2 players, whereas Super Mario 3D World, you can play 4, maybe even 5. I can't remember.
It's a good camera angle for more people too. Yeah, it's true. It's really fun. And then the ability to bubble when you're a kid, right? You just go to a bubble and you'll come to me, right?
Yeah,
Skylanders, again, it's doing the opposite. It's making it harder for you if you have someone weak. Also, randomly, like this last week, I started playing a little bit of Super Toss the Turtle on Android, which it's basically one of those games where you try and hit or shoot something as far as you can, and you hit like bombs and things on the way. It's a silly little game that I heard about from a podcast. Now I can't remember which one it was. And then also speaking of hearing about things, Kim's Convenience TV show I've been watching on CBC here in Canada. About a convenience store owned by a Korean family in Toronto. It's just a sitcom. It's funny. My wife and I watch it. I think I heard about it from Nintendo Hodge. I was asking if I heard it from Bill, and he's like, no, it wasn't me. Maybe it was Miles. I asked Miles. He's like, no, it wasn't me, but my wife's sister is on the show. So random.
That's
and then he told me it was Hodge that had mentioned it. So
nice.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I've been doing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you have the Crash Bandicoot Skylander figure?
No, I don't have PS4.
You can still buy it though. You can get it separate.
Can you use it though? Because I actually bought a.
I don't know. That's what
I don't think you can. So I bought a a Bowser airplane to play on my PS4, PS3 Skylanders. No, Xbox Skylanders Superchargers, and it would say this will not work on this console. So I googled it and said it only worked on Nintendo consoles. So I suspect they did something similar.
Interesting.
Especially because they released character. Oh, they didn't have anything Nintendo wise for that, did they?
Crash has been on Nintendo consoles before.
Yes, I realized that. But the bundle, when I looked it up, was only available for PS4, I thought. So I figured
that was at the start, but now you can get them on their own.
I still don't trust them to work.
Yeah,
but
well,
again,
certainly I'd look it up before buying.
Yeah, I usually only buy the characters when they're cheap anyway. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Like
Skylanders, the price just plummets.
Yeah.
Especially when the next one comes out.
Well, then it gets hard to find the rare ones is the other issue. Because my son, for some reason, my son has an obsession with villains. He likes villains. So he loves Bowser. He loves Chaos and Skylanders. And now he wants the Wolfgang character for Imaginators, which we can't find anywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got, do you know Silver Boomer?
No.
The very first variant they ever did.
Oh.
It's Boomer from the Sparrow's Adventure, but he's all painted in silver. I got that.
Yeah.
You look that up on eBay. I don't know if I could ever get someone locally to spend that much on him, but like,
why does it have to be local? You could ship it.
Yeah. He's neat, I guess. He's just on my wall. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. It's cool. I haven't opened it. You can still play them in the package though, which is nice. Yeah, unlike amiibos.
That's right.
We'll get into that.
Actually, yeah, we have a regular Boomer, and I even looked him up, and someone said, or he said he was rare.
Yeah, well, he hasn't come back, I think. Which is kind of neat. It's neat that you can use all the old figures again. I mean, it is an awesome series, but I had to tap out. I've got so many unopened, like amiibos and Skylanders and Viz Infinity and things, and it's just no time.
Yeah.
No space. You need shelves to have all the little figures. It's fun at first until you realize that you're surrounded by them. No space. There's never enough space. All right, good stuff. Yoshi's Woolly World. That's coming out again. 3DS. Comes with an amiibo.
I won't buy it on another platform.
Yeah, I don't need another. We'll see. All right, good stuff. So we're just about done. I've got some which been playing, which been watching. We'll zip through those. First I want to mention was the movie Suicide Squad. It was alright. Wasn't the most awful thing as people on the internet might have you believe. It was fine. You know, if you know the story, it's pretty much all of that. Bunch of second-rate villains from the DC, mostly Batman universe, get forced to work together and kind of save the universe from like a villain thing. It's one of those situations where are the good guys? Why are these guys being forced to do all this? It was fun. Any of you guys see that movie?
Yeah.
No.
Watched it in theater shortly after it was out. I think my brother-in-law Tony wanted to go see it. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was decent. It didn't blow me away, but it was a decent movie.
Yeah, it was fine.
I laughed.
I think it's supposed to be taking place after the upcoming Justice League movie. It's hard to tell, but at the end, there's a scene where Bruce Wayne is buying the Suicide Squad file from what's her name? The woman who puts the whole team together.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but I know her face.
Yeah. Good old what's her name? All those things.
What's her face?
Yeah. And then he's like, it's okay. I've got friends that can help with this. And then it's like, oh, he's got his Justice League already. And then the Flash makes an appearance at one point. And as I recall, in the Batman v Superman movie, he had not yet become the Flash, but he had his powers, but didn't know what to do with them yet. Something like that.
I haven't
I
seen
have
that.
my lore all lined up. By the way, that movie, I don't have it on the list officially, but Batman v Superman, there's that scene at the start where Batman's like beating up some thugs, and then a cop runs into a room, and he's like looking around, and he looks behind him, and Batman is literally hiding in the corner of like the ceiling and the wall. He just looks out. It is the funniest scene. And what is supposed to be
I'm
one
sure
of
I've
the
seen
most...
a picture of that.
Yeah, I tweeted it. It was
Okay.
hilarious. Oh my god. It's like, oh, that picture. I could easily make that my my PC wallpaper. It's just so funny. It's literally Batman hiding in the corner. I hope he doesn't see me. Oh, so hilarious. But anyways, yeah, Suicide Squad, good stuff. Joker, questionable. Probably the worst Joker of live action movies, but whatever. You know, it's a vision. I could just imagine some DC artists be like, oh my god, they picked my ideas. They're the craziest ideas. He's all like younger Joker and kind of cool. He's like gangsta Joker, sort of. He's got the goofy tattoos and the braces, and
he's worse than the original Joker, the Cesar Romero Joker from the 60s.
I love Cesar Romero.
I like
Okay,
that.
good.
I've heard some things about that Cesar Romero. If anyone here has listened to the Gilbert Gottfried podcast,
No.
that's another story for another time.
All
It's
right.
a fun podcast too.
I'm going to write that down. I want to hear that.
Yeah. Well, if you like old movies and old actors and the voice of Gilbert Gottfried, he has a podcast, and it's pretty
What if
fun.
I like all those things with the last one?
Oh, there you go. Next one I have
Speaking of
X-Men
Aladdin,
Apocalypse.
Speaking of Aladdin, Gilbert
Hmm.
Godfrey.
There you go. It's all blending together.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. Yeah. Oh,
Good segue.
circle's complete.
X-Men Apocalypse, another good movie. Better than Suicide Squad, better than I'd heard. Like I heard no hype for X-Men Apocalypse. I thought it was pretty cool. I like that Apocalypse guy. He seems like good people. He's by the mutants for the mutants. He's like he brings everyone together to like shut down all the people who like they have missiles. He like gets all the missiles on Earth and then he like shoots them into space. He's kind of helping people. He wants to shut down all the governments that suck and he wants to make a new government. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of on board with this apocalypse plan. But then he recruits all these mutants to help him, and then at the end they kind of betray him, and it's like, why? It's like you knew what his plan was from the start, and now because some X-Men are here, you're like on their side. It's like, I don't know. It's tough finding good help these days.
Does the movie start off with Magneto being a bad guy, and then they have to convince him to be a good guy, so then he does a good thing, but then at the end he's like,
That's all
I should have
drama.
been a bad guy all along.
Amanda Waller, that's the name of the woman who puts together Suicide Squad. Good times. Yeah, he's like I killed all those people in that movie before, but now I'm gonna just lay low, and then like he uses his power to save people at his workplace. And I'm like, oh my god, he's an evil mutant, and he saved us, the villain. So then they send people to like confront him, and then someone accidentally shoots an arrow, and it like goes through his daughter and wife at the same time or something. It's the most like limp arrow shot I've ever seen. It looks like it wouldn't even reach them or from where they were saying, and somehow it goes through two people. What? And then he's like, no, my new family, I'll kill you. And he uses like this little locket, this tiny locket, and he uses magnet power, and somehow he's able to like cut heads off by zipping this tiny thing through a neck one time. Anyways.
Was there a chain attached?
Oh, there sure was. Maybe that was it. Maybe he like
I just
spread the
lost-
chain out.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
I don't know.
The chain turned into a chainsaw.
All right, hold on.
I should have been writing.
Hold on. I'm okay with that. Chainsaw. But yeah, no, Apocalypse, fun movie. Pokemon Sunny Moon. Sun and Moon, but I've been calling it Sunny Moon because it's more fun to say. That's the latest Pokemon game. It's really good. I've been known in the past to play a lot of Monster Hunter, and this game surprisingly has removed Monster Hunter from my 3DS, and it has been replaced by Pokemon Sunny Moon. Really good game. Arguably the best Pokemon I've played since Gold. What was it called? Soul Silver and Gold something. Heart Gold.
Heart Gold, yeah.
That was a good one, but this one's pretty good too. Here it's Pokemon in Hawaii, so lots of sunny beaches and new Pokemons, and old Pokemons come back, but now they're a different element type, and yeah, good stuff. Eric, I believe you picked that one up, right?
Yeah, I've been buying a bunch of Pokemon lately, and I do have Sun and Moon. Sunny Moon.
Like There you go. I hated X and Y. I don't know. It just felt so wrong somehow. I'm not even sure why, but Sunny Moon, man, brought it back. We were in the
That's-
zone.
I've heard.
That's the only Pokemon game I've tried was X.
No, don't.
I hated it.
Yeah,
So now I'm
you
sour.
were right to hate it. It just feels wrong. But there's a
I'm
demo.
sour on anything Pokemon now. I don't want to try it.
Don't let that be the only one that you play. There's a
I
demo for
can't-
Pokemon Sun and Moon.
I can't bring myself to do it. X soured me on it. See, I'm like Melissa. I watched Star Trek Beyond, and now I hate everything Star
Now
Trek.
you hate it, yeah.
Yeah,
so
that first
I hate
taste of
everything
it.
Pokemon.
It's like the very start of Game of Thrones. Some people might just throw the whole show out the window.
Yeah,
because
out
they
the
didn't
window.
Like 1 or 2 episodes.
Oh my god! Why give that a try? Right? That's the best show on TV.
I know, dude. If you guys want, we can bring back the episode live stream talk. We did that a few times. That was fun.
Yeah, it was. It was good times.
Next one
on the
up,
show.
real quick. Minecraft on Android. There's this app you can download, Google Opinions Rewards, and if you do that, it'll ask you questions every now and then. And if you answer those questions, it'll say like, "What store have you been to in the last week? Did you like this store?" And you'll say it was okay, and they're like, "Okay, cool. Here's 50 cents for the Google App Store." So you do that for like a month, and now I can afford Minecraft on Android for free because I did the surveys.
I do that too.
Yeah, it's neat to have Minecraft on the Android, but it's kind of glitchy. It froze a couple times, and the touch screen is not easy to do if you're playing on survival mode because it's not. It's tough touch screen with that kind of precision gameplay.
Does it support controllers? That's the other question.
Maybe I
just recently
once again that first
controller.
impression is a bit strong. So I haven't tried it much since. But it is cool to have Minecraft on the Android. But if you're like me and you like to play the handheld gaming in the washroom, you're much better off playing it on the Vita because that Minecraft Vita, good game right there. I mentioned Abzu earlier. I played that on Steam, which is awesome because otherwise it was only available on PS4, and I don't have a PS4 yet. And as I mentioned, that is basically Journey the game, but underwater instead of in a desert. Really cool. If you like fish, if you got kids that liked Finding Nemo or Finding Dory, there's a lot to like there. You're this robot who swims through oceans and you see assorted fish, and there's like evil alien pyramids that are like landmines floating in the water, and you go to the deep sea for a bit. There's this one cool scene where you're like going into the big deep ocean and there's like blue whales swimming next to you, and it's all cool. If you like fish stuff, there's a shark. The shark comes back a few times. Yeah, cool game.
Heard of it.
We got KOF on Steam. I mentioned that as well. If you liked the old King of Fighters on, say, the Dreamcast, man, that was a good era for fighting games, man. Playing fighting games on Dreamcast, good times. Yeah, KOF is on Steam. That's the King of Fighters series. You can play like KOF 2002 or 98. Those are good years. I'd recommend those games. And you can play them on Steam, and they work really well. And if you have a WWE PS3 controller, that will work with that PC game. Good stuff. For what I've been watching for anime, real quick, Monster Hunter Stories, which is an anime based on the game that has yet to be announced, unfortunately, for domestic Nintendo devices. But it is basically How to Train Your Dragon, but with Monster Hunter. So a bunch of kids running around, interacting with monsters. They really shouldn't, because those things would eat them in one bite. But it's okay. It's for kids. Super, super cool game. I hope we get it because it looks super cool. But there's also an anime, so if you can just watch people do it instead, that's okay too. So if you like Monster Hunter, it's Monster Hunter in an anime form. Cool. And finally, there's another show I've been watching called Time Bokan 24, and I happen to have the toy right here. It is a blue beetle that turns into this little robot mech dude, and it's this silly anime of people going through time and finding out that everything in the history books is wrong, and they learn how things actually went down. And it's always silly because it's a fun show for kids. Neat. Cool. All right, and that does it for Which One Playing, Which One Watching, which means it's going to be time for the Nintendo Watch. But first, do we need to take a recess?
Absolutely.
Perfect. All right. If anyone's watching live, we're going to keep this rolling, but feel free to use the washroom, grab a snack, whatever. Otherwise, please enjoy this amusing sound clip I will edit for the audio version, and we'll be back in a moment. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is the official break. I'm going to stop recording, but that's only for the audio. And everything else will keep rolling, so do what you got to do, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Good.
Go. Time for us currently is 1:03 p.m. West Coast time.
Checking that show you mentioned.
Pardon?
Time Boken 24. Just the messing with or going back in time and seeing the past is actually not what you thought. Just sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's stupid, but if you like Japanese humor and funny robots,
like funny robots.
Yeah, and Monster Hunter Stories is good too. Like they're both for kids. Like if you understand that and you're okay with it. If you like robots based on bugs or big monsters that are all lovable because now you can ride them instead of kill them, there's things to like there. See that? Look at that guy. He's a praying mantis. And you can break him down and merge him with the blue guy, and then he has like green armor on his blue armor, and it's awesome.
Huh.
It's for kids.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom in a second here too.
How's the chat doing? Cartridge Bros. And Aussie, I'll give you guys a shout out when we're back. So you guys showed up just when we started recess. Aussie's been here a bit. We had dreadful boredom earlier. And for anyone who's watching this not live, but you're watching the live stream here on the YouTube channel, just skip ahead 5 minutes. I don't know if there's going to be anything worth listening to. But if you're here live, hey, welcome aboard. Spike McFang. That is a game I'm having trouble finding. I'm now typing. Still can't find that game anywhere. Funny face. I am amped up on coffee, and that is good. Good for keeping the hype rolling. Make sure I start recording again for the audio version. P1, if that's you, I'm sorry to tell you this, but this is going to be over an hour, this podcast. I'm going to use the washroom too, but we're going to keep that rolling. So please enjoy looking at my apartment, and I'll be back.
And now you leave.
Hello? Everyone's just left. So it's like, gotta drop a deuce. How's that chat doing?
Hello.
Hey. I think this episode's got a good rhythm going so far.
Yeah.
Excellent. Everyone having fun?
Yeah.
Fun is good. It's that Ninja 5.0 price though. What is wrong with people?
Yeah, I don't know. That's. Who knows? I mean, if that's an actual, what was that? Was that a buy it now price?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a theoretical price, right?
But
That's just what
sold
somebody
ones were
wants.
300.
Huh?
Sold for 300.
It's one sold for over 3.
I would check price charting, which only tracks sold listings, right?
Yeah.
And it was it was 3 for a complete.
I don't know who was saying it, and I don't know if this is actually agreeing with that person or not. But I bought the game because I wanted to play it, and I have to decide if selling it. I'm not selling it not because I don't know. I don't know what the right thing to say is. I'm not collecting it necessarily. It's a game that I wanted, so
Yeah.
I don't sell them, and maybe I should.
Well, at that price, I mean,
at that price, yeah, I know.
Yeah, so one for sold for 309, December 20th, 2016.
The thing is every
Virginia.
time I sell a game that's not a duplicate, not one that I have again, I end up regretting it later.
yeah.
Why do you
whatever,
regret it?
like,
Because you want to play it again?
yeah.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes it's
You
because
don't
the
know
price
what
has gone way up, and sometimes
Yeah,
it's
I can
because
see
I'm
that.
like, I am a collector in some ways. I tell Melissa the same
In
thing.
some
I'm like,
ways.
I have Conker's
turn
Bad
around.
Fur Day. Right, I have Conker's Bad Fur Day for the Nintendo 64. I bought it
sold
new.
that.
I have it complete.
I
If
sold
I
that.
sold it, I'd feel like my Nintendo 64 collection was missing something.
No, it's good.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. See, you're
Not to
too
you.
much into the collecting. That's
I am.
why.
I am.
It's a problem. It's good for you because it's fun, but
Is it though? That's the way you really have to ask yourself.
so it depends on your budgeting, in my opinion. As long as your collection isn't actually costing you anything or isn't costing you anything outside of what you would spend on entertainment anyway. Like, let's say you wanted to go to movies once a week, or you had a drinking problem, for example. Any one of those things could spend your money, but this way you're putting into a collection of things you like to look at, you like to play, you like to talk about, and maybe someday you want to sell some of it. But the way I've done my collecting is the same way I used to do my paintball collection or my paintball equipment. Was I buy, I fix, I sell, and it all pays for itself.
Yeah.
None of my money from my day job goes into it.
That's amazing.
That's what I have to do it that way, or else it would bother me.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And my having my spreadsheet makes it worse because every dollar matters.
Yeah. That's amazing that you can do that. There's no chance I've done that.
I just look at the amiibos on your wall there.
No,
like,
good Lord. That is
but at least
just
you
awful.
seem to still get deals. You don't buy brand new retail every
They do
game
go on
right
sale.
as soon as they come out.
Sort
I
of,
try not to buy them at full price. But
Yeah.
some
Hey,
of them we have.
Eric, look at this. Does this look familiar?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stack of Animal
Just
Crossing
stack 'em.
amiibos?
Yeah. Animal Crossing were the worst because we bought those. We bought them, we get them from Best Buy where it's 20% off. So we bought them for a little bit cheap. I mean, we bought them new. We didn't pre-order them or anything. We just bought them. They were still 20% off, but they dropped. Amazon just the price plummeted on the Amiibo Animal Crossing. That was a hard pill to swallow. But anyway, I don't want to talk about Amiibo.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get any of them. Then they were like $5.
Yeah, we weren't either.
Canadian.
And then
It's like, oh,
kept buying them.
I bought 2.
Yeah.
3 if you include the Yoshi's Woolly World.
Yeah, I got
imagine if
fine
they
with
had come
that.
out when the 3DS game came out. Though. If people actually cared.
I was so happy when I found my Mega Man one. I waited that thing out. I just got it like before Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
good. Yeah, that's
That's
good
one of the best things about the Smash Brothers amiibo. It's
And
just
there was-
ones that
there was-
weren't even necessarily having anything to do with Nintendo, like a tiny Pac-Man on the desk. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
It is
No,
neat. I'd
that's
like
neat.
one, but I'd pay like $3 for that.
A couple
maybe,
of bucks, yeah.
at the most. I got my Yoshi brand new in box for $4 at a garage sale this past summer, right? Yeah.
There you go.
I imagine in 10 years they'll be just all over the place. They would pick them up. They're cheap.
Yeah.
They'll probably be
Although-
in thrift stores like Skylanders are.
It's true. I've been
Although
trying to get my mother-in-law to watch when she goes to thrift stores.
yeah. Although the Switch is supposed to have amiibo support, so
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Well,
still,
I'm not
they're
done
gonna
with the
want the
Amiibo, that's for sure.
flashbang new ones, right? They're not going to want the old ones.
all right.
Alrighty. So everyone's back. We're all good.
Yep.
Alrighty. So the stream, the video stream never stopped, but I'm gonna start up the official audio version again. Hopefully no random giant coughs this time. Oh. Okay. There we go. And we're back. So for the audio version, I haven't decided right now what I'm going to add to that. I have this amusing clip of an Australian man getting arrested. I've been dying to add to a podcast, so I might put that one in there. Listen for that. It's fun. All right, so we're back, and that must mean it is time for the Nintendo Watch. That time in the CAPMAX HYPECAST, when we take a look at that most wacky and mysterious of companies, Nintendo, and we say, hey, what are they up to this time? And they are up to fucking us over is what they're up to. Oh, man. Boys, get your... I was going to say your shiny brass dildos on, because we're going to bend Nintendo over this time. And I heard it in my head. And like, oh,
see, there's the late night portion of the program right there.
That cocky is
What if you just say gold special edition like the
kicking
Amiibos?
in. Oh, boy, howdy. Shout out to the chat. We have a cartridge bro in the chat. I'm never sure which one it is. I think he mentioned Spike McFang, so it might be P2, but it doesn't say P2s, so it might be P1.
That's a good point, yeah.
Cartridge Club in the Cartridge Bros YouTube channel. And Derek is also in the chat now, so Derek, you're here now. And virtually. Okay, it's both of them.
Oh, I should get the chat.
Cool. So it literally is the Cartridge Bros. Cool. Well, gentlemen, thanks for joining us today. What time is it for them? It's like 5 hours later or something?
I think they're 4 hours ahead.
4
of
hours.
us.
Okay, cool.
So 5-ish.
Yeah, they're 5:15.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
5:15 p.m.
Well, hopefully we're good dinner time watching. So, Nintendo Watch, we got two obvious things to discuss. Obviously, a lot of this news is old for this show because, you know, when was the last episode? In October or something? But yeah, so we got NES Classic and now the NES NX, which is now known as the Nintendo Switch, or as Dylan Cornelius's wife calls it, the Nintendo Swap. And then I was thinking, wait a minute, wife? Swap? Wife swap.
Why were you thinking that?
Dylan, you might want to have a word with her. I don't know if Dylan listens to the show. I was on a podcast eons ago called the Pixel Dojo. And that's actually when I started doing the podcast stuff, way before the HYPECAST was ever saving the internet with its awesomeness. Anyways, so NES Mini. My first topic here. Did Nintendo fuck up with the NES Mini / Classic? Who has some thoughts to share with us on the NES Mini Classic?
Really?
Well, Eric, you did a whole video on
Well,
the Mini.
Yeah. I mean, you know, maybe in hindsight, you know, I read the comments from Reggie, and I've been listening to different people's opinions about it, and I guess I gave Nintendo the benefit of the doubt. But from an objective standpoint, if you want to say that they messed up because they didn't meet the demand that, you know, that people had, and they're still not meeting it, then objectively, I think you could say, yeah, they messed up. Now, whether they're doing it for nefarious reasons or not, I don't know. I you know, I guess I'll say I'm not sure. We'll talk about that, right? But I guess I tend to think that Nintendo's a conservative company, and they set up their production lines a particular way, and even in Reggie's comments in this article that was linked, this interview with him where he's talking about the Switch and the NES Mini, he kind of says, look, there was this incremental demand, this other demand that we didn't anticipate. And
how could they not have anticipated? How do they not know how big retro gaming is?
Well, you know, it's funny.
I think that's the frustration part is that this isn't a one-time thing. It happened with Amiibos. It happened with the Wii. It seems to happen to them specifically all the time.
Yeah.
Not only are they not new to the industry, they're not new to this excuse.
They kind of started the industry.
Yeah.
If anyone
Or
should
rebooted it,
know,
at least. Yeah.
should be the shining example
Anyone
of all other companies.
who's listening and curious, the article is Wired magazine or Wired.com. Nintendo's boss promises the Switch won't have NES Classic supply issues. That's the title of the article.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I like when I was researching as to why this keeps happening. The one thing the one big reason is that they're unwilling to farm out any of their manufacturing to any other country than Japan. They do everything in Japan. They're very, you know, loyal that way and proud that way. And
if a company said that in any other country, just like say Canada or the US, I would say it probably has a lot to do with tax breaks or something like that, right? You'd think you pay less taxes by manufacturing things in your country and keeping things in your country. Like even in enterprise software, the area I work in, you get huge tax breaks by keeping things in the country.
Well, all the books I've read on Japanese economics seems to, no, I haven't read any books on Japanese.
Well, thank you for your research for this stuff.
I really have no clue, but what I do know is that it is cheaper in the end to manufacture things in China or Mexico or any country that you do not have to pay the workers as much. And Japan is not in that category. Like,
but Japan's always been known for quality of manufacturing,
right?
Which goes in hand in hand with Nintendo's methodology, or whatever you want to call it, about quality in the software and the games, right? They coincide, they work together, very much the same on two different fronts, and
which is fine. Which is fine. That's fine. So ultimately, though, if you want to do that, and you've been doing that forever, well, you can plan the release of something like the NES Classic, maybe a little better, maybe
it's not like it was a new console that had to have a certain timeline to meet up with competition either. Like, it's not like you were trying to meet up with or get in the market to beat out Xbox, the latest Xbox, or something like that. This console is already 30 years coming. It could have waited another 6 months to get more supply.
I think it was a bit of a last-minute decision on their part. They probably had something like the Mini on the back burner, and say, if there's ever when there's a lull, when we don't have anything going, we'll release one of these. 5 years. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were putting stuff into the Wii U and making stuff for the Wii U, and now they're in a transition phase. And you don't, when you're constantly in development mode, you're not making money. That's where you spend most of your money, is when you're developing the new console, putting it together, finding the parts, all that stuff. Where you make your money is once it's on the shelf and it's selling, and you don't have to really do too much to it. You just got to keep making more.
That's the other thing, though.
Right, but the problem with the Wii U is that but the problem with the Wii U is it never reached that stage where they could just sit back, they could develop the next thing, and let the Wii U money coming in, be their profit. And they never reached that stage. So I think something like the NES Classic was supposed to be like the thing to bridge them to the Switch.
Financially, you mean, right? Not just to keep people interested, but financially to get them another little kick in the wallet to keep them going. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So there's some money coming in. I know they had. They had a few games. They had like the Mario Splash, and they had the Pokemon games, but they didn't really have that much for this Christmas season. So I think that they were just like, look, we just want to sell this many, and if we just want to make our money off of this many, and it didn't really matter either way to them. Maybe they did not foresee that this thing was going to be as popular.
I can't see how they wouldn't have, because gaming and collecting is getting more popular as it is anyway. So why wouldn't something that's in a nice little package and easy for your aunt to buy and reminisce about the times when they used to have one? Why wouldn't they have thought that this is a good idea to bridge the market and bring more people in to get interested for when the Switch comes out too?
Well, why aren't those people buying the Wii U and buying a bunch of virtual consoles?
Because it's already in the past. It's not the latest thing, right?
So, Reggie said something interesting.
Now they're off shelves.
Reggie said something interesting in that article, and I think it kind of reveals the I want to say hypocrisy, but maybe that's the right word. The hypocrisy of the fans. He said, we didn't expect a lot of people to buy this thing because it has these games that they've already bought multiple times before.
Yeah.
We've already bought Super Mario 3 on the Wii U. We didn't expect people, because he asks them. I think the author asks, what about Virtual Console?
Yeah, he does.
And he says, well, we didn't expect these people. And I know, now it may not be the exact same people, right? This is dangerous about applying everybody to the same group. But I know that I've heard a lot of people complain. How many times does Nintendo want us to double dip? Okay, so if Nintendo is hearing comments like how many, people are complaining, how many times do they want us to pay for the same game, and then they release the same game again, and people are like, well, why didn't you make enough of them? what message are we giving to Nintendo when we
Well,
say
it's,
we don't
it's
want to buy
exactly
it?
like what you're talking about with the used game market and prices going up. It's the exact same thing. People just keep buying it because it's there, and then the prices keep going up.
Yeah.
Just like people
I
keep
don't know
buying
how-
the same thing, so Nintendo keeps releasing the same thing over and over again.
I don't know how we're ever going to.
Take it?
You cut right out.
Oh, sorry. I said I don't know how we're ever going to get to computer games with all these hot topics.
Right?
Yep. We haven't even touched on Switch yet, really.
Oh,
All right. Do we need to move on? I don't know. There's
no.
a lot to say about the Mini.
yeah.
Yeah, if you want to continue carrying on about the Mini, I'll sit here all night. I got no problem.
Me too.
Yeah, no.
I'm just
No,
trying
this
to
is
be
good.
funny. I'm just
Thank
trying
you.
to be funny. That's it.
Let me ask one thing, though. I want to go back to something Derek said a minute ago, too. You mentioned that they should hold off the release.
Yeah.
And Mars said, well, maybe they needed, money coming in for the Christmas season, and that's a valid point. If they held off for the release, so let me ask this. I mean, if they had held off, what would the situation, how would it be different? Because what it would mean is that nobody could get the thing until 6 months later, right?
But let's say they hadn't announced it, but they announced it later and anticipated more purchases. That's the problem. Is it sounds like Reggie's saying our market research said we didn't know any people were going to buy it. So in that case, there's nothing they could have done. But I think their research was flawed, or he's lying.
Yeah.
right?
Well, he had. Yeah. Because he says in that article a number of times, we know the market, we're listening to you guys.
Yeah.
So how can you say that and then simultaneously say, well, we were.
Well, he also
surprised.
says that about when the guy in the article says, what about people who have spent, he actually says, people who like me who have spent $1,000 on classic games on Wii and Wii U.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. Is all
Wait, what?
What the hell are you talking about?
Classic
That's a
games.
lot of money, and there's no real useful answer to that. And as if he doesn't know that people have spent this much money.
Yeah.
either.
Yeah.
Well, I think
the same thing. He just doesn't have a clue what people are doing.
Well, I think his point was that they did not feel as if the hardcore fan who has bought the games on the Wii U, 3DS already would not be interested in this. They would look at this thing and they would say, that is for casual gamers. It only has 30 games on it. You can't expand it. You can't do anything more with this.
Yeah.
And the hardcore gamer would not be interested in that. And they thought that it would be on the shelf for the casuals who, might have, bought a Wii and haven't bought a Wii U.
Yeah.
Or haven't even played games in 30 years and saw this and said, oh, I remember that system. I'm going to pick that up. And I think that was his point. They weren't expecting the core base to go nuts for this.
See, so he's saying the opposite. He said, we thought, honestly, that the key consumer would be between 30 and 40 years old with kids who had stepped away from gaming. Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
You stepped away from gaming for a period of time.
Yeah.
That sounds like that's the majority, though. The majority isn't collectors here. The majority is the average person, which they already planned on. I don't think just collectors coming in here could have made this many shortages.
No, it's not just collectors though, but Nintendo fans in general, like people who like Nintendo stuff. And I
The
think
craziest fans of all.
I think they
But those people are always going to buy everything they make.
True.
I'm sorry I keep it.
Except for the Wii U.
true. But yeah, I think they.
But people did buy
Where's
the
that
Wii
rim
U.
shot?
They just got mad.
Hold on.
Yeah. There you go.
It's funnier because of the delay.
Well.
Yeah, I don't know. My point was with them holding off on selling it or getting more prepared is to have more time, because if they wanted to keep this thing in Japan, they wanted to manufacture this stuff in Japan, they know their limits. They know how many, they can't crank it out as fast. That's the other thing too with China. It's not just the cheapness, it's how fast you can make these things. That's why
I'm assuming that's because of the number of people on the floor, right? They can get more people on the floor at less money.
That's why Apple can crank these things out, these phones out every year. Is because labor's cheap. It's cheap. If you want to put more people on the floor, it's a lot easier to do. So give yourself more time and plan this stuff out a little better to have more in stock and ready to be sold. And I think that's where Nintendo screwed up, because they looked at the calendar year, they looked at Christmas, they said we don't really have that much. Let's do this, and they probably started too late, and that's why there isn't enough out there.
I agree with that.
That's my theory anyway.
Yeah, I think that's likely that this a year prior to, so it was launched in 2016. This is probably an idea that came about sometime in 2015. They needed something quick and cheap. They got the manufacturing line set up, and they wanted to get it out by Christmas. And I will defend Nintendo's, I guess I will defend Nintendo's position on not warehousing these things. Holding a lot of stock in warehouse is not something that the Japanese typically do, I don't think.
Yeah.
And so I will claim that what they did was they manufactured them, got them out the door, launched the thing. And if you wanted them to wait and hold it off, I guess my position is simply, well, we're almost in that position anyway, because I don't have one. It's, 4 months later, 3 months later. If they didn't launch for another 6 months, my position hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is that there are people out there who have one now. I don't see it as a big deal that they have one and I don't. If they had waited to launch for another 6 months, I'd still be in the same boat I'm in now. I don't have one.
So the counter to that is they could have at least set expectations on how many they'd have at each store, and they didn't do that either.
That's fair.
They did do that with the Switch so far, but they did not do it with the NES Classic.
Yeah, there were no pre-orders.
Like
why?
Falsifying hype or literally caught off guard on how many people want it.
Well, how much hype did Nintendo do to hype this thing up?
That's on my list here. That you can't see my secret list because I'm pretty sure they did a lot of like strange promoting for. Like, wasn't it on the Ellen Show or like late night talk shows and all these weird?
The Mini?
Not the Mini, no. I don't
remember Nintendo hyping it at all.
This is what I remember. The thing was announced,
or like the morning show, all these random locations.
The Mini was announced
to appeal to the casuals.
I remember people who I know on Facebook and tweeting or posting about this thing who have zero interest in video games.
Yeah.
And I think that was the casual market that they were in. Like, they were like, oh, look, Nintendo's bringing back the console that I remember when I was a kid. And I think that's where it was really just word of mouth and everything. I don't remember Nintendo really plugging it that much other than a couple of trailers. And of course there was the YouTubers out there that they sent the thing to that were crapping on the Wii U emulation and how terrible
oh my god, that's ridiculous.
How terrible the virtual console is on the Wii U. You got to get this classic. It's so much better. That pisses me off. That kind of marketing. It's like you guys can fix it. You can fix it. If you think the Wii U VC looks like crap, you're the one that can fix it.
Yeah, no kidding. I never had any issues with it that I don't remember. Like, I played it some on the Wii U, some on the 3DS. I thought it was fine.
It was just their comparison and the way to entice you to buy the classic. It is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It was just that was their gimmick, if you will. That was their scheme, their shtick.
We can lawyer it though. Like, if they claim they didn't have any idea that it would be so popular, then why not do pre-orders? That's the perfect way to find out exactly how many. Just start those pre-orders months before they even started production.
Yeah, again, that's not the kind of company to leave things on shelves, so it's not like they expected these just sit on shelves for the next year and not be very popular.
You mean like $5 Animal Crossing amiibos? That was the exact moment when amiibos stopped becoming the cool thing. And Nintendo could feel it, and we have to pay for it as a result. Oh, you don't like the amiibos anymore, do you? Well, I guess you won't like this your fancy tiny NES either.
It's an interesting thing just to see, like, why this keeps happening to Nintendo. Like, I had zero interest in the classic at all. I thought it was overpriced even at $60 personally.
Yeah.
When there's way better options out there. I mean, the thing was, I figured it out in Ontario with the price conversion, and if you wanted that extra controller, it was going to cost over $90 for the thing. Yeah. Like, for 30 games, old games that I have elsewhere already, no thank you.
But it's physical. It's a cool physical thing. That's what people love to complain about. Is they hate digital, but they love physical.
How is it physical? It's a box with 30 ROMs on it, because that's all they are.
It's in the shape of a tiny Nintendo. What more could you want?
That still blows my mind how that is physical.
I agree. It's not physical. The games themselves are digital. Yeah.
It's the true evolution of both physical and digital.
See, that's the thing we got to stop doing. We got to stop calling them games, because when we call them games, that lets Nintendo let you believe that it's actually worth something.
Okay,
we got to start referring to these things as ROMs.
We can start calling them software. The software
Yeah, no, just they're ROMs. They're the dirty things that you get on your PC for
But by that
free.
argument,
That's
you
all
can
they
say
yeah,
are.
ROMs
Steam
are
is
free,
dirty
that's the
ROMs
difference.
too.
Well, I just want to stick it to Nintendo. I don't care.
Oh,
about
don't worry.
Steam. Steam is good. Steam delivers games at a decent price. I mean, when you could get friggin' Mad
Not
Max
always,
that came
but
out
most of the
2
time,
years
I
ago for
agree.
$5
Yeah.
versus
My Steam library agrees with
$11
you.
for a Super
Yeah.
Nintendo game.
Compare a Steam library to a Wii U library.
Exactly.
Of course, you get what, like 16 gigs on that thing? Ridiculous. Hey, here's that fatal framing kids wanted. Oh, I'm sorry. The system shifted with the hard drive. Too small to even support this game that you can't get in any other form. Oh, lordy. I agree with the earlier statement that Nintendo is for Japan. It's the FUBU of video game companies. It's by Japan, for Japan. It's always been that way.
There's nothing wrong with that. I think
No,
that's very
I agree.
admirable, but I think if you're going to do that, you need to plan a little better. And if
I
their
think
only hang up is
everything went
storage,
as they plan.
then they got to work that out, because at the end of the day, the consumer is paying for their stubbornness. You know,
You don't last
So
for 100+
Yeah.
years by not planning. I think that everything happened exactly as they wanted it to.
so you
That's
think
the
they-
problem, is that they wanted it to be low stock. Even in Japan, the Famicom Mini is also being purchased up and resold at higher than its value, and that's right there. It's like, yeah, they could have made more, but they didn't, and I wonder why.
I also wonder why they wouldn't have just priced it a little higher then, if they thought or suspected it would be on the aftermarket resold higher.
That's
if you
a
just
very
priced
good
it a little
question.
bit higher, you get a little bit more profit, and you stop some of the resellers or
Yeah.
wean out the target audience even.
Versus the price, like, oh man, that's an affordable little doodad, and I really want that as a result. I have a theory, and I've said before on Twitter, that maybe Nintendo themselves are some of the resellers. They just call themselves Elite Sniper Headshots 420 XXX on eBay, but it's
I
still
don't think they're that clever. I really don't.
That would really be something. I don't know.
Mhm.
That's
Well,
an interesting theory.
that is
Conspiracy.
interesting.
That'll
though,
be
like,
a legal issue.
why wouldn't
That's
they
a
just
movie
price-
to come out like 20 years later once we uncovered here on the CAPMAX HYPECAST episode 21.
What's that, Kevin? What were you saying?
What was I saying?
Why
It
didn't
is
they price
interesting
it?
though. Like, why wouldn't they just, like, if they were that evil, why wouldn't they just price it
Not-
more and make more money? And
Cunning. It's a business.
cunning,
They
clever.
want to come off as the good guy.
It's
They want to come off
just
as a good guy and
business.
secretly be a bad guy.
Mhm.
I don't know. That all sounds a little too much. That's too much craziness for me.
I mean, you just
to
got
me-
that's like, if the demand is there, and we all knew it was right from when it was announced. Just like, why would they turn down all that extra money?
Yeah.
I don't know.
curious.
I'm not much of a conspiracy guy. To me, it's always the simplest answer is probably
Cartridge
the
Bros
answer.
in the chat loves your theory, by the way, Stephen.
Excellent. Well, it's like with Trump becoming president, he's a businessman, and now there's a businessman running the country. Of course, he's gonna lean things towards the businesses he runs and the things that his friends run and what they own, which is really concerning. This whole business about them like shushing climate change and all that. Like, what are you gonna do? I don't care how rich you are, unless Earth 2.2 actually exists, and they're gonna fly away once they've taken all of the money. It's like, what are you going to do? You're going to have your billionaire kids who are like, hey, let's go scuba diving. Oh, we can't because we destroyed the ocean. Fuck.
They have pools
Now
for that.
what? Still,
Yeah.
it's kind of surprising that food like fish, like we're still eating fish from the ocean. Isn't the ocean like full of acid and jellyfish now? Isn't that how that went?
And plastics.
Wow,
Yeah.
we are going down some conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
Man, the Hypecast
Yeah,
is
I
not
don't know.
afraid to
Spiral.
peel back the layers and dust as they do it. There's so much dust. Anyways, it's also interesting to note that just this time of year is just really quiet for retail. Over on the Toycast, we have this segment called The Struggle, where we discuss how we can't find things that we know exist. And I think it might also maybe just be the time of year. Like, I don't think we'll see the proper quote unquote amount of Nintendo mini classics for a few more months at least. Maybe by
2 years.
summertime. Because all we want, just as consumers, people who have money that want to spend on this stuff, is just to be able to go to Toys R Us, EB Games, not HMV Canada because they're getting shut down. That's a different story for another time. But you just, there it is, Nintendo Mini, yoink, purchase, done. Play it a bit, have it on your shelf, good, done deal. But instead, we have
See,
to go
now-
through this whole debacle of things
See, now
that we
I-
can't find.
I think that what this does, that the situation that they put themselves in before Christmas time, is that it gives something like the NES Mini legs. It will sell better over time because people who would not normally buy the thing, might see this thing if they say they resupply the stock in July, and you see it in the store in July, and I let's say I'm a person that wouldn't normally buy it, but now I see it and it's $60. And I say to myself, hey, isn't that the thing that everybody was going crazy for back before Christmas? And here it is. I could just buy one right now, no problem. And you get way more sales over time through that.
Yeah, I think that does happen. I wonder, I don't know the degree. How many extras, I mean, what percentage-wise do you think that improves their sales? Because what you've done is they've pissed off a bunch of people. They haven't produced a lot of stuff, all to get this guy to come in 6 months later and say.
Do you think they've pissed off people to the point where they won't buy it, though?
I don't know. That's the thing. Nintendo.
I don't think that's happened.
Not when Nintendo is in a unique position where they're one of the few companies I think that can piss off their fans, and their fans will still come back and buy the stuff.
Yeah, they'll come groveling back.
And they know it, right? They know
with
it.
Money in hand.
Yeah.
It's like
I wonder
Negan
though
from
about
The Walking
Kevin's
Dead.
effect. How much of an effect that is? I think it does occur.
I think it has been effective for them in the past with the Mario and Zelda. I mean, they've been like, if you look, you can find YouTube videos of news reports of this happening to them since the 80s.
Yeah.
Mario.
Someone shared the N64 video
with the Genesis and Super
shortages
Nintendo.
on this.
Exactly, and it's worked for them in the past.
To make people who wouldn't buy it otherwise say, "Hey, this thing was rare. I remember hearing about it on this news. I'm going to buy it now."
Not only that, but just put the bug in your ear that it's something that it's sought after. And
mainstream media, people, like normal news at night, doing a segment on the N64 being hard to find before it even comes out.
Exactly. You put a commercial on during the news, so many people are going to ignore it. You put a news story on there during the news about how hard this thing is to find, how people are fighting for it. It must be good. People are trying to. It's nothing but good press for them. I mean, it pisses off your hardcore fans, but like you said,
they forgive Nintendo.
Yeah, they're just like, well, we love the game so much.
Yeah, they love that taste of Nintendo cock in their mouth. They don't care.
Good Lord.
Wow.
I was just writing it down. Nintendo is basically Negan from The Walking Dead. That part when he just waltzes through their camp and takes their mattresses, and he goes to Rick and goes, "I just slid my dick down your throat. And you stood there and took it." That's basically Nintendo to the fan base, and not just the fan base, but
should I make it?
And you people like it deep down. You dirty, dirty girl.
Stop buying their shit.
That's the thing. Like,
good call.
That's like, I don't know. I'm just so tired of hearing about video games and Nintendo and all these. When's the good news coming back? We're gonna get to the Switch in a moment.
Yeah.
And where there's more to get said about. I mean, there's good news. Like, it's like, I want one, but I don't want to pay $90+ for one fucking controller.
No.
Anyways, I think we're about ready to jump to that. Do we have any further thoughts on NES Mini?
No.
Demographic quote.
Let's do the swap.
Year for retail is quiet. All right. Yeah, well, let's jump over to the Nintendo swap. Recently announced back when episode 20, that half a year period between episode 20 and 21 of CAPMAX HYPECAST, when it was still called the Nintendo NX, we really didn't know much about it. We know more now. It's like the weird tablet thing. It looks kind of like a Vita, or kind of like the gamepad, but now you take the controllers off, and now it's kind of like a Game Boy tablet thing. It's kind of what we kind of wanted from the Wii U all along. And of course, it is the next shiny thing everyone is looking forward to. But first question is, will people be able to get it?
I already read in the document. No.
Oh, really?
You already hear about the pre-orders.
So tell me about that, because people have pre-ordered it, right? And there's supposed to be 2 million of these things. So I think the short answer is 2 million people will get one.
Yeah.
But the pre-orders, I keep seeing them coming back in stock. Pre-orders keep coming back. So is it really? I don't know. My impression is, if I wanted to, if I could wait, I bet I could get a pre-order. So
what I heard is what's happening with the pre-order, and I don't know if it's a fact, but what I heard is happening is that a lot of the pre-orders were picked up by scalpers. They posted it on eBay for, their
Yeah.
$700 or
Those are
whatever outrageous
hilarious.
price that they're selling, and it's not moving. It's not even getting any looks or anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so now they're going back to EB Games or whatever and canceling the pre-order. So then that means another one is available for somebody else.
But it still suggests. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
It still suggests that they'll be available. I understand. I'm thinking that it means that the companies are artificially adding more pre-orders, even if there aren't pre-orders, or they can't guarantee the consoles will actually be there. Like, do companies say, "Okay, Nintendo, how many are we getting?" And then they allocate that between all their, Walmarts, and then say each store gets this many, and you guys can sell that many pre-orders? Or do they just say, generally we get this many, let's just divide up that by the number of stores, or taking an arbitrary number for that matter? I remember listening to the Console Wars book. I listened to it on an audiobook, and they said basically Nintendo would commit to having a certain number of consoles and then give them half or a third of that.
My understanding is that Nintendo still does everything old school. They don't like Square Enix or Ubisoft or whatever would have a deal with EB Games. They would ship EB Games, just like the warehouse or whatever, give them whatever games, they get a discount on the games, and then EB Games would ship it out how they distribute it, how they feel, to all of their stores. Whereas Nintendo curates, and I don't know if you guys have Purelator in the States, but ships FedEx, whatever, to each store individually based on their own market research.
Agreed.
So if they feel that like there is more need for the Switch in New York, they will send more Switches to New York.
It's arbitrary. No one knows how many they're getting until they show up. Nobody knows if they're getting any at all. If you piss off Nintendo, you may not get any at all, is what happened in the book. That was
the old school Nintendo, yeah.
And each store individually finds out directly from Nintendo how many they're getting. Like the word from Nintendo is 5 units or whatever.
And that's only after they actually get there, not prior.
Right.
So the thing comes out in a little over a month. Has anybody heard of any, and it's a little early to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Has anybody heard of pre-orders getting canceled yet?
I don't think so.
Okay. It's probably a little bit early, but if what you're saying is true, if these retailers are speculating on what they're going to have, then what we should expect to see are two things happen. One, either pre-orders that get canceled if it's been agreed upon, and I remember the days where this wasn't true, but if it's agreed upon that a pre-order guarantees you one on the first day, you'll either see them getting canceled, or you're going to see pre-orders not getting met until weeks
That's what I was
or
thinking
months
too.
following.
They just won't get fulfilled.
They won't get fulfilled, and that used to be the case.
Away.
You'd pre-order, and you might get one a couple of weeks later as the stock came in.
Yep.
I don't know if people do that anymore. I never pre-order, so I have no idea.
Me neither. I don't buy anything new.
And EB Games, at least in Canada, demands $50 cash down for a pre-order. It's not just a piece of paper and maybe $5.
Yeah. Rocket Sauce pre-ordered. He said he had to pay 50. I think 50 was the number in the States too. So at GameStop. So I don't know. I guess my impression is, based on just what I'm sort of hearing on Twitter or whatever, that with pre-orders coming available still every now and then, I guess I'm kind of expecting that most of the people who want one, of course, I thought this about the Mini too, only to be shocked to find out that the thing was woefully understocked. Most of the people who want one are going to be able to get one around launch.
Well, I think the difference between the Mini and this is price. I mean, the Mini was $60.
Yeah,
it's almost what do they call it? Impulse purchase at that price.
Yeah, right.
Let's go pick it up. $400. Well, $300 in the States, but it's $400 here. You're gonna have to think about buying one of those before plopping down the money for it.
Yeah, but it's also a new Nintendo system, right? I mean, whereas the NES Mini is so. I'll claim, yes, you're absolutely right. The price certainly will literally price people out of the market of buying it. But then there's the people who want the newest Nintendo thing. So I'm curious to watch. I don't really know. 2 million units seems like a good
about the pre-order and stock thing. Cartridge Bros chimed in and said EB waits for a specific number that they're receiving before opening up any pre-orders. I asked, does that number come from Nintendo or headquarters? He says it comes from EB headquarters after Nintendo tells them how many they're going to get. And then headquarters will divide it up.
Yeah, headquarters, like for each local, like, you know, the Toronto market, the
Regional?
Halifax market, whatever. Yeah, regional market, yeah.
Okay.
But it still comes down from Nintendo as how much each one is going to get.
But at least that means they get a number as opposed to them making up an arbitrary number.
Well, but they're not. That's not guaranteed though that they're actually going to get that.
True.
Like,
Yes.
I have heard from, you know, Target employees, you know, just stories and that from down the States where they're, you know, they're told that they're going to get 3 and they get 1. You know,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of factors, right? A production run could be faulty, or, you know, a truck could crash and they could lose, you know, 1,000 units. So there's a number of reasons why they wouldn't necessarily get the numbers, but the primary one is probably these are estimates.
The thing that can go either way though is like, you know, the Wii was hard to get for the longest time, but the Wii U, I mean, I don't think people had problems getting the Wii U. They had problems getting the black one because that was the one that was more sought after, the 32 gig one. But that white one was like, I mean, you'd walk into a EB Games, you'd trip over one before walking over to the PS3 games or something. You know? Nobody wanted those things. They're made of dirt.
So what do you is that where we're at with the Switch, or are we with the Wii type situation?
Yeah, that's a question. And well, if that
so
It always goes back and forth.
I argue nobody wants it, but no one seems to agree with me. That's my point of view. Is I would never buy it, especially at this price and with no pack in.
Right. Okay. Yeah, at this price, but
Switch.
I mean,
Switch.
let's say in a year's time, let's say they do like they did with the 3DS. You got a couple of games now. There's a price drop. You got a pack-in game. Would you pick it up then?
I picked up a 3DS. What year did it get released? Damn, I don't think I was tracking dates at that time. It's going up on Kijiji or on Facebook sometime last year anyways when I bought a 3DS. So that gives you an idea of how long I wait to buy one.
So
Yeah, yeah.
3 or 4 years.
And then Wii U,
Incredible
I just
system.
picked up one this past year, and I picked that up on where the hell am I? That's the wrong thing. Sorry, right here.
No editing.
Picked it up on in
It's the
November.
free service we provide.
So that's a 4-year delay because
October.
that launched in
I
2012.
picked it up in October.
But
2016.
Derek, you're not the norm.
I
like
agree.
that. But I was just wondering, like when you said you would never pick it up, if you meant that you didn't like the product that much. That you would
We
never
didn't have all this drama
pick
to
it up.
discuss. I mean,
It's
it
all
still
about
looks
cost,
super
yeah.
cool. I mean, I still want one. I don't want to pay
it
those
sounds
prices.
neat,
Though.
but I can't see how the hard drive space on it is not going to be an issue
It
Okay,
just
well,
takes
there's like
for updates and for downloadable.
yeah, I well, it comes with 32 gigs, right?
Yeah. So you pop it
Which
in
is not a
SD
lot.
card.
That's cute.
Which is not a lot.
No,
You can
that was
expand-
their high end on the last generation.
Yeah.
And now there's going to be no other options unless they're planning on releasing a 64 and 128 gig. I mean, my phone is a freaking 32 gig, and that was the
Mhm.
low end.
Mm-hmm. I hear
Maybe
it
they
supports
will,
up to 2 terabyte cards now.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
did hear
you
that
just
as
put
well.
that in the middle.
But those cards aren't cheap.
No, and see,
Well,
like
they're better than Vita
That's-
cards,
It costs as much as a freaking console.
does it? Well, it supports
2
up to-
terabyte
Like
one
120
is
bucks.
yeah, 2 terabyte one isn't even on the market
Yeah.
yet, but it's in the future it could support
Yeah.
2 terabytes. But the thing is like I see a lot of people are saying, well, you can get like a 64 gig or 100. I think they're really cheap in the States. You can get like a 100 gig one for $20. But what people aren't thinking of is the speed of these SD cards that you're buying. If you're going to get, if you're going to spend $100, or
Did you watch that Total Biscuit video or not?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
I sent you the link. So he talked about that a lot.
right. When he was saying like some of your slower SD cards are slower than a 7200 RPM
Yeah.
hard drive.
Yep.
And you're going to have you're not going to have a very good experience. You're going to have a lot of space, but you're going to have a lot long load times on this thing.
Yeah.
So
he was saying
I think-
reads are decently quick, but writes are really slow. And there's a lot of writing done when a game is loading for some reason. He couldn't
So
explain why, but based on
Yeah.
research he could find on
I
his
think we're-
second video about it.
we're kind of jumping all over the place, but I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
talk. I just want to talk about the price of the system itself.
Yep.
So the price is it's $300 in the States.
US.
It's $400 here in Canada.
Yep.
That base price is kind of okay, but then you start looking at how Nintendo has actually hidden a lot of the costs all over the place. The card is one thing. We keep mentioning this $90 Pro controller.
Yep.
Ideally, that is what you'll want to use for us, for our generation. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what we want to play this
Well,
on. It's
we're
just a
also-
normal controller.
We're also considered hardcore gamers compared to most,
Yeah.
or at least collectors, if nothing else.
Hardcore as
so-
fuck.
That controller is $90 here in Canada.
Yeah.
Before tax.
Yeah,
That
right.
price is hardcore.
Hidden cost. Yep.
Then the price
the
of their
real hardcore.
games are hardcore as well.
Yep.
$80 for the 1-2 Switch, which looks like
Oh, gross.
should be a packing
Yes.
game. I mean, that should be
Yeah.
it.
Gross.
Is the,
That really-
Doing free for everyone.
yeah, exactly. It is the demo for the system.
Yeah.
You know,
It does look like a
everything
neat
out.
party game. Like if you had a bunch of people over who are non-gamers, for example, it looks
Yeah.
like a neat game to get those people playing games.
It's not something that you would spend more than 10 minutes.
You ever get
with.
invited to those parties? The Nintendo Switch parties.
So like
It'll
I
happen
looked
on rooftops.
Yeah.
I looked at, like, I added everything up. Like, if I wanted this system with the Pro controller, with Zelda, add in your tax. I haven't even bought an SD card for it yet. $644.07
Jesus.
for this thing to play one game.
And compare that to another console. The consoles that
Yeah.
are objectively or factually more powerful
Yeah.
in terms
It's
of
not even a
graphic
question of power, though.
capability.
It's the games and
I know, yeah.
Mario and Zelda.
Kind of
Hey.
Nintendo paywall, basically, of Nintendo games. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, see, I think with the launch, people got a little too obsessed with the number of games. You know, the people who are all in and want to buy
Yeah.
this thing are pointing out, well, look at, the Nintendo 64 only launched with 2 games. It's not like as if the launch of really any console has been that great. I mean, the Xbox One was pretty abysmal at the start. PS4, I mean, they weren't great launches. There wasn't really any console that had a great launch. Fair point. And then the people who don't really want this thing are being more a little reserved about whether or not they're going to jump on this thing, or saying, well, there just isn't enough games.
It's a
And
deciding factor, I think.
yeah, but see, I for me, it is not the number of games; it is the kind of games that they launched with. If this thing launched, say this thing launched with only 4 games, and even 3 of them are games that I didn't care about, but were established Nintendo franchises, or even something maybe a little new that weren't for me, but would show me that Nintendo is invested in making this Switch a platform for
To
what
Switch
they
to.
do well. Switch to Switch 2, yes. No, but like
Yep.
what Nintendo does well is what your Mario games, your Zelda games, Splatoon, even
Even
they
Kirby.
really embrace
And
Kirby,
Yoshi.
but they also embrace the online stuff, with Splatoon and
Yeah.
Smash Bros and stuff like that. They really do that well, and you want
They don't do
them-
online well, but I know what you mean. The game
Well-
quality is good, yes.
Exactly. And you want to see them take the next step, with stuff with online, and embrace that more to make make those online experiences more robust.
Uncap the downloads, for example, yeah.
And that's the kind of thing, though. That's the kind of thing that you want to see Nintendo take the next step towards. Not going back to trying to win over the casual crowd that they once had with the Wii and then eventually lost.
Yeah.
And that's where the stuff like ARMS and 1-2 Switch come in. It's those kind of games that show me that, once again, Nintendo is trying to go down too many roads. They're trying to please the casual crowd.
I
They're
can see
trying
that,
to
yeah.
please the hardcore crowd with the Zelda game. They're trying to please, you can play this on the go. You can play this on your TV. And
Yeah.
when you go down all those roads, you never get to the end. You never get to
I was
end
going to
of
say,
any of
when you split your focus that many ways, all of them aren't as good.
and that's my problem with the Switch right now, is it's a console that lacks focus.
And that's an argument I
And-
hadn't heard people say, but I thought myself as well.
And if Nintendo continues down this road with the Switch, I don't think the Switch will be successful. If they don't focus on what they do well and deliver that experience well, and they have to put those kind of games out on a consistent basis. Like, even if once a month you got a solid Nintendo title, either from Nintendo or a third party, in a year's time, when you look back at the Switch, you'll have 12 games, 12 solid games, and maybe
plus the
maybe
okay
only
ones.
But maybe only 5 to 8 of them will speak to you. Maybe you're not interested in Splatoon or Smash Bros, but you got 5 solid ones. There's the moment where you say, well, now it's got 5 to 8 games that I really want, and now I'll spend the money on it. Now I'll get it because it has exclusive titles that I want.
I've come up with so many thoughts as you've been talking, and I forget them all.
You should write them down. I got a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's what I should have done.
As I'm just dusting my Wii U here.
I'm sorry, but like I said, I haven't podcasted in a while, and all this stuff has just been building.
No, I agree. I have the exact same thoughts.
I feel you, bro.
I should have wrote it all down, all my ideas there, my thoughts that I wanted to get out, and that kind of ties into it or relates to what I was saying or what I was thinking.
Oh,
I was thinking that
there's always next time.
It almost seems to me like people they're saying that the Zelda Breath of the Wild has been done for a while on Wii U and Switch as well, and they're holding it back so they can do this release, right? So then it makes me wonder if the console itself was rushed to get that game out sooner, which would explain or possibly help explain a March release as well, rather than waiting till closer to Christmas time.
Well, they haven't done much with Wii U for a while, so I think they've had time.
That's true too, and that could be similar to what we were saying with the Classic, just to get some money rolling in. But then the launch title lineup kind of seems to agree with that, in that there aren't that many games. And even statistically, I think you had pointed out, I thought, Kevin, that article that guy had written talking about the launch titles. No, it was Eric. The launch titles were, there were, as many as other consoles when they launched, but that was factually wrong. You said 80% weren't cross-platform, I think, Kevin. I think you had said that. When the guy said 80%,
somebody said it was a thing that Sean had posted where they said 90% of the games on the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 were available on the previous generation.
That's what it was, previous generation.
Yeah, and that's just factually wrong. That is not right at all.
He's not in the chat, by the way, so feel free to.
No, it wasn't him. It was the article he referenced. But yeah,
right. There were games that were available on both systems, but there were more than 90% was exclusive to this current generation of.
So let's say that the number of games, isn't so bad. The other problem, I think, was the way that the presentation was done. That presentation was supposed to let everybody know what they've been keeping secret for so long, and I think it didn't explain enough which games were coming out at launch and which ones were later. And it didn't cover every game coming out at launch, which is what most people that are considering buying it or trying to justify buying it wanted to know.
Yeah, most people don't need a justification, it seems.
Yeah, that's the other thing. But
I'm not so worked up about the presentation. I mean, it was what it was. And I
just think it was a mistake to do it the way they did it. And not have, let's say, Reggie do a North American follow-up the next day. Or
that poor translator. He couldn't hear half of what the Japanese guys were saying. Why didn't he have the script?
The guy may have gone off script, is what I heard.
That was awesome.
People said that guy's notorious for going off script or something like that. I don't know. It's hard to say.
I like honestly, the guy who did the Splatoon 2. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't care how they polish the turd. You know what I mean?
I just think they didn't get out all the information they had.
Thank you.
They had more that some people wanted to know. Like Bomberman was touched, but not much. Street Fighter was touched, but not much. I mean, they're not flagship games.
There were lots of games they just didn't.
But there were a lot they just didn't talk about, and they could have, and that could have helped some of the naysayers or doubters or people who wanted to love it, right?
Even at the very end, they could have just shown off a bunch of little trailers.
Like we did a hangout on Musty's channel to watch it live, and we all talked while doing it. I don't know if you guys saw that was happening or not, but we all stayed up till we stayed up for over an hour afterward researching what information they didn't talk about but was on their website.
That was poorly done. Yeah. I do agree with you. I get that. Yeah.
All right. Well,
but like I said, I think if they would have announced, let's just say the 4 games. Let's say they only announced 4 games, and the 4 games were Zelda, Mario. This is all coming out March 3rd. Mario, let's say Pikmin and Splatoon. even though you might not be interested in two of those would be solid. And I think that would show you that Nintendo is focused on delivering those kind of games. And I think
for you, it's
any of
about
this
being
stuff,
a commitment to the console, right? That's what you're
Right.
thinking.
right?
Because you want to see that they're not going to do another Wii U.
Exactly.
Oh,
And
poor
any of
Wii
this
U.
stuff,
I like Wii U.
the Wii U is fine, but the problem with the Wii U is that Nintendo was trying to support it on their own. There was no other developer making games for it other than
Because it was
Ubisoft or
underpowered, and the tablet controller was required, so that required a whole nother way of developing a game. And also, someone said that there was another code, like a different way of developing, different tools that no one else used. Right? It wasn't easy to port.
Yeah, again, I personally think that
Wasn't
it's
worth the effort.
a little bit overstated. I think it does come with the ports, but you look at the 3DS, which is a completely unique system. It's not easy to port things over to the 3DS, but developers and publishers do it because the install base is there.
Yeah.
And that's what Nintendo has to work on, is getting the install base. Because once you have the install base, that's where it's like, it was a lot of work for, say, Activision to dumb down their games, like their Call of Duty games, to the point where they could run on the Wii. But they did it because they were
Install
going to
base
sell
was
a
there,
hell of a lot of titles on the Wii for the Wii. Whereas the Wii U, it just was never there. And it was never there because Nintendo was not focused on the Wii U. They were doing this stupid mobile crap. They were releasing games on the 3DS. They were not focused on the Wii U and releasing games on the Wii U on a consistent basis. Because once you do that, you got more games there for people to buy, your install base grows, and then that's where you get the games. It's exactly what happened with the 3DS. So 3DS had a year and a half at the start that was abysmal.
Yeah.
It was
a price cut supposedly
Ambassador
help
program.
They cut the price. They released the Zelda remake, the Ocarina of Time remake, and Mario 3D Land.
Crap, you know that? I really hate the remake crap.
Hey, look,
It was a good remake.
It's sold.
The remakes are good in terms of quality. I hear good things all the time, but I don't like that being a justification for buying a console. You know what I mean?
Any
I guess
reason
it's been
to
a
not
long
hook up my
time.
Nintendo 64 ever
okay.
again?
Regardless how
it's
you
been a long
feel
time.
about the games, the point is that they released 3 quality titles all before that Christmas. It was that Zelda game, Mario 3D Land, and Mario Kart. They all came out around that time.
That's a good lineup.
Cut the price of the system, and
Which
that's
did it
when it
more?
started selling.
What do you
That's
think
what
did it
3DS
more?
started
The
selling.
price cut or the games? That
Combination. If they cut the price and it didn't have those 3 games, nobody would buy it.
There was that article that was sent around quite a bit by some Nintendo developer, but turned out to be a person who makes games or is making games for Switch, not someone who works at Nintendo. A lot of people misunderstood it to be someone who works for Nintendo. Anyway, she had said that the console and the accessories have price, some tolerance built in for a price cut to happen soon already. I've heard that a couple times, and the price being higher than expected, or slightly, at least the console a little bit higher, and definitely the accessories being higher, could also agree with that. So maybe that's the strategy they're actually going for, is to have that in their pocket.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think they're going into this thinking, oh, we're going to cut the price eventually at some point. I think that they're going into this thinking that it's going to sell at the price that they have it set for. That's why they set it for that price.
I've heard that
at
the opposite. That's all. Yeah.
I just
two different sources. I remember that one, but I can't remember the other.
Like, why would they just set the price cheaper at the start anyways?
To gouge if it's possible, right? And then if it turns out to fail, they do a 3DS thing and recover because they're Nintendo and they can. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like we're losing Eric. Eric.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you guys. I guess I would opt to say, if we take a lesson learned from the NES Mini, we were just talking about it, maybe they are setting the price a little high to both, you said gouge, I'll say to balance the supply with the demand. I fully expect, and I'm certain, now that I'm saying it, I'm certain to be wrong. I'm expecting that by the time Christmas rolls around, what they will do is they will take that $3.99. Is that the right price? $2.99 in the U.S., $3.99 in Canada?
in the U.S. Yeah.
$2.99. Okay, the $2.99 price in the U.S., $3.99, and they will put a pack in.
Yeah.
They'll put a pack in with it, keep the price the exact same, $2.99. Throw in one of the games, 1, 2, Switch or whatever, as a Christmas bundle, and they can afford to do that. They'll be able to afford to do that because because there is a little bit of leeway in the price, and it'll convince people the holiday season. Those shoppers will be going for it because it's a nice Christmas bundle or a holiday bundle, and the people now in March who are going to buy it, they're going to buy it regardless because they're early adopters, they're first adopters, they're Nintendo fans. So I don't have any trouble believing that if they were to take the lessons that they should have learned from the NES Mini, it's that they should be charging a little bit higher right now, and giving themselves some price leeway in the future to do a pack-in bundle. That would be my impression of what's possibly going on.
Now, do you think the pack-in game will be a physical game or a digital game?
Digital.
Okay, if it is digital, do you guys know that Zelda is rumored to be 16 gigs?
I don't think they'll do a Zelda pack-in. I think they'll do Mario Kart or 1-2 Switch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mario Kart's already,
I don't know.
Mario Kart's a game they've already almost over half developed. They probably had to port it right from the Wii U, considering it's a different platform or whatever the whole crap is. And then they added on some stuff which was already there, and then added on a little bit more.
Yeah,
so
I'm not
a whole lot of investment.
Either of those.
I didn't say you had to be interested, Kevin.
I'm interested. It's got
Nobody's interested in what I'm interested in either.
It's got to be.
I love Mario Kart. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
No,
but I already
love
own
Mario
it. Is the
Kart,
problem?
Yeah, true.
I don't want to buy it again. Okay, but if it is Zelda, it's 16 gigs. The thing comes with 32 gigs. It's half your system taken up with one game.
They'll have a 64 gig model.
Oh, it'll be a 64 gig model?
Why not, right?
Okay. Okay.
It's not
They
much,
might-
but it's something.
They might have to.
Sure.
It costs them almost nothing, I would think. Memory's not that expensive these days. Unless it's super fast.
Yeah,
but
but
the Vita.
Yeah, well, that's because Sony can. Sony's always done that. Memory stick duo, all that crap. They've always been notorious for doing their proprietary, overpriced memory.
It's the universal media drive.
So yeah, I don't know. That's a good point, Kevin. Maybe they'll decide. Derek, Kevin, if it's cheaper to throw a 64 gigabyte embedded chip in there, or just throw a Zelda cartridge that they're already manufacturing. This thing does use cartridges, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
just
little
tiny
chip ones.
They're slightly smaller and thinner than a 3DS cartridge, as far as I've heard.
Oh, jeez. I'm getting too old for these little tiny cartridges, man. I lose them all the time.
Well, if you lose it, you got to buy it again. Perfect.
Yeah, I know. These things are too tiny. How
Put
small?
it back in the case.
Time to
No,
embrace
I
the
know,
digital era. Get that
Yeah,
digital
I'm getting close, Kevin. You're getting me close to embracing some of this digital stuff.
Oh,
But,
dude, just
Yeah, I don't know.
If you think about it, the SD card is a cartridge. I mean,
That's how I think about it.
Yeah, if you want the physical. All right. Well, we should really keep this rolling here because we still have a main topic, quote unquote, to get to. Let's just not worry about all the drama for a moment here and just switch. It's cool. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing it in a store. I want to try it out. There are games, a few games. I do want to try them. That Mario. What do you guys think of that Mario? He's running around in Sonic Adventure World. That's weird, but New Donk City, get hype.
I think it looks neat. The hat mechanic looks cool. Personally, I don't like how the hat has eyes. They could have just done it as a, something you use, not another character. But because they're Nintendo, they have to be a little bit weird. Maybe it's Japanese. I can see it.
They always do that. It's like every Paper Mario game. He's always got some goofy little new creature here. He has a paint pocket with eyes. You'll see him one time.
Like Microsoft Clippy.
Yes, exactly.
What do you guys think of the like the Switch mechanic, like it going from a handheld to
it's super cute.
Talking.
Classic Nintendo.
I think it's what the Wii U should have done, but the power was in the unit, not in the hand, tablet.
The one thing I do like about it is I think at some point when they upgrade to the Switch 1.5 or whatever, 2.0 or whatever, that you'll only need to upgrade the tablet itself and all.
I don't believe that'll be the case.
You don't think so?
I don't believe Nintendo will do that.
That would be awesome, but
When have they done that before?
Well, they just sell it all separately.
Yeah,
the AC adapter.
Well, I mean, they were good about
Sneaky.
like all your Wii stuff was backwards compatible with the Wii U. Like you didn't have to buy all the accessories for the Wii U.
know, but I think if they were going to do that, they would have made this backward compatible with 3DS games.
You still can't buy.
I think they're putting the past behind them from now on,
Or
and they
buy
don't want to
one
do
game.
backward compatibility because it's a pain in the ass. They'll just
Right,
do
but-
Virtual Console.
Right. Okay, but going forward, I mean, the
And sell
Switch
games again.
the Switch 2.0 is still forward, right?
Yeah, but they're gonna call it something else because they're Nintendo, and they're gonna have a new gimmick because they're Nintendo, and it's gonna have some new way to get the casual gamers in.
Oh man,
because
that's
they're
going
Nintendo.
into the future now.
But I'm not talking like the next console. I'm talking like their version of the Pro, of the PlayStation Pro or the Scorpion.
God.
I don't
Like
think
you don't think
they'll
they'll go down that road? They'll take.
I don't think that they have the research and development on the console hardware to do that. I think they'll commit full on in now. They're already looking into what the next new system is.
When
and
they add
working on
VR to it, you mean? Switch VR.
Yes, they could do VR, but there was I read an interview about that too, and they didn't seem too keen on it. I mean, they sound like, yeah, we're interested in that, but it sounded more like a hedge our bets, just not say we're not, just in case.
I'm not too keen on paying for online, so what can you say?
Yeah, me neither. That's a
Well-
whole nother freaking topic.
Yeah, no, we could easily take many more
Before we
hours.
move on
rolling
from the
through this.
Switch, I just want to give one prediction.
Okay.
Before this, if the Switch is successful,
Mhm.
and by successful I mean let's say it sells around 20 million units within the
Good.
next 4 years, Nintendo will release a game
Mhm.
that requires you to keep the tablet in the dock all the time.
Interesting.
You will not be able to play it on the go. I guarantee you, Nintendo will do that. That's my
interesting.
prediction.
Each game is going to be unique for that regard, though. Like they mentioned that the battery life changes depending on the game you're playing.
Yeah, that's why I think he's right.
Each
Because
game
I
I
think
is
think
they'll
going
push
to
a
be.
game out. They'll be like, this game is too resource intensive for you to
Yeah.
remove it from the dock. It
If
needs
you
to stay
remove
on
it from the dock, it'll zap the battery in 30 minutes, and you have to keep it there at all times. Or
And they'll do an
they-
Apple thing where they just limit you rather than letting you take the consequences.
or they were not able to downgrade the game enough to play on 720p versus
Which
1080p
is
on
bullshit.
the screen.
Yeah.
There'll be something, I guarantee you.
Okay, I want to make a
Because-
similar prediction.
All right.
because
I want
if you
to
think
make a
about
prediction. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
it, I just want to say, if you think about it, if I told you that when the Wii U launched, if the next Donkey Kong game would not use the second screen, you would have said, "Well, you're crazy." If I would have told you at the launch of the 3DS that Nintendo will be releasing a 3DS that doesn't have any 3D, you would have said, "I'm crazy." So call me crazy right now, but I guarantee you that will
I
happen.
call you crazy.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying for your listeners who are out there who are calling.
Yeah,
me
no,
I don't have
agree.
any listeners.
We're kind of agreeing you here, but
Yeah, I'm sure they're out there. Love you guys.
I
Well,
think
then take it. And then I'll make a wild prediction, which I
Oh,
don't
boy,
know.
here we
Let's
go.
do it.
All right,
Wait a
this is
minute,
getting
wait.
good.
They'll do exactly what you just. They will make a Switch compatible system that can't be undocked. It'll just be the console, no
That's what
screen.
I want.
yeah,
It'll be a straight up low end
for
Switch console.
cost savings, right?
Cost
savings.
savings. It only connects to the TV.
And
Look,
what price point?
at some point during Nintendo's console life, it happens all the time where the gimmick that they started the thing with, the thing
Yeah.
that they are trying to use you to, they just throw it out. It just goes
Yeah.
out the window. It becomes less important because the games themselves become the reason why you
Did
buy
they do
the
that with
system.
Wii? They never threw out motion control on Wii.
Not really, but if you think about the last few games,
Backward
like,
compatibility is what I was thinking, but
the last hurrah that we had, I would say, was 2010. And the big games that came out, you had your Sports Resort, but besides that, you had your Donkey Kong Country Returns,
Mhm.
Kirby's Epic Yarn, maybe what was the Rhythm Heaven, like those kind of games. They were not. They might have had a little bit of motions in them, but they were not very motion heavy. Right? They weren't the reason why you bought the game. The reason why you bought the game wasn't so you could use motion controls to move Donkey Kong around, right? You bought it to play Donkey Kong.
Bought it. Yeah, right.
You know,
Mhm.
and what was
Yeah.
the last time? Like, think about it, the 3DS. I mean, when did you buy a game just because it was in 3D? Maybe you did at launch, but by the end of it, you're buying games just because you want to play that game.
You want to
Yeah,
play
you
them.
Who,
Yeah.
who cares if it's in 3D or
the
not?
gimmick was only important at launch. Is basically what you're saying. The
Exactly.
gimmick was
I
important
think
at
that's
launch.
true
It
for
was
the
a new
Switch.
dingle thing, and then all of a sudden they drop it.
Right, exactly. And
Fandangle,
I guarantee you, this whole like off the screen thing and everything, it's going to be something that people. I think it's going to be something that people think.
And what if they do the
that-
opposite? What if they make one more underpowered and doesn't dock to a TV? Only mobile.
You know,
Going
the
the
only thing,
opposite direction.
Yeah,
the only thing
that's
that's
not
gonna
my
dictate-
prediction. That's just a thought.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Yeah.
My
I think the only thing
prediction
that-
is going
ahead.
to be that I think when and if they ever actually announce what CPU is in it,
Oh,
it's
boy.
going to be crap.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be bleeding edge. I don't think it's going to be the latest and greatest NVIDIA could offer. I think it's going to be something either last gen or underclocked new one.
All the parts
Well, it
they
already
ripped out of
is.
the Wii U's they took off the shelves.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the NVIDIA Tegra chips.
Yeah, but that's a
Those are
huge
their-
line with like 6 different models in it.
Oh, I understand, but that's like that's their mobile ones. Those aren't like the chips that you get in a PC. They're already like the lower
But
grade.
if this was Xbox, let's say, Microsoft would go to the company and say, 5 years ago, we want you to develop a new chip, bleeding edge, using your existing power-saving technology, but we want it to be the best one of those.
Yeah.
We want you to create something new that's better than anyone else has. We want the exclusiveness, right? We want something better.
Right.
Whereas Nintendo is going to say, we just want something to put in it, power it, use your existing technology, and let's make it cheap and underclock it. Because we don't need the power, because our games aren't really that power intensive or power demanding.
Yeah.
Skyrim from how many years ago?
Yeah, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I still
I'll
haven't
tell
played
you-
that game.
I'll tell you, I work with.
Yes.
I was working with a guy yesterday. He's a younger guy. He's 24, and we talk about video games all the time. And he's right into like Pokemon and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he asked me what I was doing this weekend. I said, actually, I'm going to be on a podcast tomorrow talking about the Switch. And he's like, oh, I have no interest in that. And I'm like, what? You're like all into the Pokemon and all that. He said, I've never bought a Nintendo console. He buys the handhelds, but he's never bought a Nintendo console. And I said, really? Why not? And he's like, when the next Red Dead Redemption comes out, that's when I'll buy a console. And I'll buy that console that can run Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Switch will run Red Dead Redemption, even if Rockstar entertains for a minute to try to maybe put it out on the Switch. I don't think it'll be the system that'll be able to do that. And I think that is, they are going to have to be successful despite that, not being able to get those kind of titles onto their system. And it's a tough road. It's a hard road.
Did you hear the quote from the Titanfall 2 developer?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I heard that he laughed about.
He said, "Fuck no, we're not going to be able to fit Titanfall 2 on the Nintendo Switch."
And then
It's good.
So obviously he's not worried about pissing off Nintendo at all.
No, I don't think so.
Some people are pissed off at Nintendo already.
Yeah.
Oh well, I hope all the best for the Switch launch, and I hope everyone gets what they want and they can play their latest Nintendo tapes free of drama and just full of fun. That's all you can really hope for these days.
I think it's interesting though that I think it's just our generation really that cares. Like just
the kids just need their smartphones. They don't care anymore.
Exactly. Like that's what the guy I was working with said to me yesterday. He's like, I got my PC, I got my phone. I don't really need a console. I just want Red Dead Redemption whenever it comes out. And I know that's one person, but I have a feeling that that's the sentiment amongst the younger crowd. And it's funny that Nintendo is actually marketing this thing for that generation, and they're just not interested in it at all. All their advertising, everything's for that. Like that whole thing when the first thing came out and everyone was saying, oh, they're showing older kids playing it because that's what younger kids want to do. Come on, this thing is marketed towards millennials. They're online. They put out a mobile app to chat online with this thing. What kid has a mobile phone?
I think the mobile
All
thing
of
was
them.
partly to tie into their parental controls. That's what it looked like to me. They're trying to make sure that little kids aren't on chat alone without a parent having given them a device. That's what it seemed like to me.
And then they'll leave the room.
Yes, and then it's the parents' fault. But Nintendo's not responsible.
Yeah, I think if anything bad happens on that app, they'll say, well, that's the app. That's got nothing to do with the console itself.
Yeah.
And distinguish themselves from that. But that's
then they'll say, we have parental controls built into the app where our ass is covered. Right?
I'm on the thing, like with any of these publishers and game developers and everything, I see people complaining about like, oh, you got to do something about, the sexism online. You got to do something about people are people, man. I don't know how you expect to police. You're in an area with everyone has, or nobody knows who you are, whatever word that is.
Anonymous?
What?
Whatever. Everyone's anonymous.
Anonymity.
Yeah, that's a word. Anonymity.
Yeah.
See,
I don't
an
know how
enemy.
I don't know how you expect to release that, and expect Nintendo or Microsoft or Sony or Rockstar or whoever.
Come on, go with Facebook way. Just use real names. Everybody has to use real names.
Yeah,
All real names.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
that's
the
probably
only
the
way to
way
do
of the future, man.
Yeah, that becomes a whole new privacy issue.
And then
Stalkers,
President Trump
etc.
can keep a closer eye on you.
That's
Oh,
true.
geez, yeah.
Government mandated. Everyone has to use real names online.
Perfect.
Mm.
I'm way ahead of you on Twitter. I like to think of my Twitter account as my one legacy. When I'm eaten by sharks and
What the
people
hell is
ask,
this,
who
then?
was this man? They can look back and read the gospel. And see
And what's the
truth.
HYPECAST? Come on, man.
Mhm.
HYPECAST is your letters, right?
What?
The Bible letters. You know.
Yeah. All right. All right. Yo, crickets. Here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, I want to move on. So yeah, Switch. We'll see. We will see. This is all. We're all just looking towards the future and guessing. I'm hoping for the best. That's all I can say.
We all are. I know I am. I'm
Yeah.
hoping to do well.
All right. So they did a Fire Emblem thing. Does anyone care? I can skip right by it.
Yep. Skip.
Yeah. I thought I liked Fire Emblem. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't care. I want to move on. Stupid Nintendo. Amiibo. Fire Emblem Amiibo. Kind of cool. Nah, I don't care. Box Boy has an Amiibo coming out. That's literally a white box with 2 dot eyes. I'm kind of impressed that they would make an Amiibo out of Box Boy.
I thought you were gonna say I kind of want it. I was gonna like.
I do kind of want it. That's the
Damn
whole
it.
thing. I've got the Chibi Robo Amiibo, and this game was super cheap. That's why we'll never see Chibi Robo again.
Yeah.
You could get that with the Amiibo for like $5,
Yeah.
which means we'll never get Chibi Robo Federation Force.
And oh god. Hey Steven, you gotta stop with the Federation Force.
No.
It depresses me every time. Every
Never.
time.
I
Torture.
love you, Federation Force.
No, you
Saving,
do not.
saving
You do
Nintendo one franchise at a time.
I need
All
my
right.
shame sound effect right now.
Yeah. Nope, still got it. I could hit the applause for Federation.
No, no.
I'm not gonna. All right. I had to sneak it in somewhere. And of course, we have Nintendo on the smartphones. Peculiar Brave New World. So all those Nintendo games that were on the Apple are coming to the Android, including a Fire Emblem game. So that's kind of cool. Once again, I'm looking forward to saving up my Google Opinion Rewards bucks and probably buying that Mario Run.
Really?
Yeah.
I want what was another game? Oh, Real Mist. That I want first, and then I'll put my opinion bucks towards Mario Run or whatever it's called. And yeah, that's fine. I'll tap.
I don't
it.
know. To me, Nintendo doesn't even seem interested in Mario Run. Like I watched them on Jimmy Kimmel, and it was like their brand new game that they had right before Christmas. They said, "Here," or not Jimmy Kimmel, it was Jimmy Fallon. They said, "Here, Jimmy Fallon, here's Mario Run. Yeah, check this out. Yeah, okay, whatever." And they got right to the Switch. I mean, they spent like 2 seconds on the run, and I told you like way back, Nintendo doesn't care about these stupid games. They're just doing it just to appease their shareholders.
Yeah, I can see that.
Why does anyone really do anything?
Well, I think there is a part of Nintendo.
That's a deep
At
question.
the end of the day, yeah, why does anyone really do anything?
I think there's a part of Nintendo that really wants to make good games, wants to put out good games,
Yeah.
and want to put out a quality product and
Certainly.
bring joy to people. I think part of them do.
Well, there's been tons of joy in this segment so far.
Well, we're just
Yeah, we're
Frustrated.
tired old men, anyways.
yeah.
And finally, where the fuck is Monster Hunter? There's been no announcements for anything Monster Hunter related. The last thing we had was Generations, and admittedly, people didn't buy it that much because we all know in the Monster Hunter community that there's just going to be a remake of the game, and there is. It's called XX in Japan, or Double Cross, because that sounds funny and it's English in the best way. There's been no announcements for Monster Hunter. Like I said before, if they had announced Monster Hunter on the Switch day one, like I would have had my pre-order ready for it. Oh god, I don't want to spend $500 on a new console, but Monster Hunter on the consoles again? Ooh, yes, please. That is such a fun game to stream. But no, it's like we mentioned Monster Hunter Stories, no announcements there. They re-released that stupid old Street Fighter, but no Monster Hunter. It's crazy. Capcom, why? I'll do a Capcom watch if I have to. It's
Well, did
perplexing.
Monster Hunter sell well in North America?
Yeah, no, it's a
Yeah?
huge community.
Okay.
Obviously, for a lot of people, it's very much they're on the outside looking in. They don't understand. They don't choose to understand because the game does have a high barrier to get into. But once you're in there, it's like it is a community. It's very much like fighting games, I suppose, like the Street Fighter community.
I don't know. I tried to get
Capcom
in there. I couldn't get into it. I was totally lost. What
If
to
you
do.
if you play co-op with friends, like with headsets, have nothing to do with Nintendo.
Yeah, I don't have
Discord
any
or
friends.
Skype.
Yeah.
I have 0 friends, so
If it was a PC game and I had friends that wanted to play it, I'd probably try it. It seems
Mhm.
interesting, but
If only
I don't
we're
know
on
enough
PC.
about it.
There's this game Dauntless on the works right now. That's basically just like indie monster.
Yeah,
Hunter.
I had actually mentioned to you that I had a friend that works at the company there.
Yeah,
making that.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, all the best with Dauntless, because there's been other Monster Hunter likes, and they're not the same, unfortunately. And like Kevin mentioned, Dark Souls earlier, and there's that Neo game on the way out, and that's very much a Dark Souls game, but just made by a different company. So it's
Ninjas.
weird.
It's Team Ninja, so it's like
Yeah, it's like Ninja Gaiden sort of.
yeah, Ninja Gaiden. That's it.
So I don't know. I hope Capcom brings us more of that. Their Monster Hunter goodness. They have Monster Hunter Stories Amiibo in Japan. I don't know. Should I order one in from eBay? Or deal with Canada Post once again. But it's like maybe they'll never show up. Maybe they just don't want to release stories here. I don't know why. Yeah, I think it'll do well. Anyways, whatever. This has been more than enough Nintendo talk for one day. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to talk some vintage PC gaming. I got a ton of old boxes here. So, any further thoughts for anyone on the Nintendo in general? It is still the most interesting company to talk about by far.
Just Godspeed, Nintendo.
Yeah, good luck.
We'll see how it goes. Alrighty. Well, I'm ready to shut down the Nintendo. So they don't need to do a recess.
Nope, I'm good.
Nope.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's
PC
keep
it up.
let's keep this rolling to our quote unquote main topic. I don't know if we'll take as long as with Nintendo, but
Probably not.
vintage PC gaming. We're talking about the original stuff, the pioneers of the gaming world, pre-Steam. That's important to know because we're talking a lot of games that have once again reappeared, be it on Steam or goodoldgames.com. But we're talking the struggle, people, back in the day. So as far back as I personally go with PC gaming, I got to go with my uncle's Commodore 64. Those were good times. That was a neat console. That's the floppy disk, the big square, literally floppy, like the start of a Pro Jared video when he's like doing that thing with that floppy disk for some reason. Who has any Commodore 64 memories for us? Loading, ready, run. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Not the YouTube people. I'm talking about the commands to type in.
I have my Commodore 64 right here from when I was a kid.
Okay, wait, hold on. Is he gonna? I'm presenting. Nope. It's just nope. We're doing it live.
I don't see it. There.
There it is.
That's
Yeah.
actually that's not one that I bought. That's one from when I was a kid.
That's awesome.
Wow, that's great.
And you think that's crazy? Just wait. Hold on. to your hand.
Okay, hold on. Now, I just want to point out that what Kevin showed us is a keyboard. The computer is the keyboard.
That's right. Here's the VIC 20 that I had when I was a kid. My parents didn't throw anything out.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Did that predate the 64?
Oh, it predated it with a whopping 20K of RAM. Hence, the
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's been
right. Then the Commodore 64 had 64K of RAM.
Yeah,
You were flying with that system.
that's your 16-bit
1985.
address space.
Oh, discontinued 1985. No, release 1980.
Yeah. Speaking of NES mini classics, I'm not going to bring that up, but there was a Game and Watch, a plug and play device, but for Commodore 64 once, wasn't there? I would love to.
Oh, is there?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's in the shape of a Commodore joystick,
Yeah.
and it's become highly sought after because
It actually was a Commodore 64.
right, the chip that's on there it actually runs BASIC. It just doesn't run ROMs of games. So you can actually take that and put it in other things and actually have a Commodore 64 in like a Matchbox or something like that,
Mm.
So yeah, it was very limited run and it's super expensive.
Yeah, modern kids always
That's too
doing that.
bad.
If anyone's
Yeah.
wondering on the video, I've been fiddling with something for half an hour now. It's Calico's talking teacher. It's Play and Learn Electronics. Just hold that up there. Oh, I'm still presenting Kevin. There we go. Yeah. So I bought that from a Value Village recently for a few bucks. I just destroyed the sticker on the back, so I don't remember how much. What was my point? Fuck. Oh yeah, just old Game and Watchy things. But yeah, this I was looking this up on YouTube. Back to Commodore 64, there's this game I have fond memories of called The Word Wizard, which had digitized voice, which is awesome. But this thing too, Talking Teacher, has digitized voice, and it sounds very much like The Word Wizard. And for just old PCs, it's pretty impressive that a Commodore 64 could have speech in it, and you could understand what he says.
Yeah, the sound chip on the Commodore 64, it was called the SID chip.
Mm-hmm.
And it was far advanced. It was way ahead of its time.
Mm-hmm.
It was. I mean, just for comparison's sake, go on YouTube and play down the music on the NES from Commando, and then search out the music for Commando on the Commodore 64, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It is by far superior.
Is it the same game? Is Commando
Pretty much.
Commodore 64?
Yeah, it's like the Capcom Commando game.
That's cool.
Same game, same song. It's the same song, but on the Commodore 64, it blows the NES version out of the water.
Nice. Yeah, that's a pretty good library, that Commodore 64. There's lots of games that I remember, but then people bring up other games that I don't remember even playing them.
There was a ton of games for that system. People would just make games for it, and not even officially release it because piracy was so rampant on that system. Like, I had one game that was called Speed Runner, and it was just a
So that's
car.
where it came from.
Yeah, it was just that you were in a car and you would you're driving down this road, and the goal of the game was to hit as many pedestrians as you possibly could while you're driving. And it was obviously like just some game that somebody had made, because there's no way that would officially get released anywhere. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. But there was a ton of games like that on the Commodore.
Like Space Taxi.
Space Taxi was good times.
Hey, Taxi. That game's awesome.
Yeah.
Zulu. You ever play Zulu?
I know the name. I'm trying to picture the game.
It was kind of Pac-Man-ish. Kind of. Just like that same sort of camera style. And you're like wandering through mazes.
Like a maze game, yeah.
Yeah. Impossible Mission was very popular.
Yep.
Also had digitized speech. There's a lot of digitized speech on the Commodore 64.
Oh yeah, they went hog wild on there.
Stay a while, stay forever.
Star Wars, the Star Wars arcade game on the Commodore had voice. Force will be with you always. And of course, Ghostbusters.
Yep.
He slimed me.
Always with the laugh after. I
Yeah.
like it nice. Oh boy, that's a good system. It would be awesome if they redid the that plug and play. On my wall here, for some reason, I have Merlin. You guys remember Merlin? The red phone that's also like a bunch of little games that you play on like a phone pad.
Yeah, Melissa's got one of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like they re-released that. I can reach that from here without taking off my headset. There's that. Look at that.
Oh yeah, geez. Blast from the past.
And this I actually picked up new at Value Village. They had a bunch of them. I don't know why, but yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else. That looks a little different than Melissa's.
There's been a few of these. And the pickups video, one of my pickups video from Vancouver, they actually showed. I showed off some things like this. Yeah, that's definitely. I guess that's vintage PC gaming in a way. Aussie in the chat, he's applauding Commodore 64. He's got
very
good
good.
taste. Good taste.
Yes.
Where's our official show planner here? Okay, so we jump right into
Just so
PC
you know,
gaming.
I never picked up an Commodore 64 until '95. I think my brother had a friend who had one, and he brought it over, and we played it.
Wow, I never had one.
Yeah, very cool. There's got to be a good way to play the games. Like, remember Bruce Lee? Bruce Lee was a good one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my disk drive, it just spins. Like it doesn't load up anything.
Is there an emulator or an EverDrive for them yet?
Yeah,
that'd
there
be awesome.
is. it's kind of wonky though, like because it doesn't. The cartridges didn't draw power in some way. You have to like get like a little power lead to go to another thing. It's kind of what's his name? New Jersey Retro just bought one. He was talking about it on the thing. It is, yeah, Jason, yeah, and it seems to like to work okay, but it's a little. It's not.
I
like
saw him showing it off. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about getting one. The problem is my Commodore 64 has no sound. I got video but no sound.
That's
and,
Yoshi.
Yeah, there you go.
And I thought it was the
Probably
sending stuff to Yoshi cost me so much though.
Yeah.
It's free Canadian shipping. There is a fuse in there. I tried changing the fuse in it, but
yeah, I would doubt a fuse would control audio. It's probably a capacitor or something like that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I looked at the capacitors. They're not.
Did you open it up? Yeah.
Bad. Yeah, I did. They're not bad, but maybe
they're not leaking.
Yeah.
They could still be effective. You don't want to test them. That's no fun.
But there's really not much point until if I get an EverDrive, then I don't need that disk drive working.
Have you Googled it to see if it's a common problem?
Yeah, no. What they said was to change the fuse.
Shitty. Okay.
Yeah. And
I'm surprised the fuse would control the sound, but.
Yeah, well, that's one of the truths of retro gaming is just like you can pay $200+ for your Earthbound cart, but what happens when the chip just melts? Like money doesn't do that. Money is eternal.
You don't buy these games to play them, Steven. You just put them on the shelf.
That's exactly why I kind of stopped. Well, Eric, you know what I'm talking about. Hey, remember J-Rock, the Game Rock? Remember that guy? What a
I had a guitar in my garage for him.
His last videos, he was just picking up everything. I'm like, dude, no, don't go down that path. He was buying anything. Like, if it was a Nintendo tape, he was buying it.
No, he wanted to do complete NES collection, right?
Oh God, I hope not.
Oh gosh.
The very game exchange video that I have on my hard drive and haven't edited or posted yet. Saying yet as if I will ever post it. I have video of J-Rock just going through all the games that he bought at the last very game exchange, and they're all just crap. Like they're just he has
I love crappy games.
He has 2 versions of Jeopardy on the NES.
What was that? He has 3 versions of.
And I'm adding up the price of all these. I'm like
3 versions.
I'm like, J-Rock, you could have bought something decent for all that money that you bought.
Could have bought one good game.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not one to talk. Like I could move my camera over and show my stacks over there, but no. That's another
story, J-Rock. I say it with love, J-Rock.
Yeah, we love it. Actually, I always thought it'd be fun if Kevin, J-Rock, and Bill got together and did a like a rock cast, and you guys could go each episode and like pick a band or something, and just like I know Bill is just dying to just go nuts on the music talk.
It's true. Joe doesn't let him.
Yeah. Bill, of course, who was a previous guest on the CAPMAX HYPECAST as well, as was J-Rock.
Everybody before me.
That's a thought for you guys. That one's free. It's funny because I was looking at old HYPECAST recordings, and Kevin was on episode 4, and I have him listed as reviewing guitarist. Because at that time he had recently, his channel was he did reviews and he played guitar one time on the channel.
I did.
Yeah, that was.
I think it was the one and only time I played guitar on my channel. I think I did twice.
That episode was dated May 9th, 2014.
You played guitar on a Hangout once.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, nobody was showing up, so I'm like, what am I going to do?
I watched it afterward.
That's
you poor bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I could not
get. I was playing on this old Hondo guitar that's like it's really awkward to play. It wasn't
gibberish.
It wasn't my best work, is what I'm trying to say.
Sounded good to me.
All right.
We're always our own worst critics, though.
Yeah.
Bill again in their latest STC pod, that Start to Continue podcast. They were going on about issues with audio and lighting and all that stuff that people always keep in mind, and we're definitely our own worst enemies. I mean, you want to get a good performance out there, but at the same time, like most of us are doing this for free, and then there's a whole how much time do you have, how much knowledge do you have in what you're doing. Like a lot of us are just cobbled our shows together. This little dog and pony show I'm trying to run here, but you know,
who's the dog? Who's the pony?
Yeah, you don't want to know. I'll send you the fan art later.
Yeah,
but you know, we just keep her going. We're having fun. That's the main point. We're getting hype on topics we were interested in, such as Nintendo and things they could be doing differently, and Monster Hunter and vintage PC gaming. Yeah. So let's move up a few more years. I think one of the biggest things that got PC gaming rolling was PC Gamer magazine. You guys remember that one?
Yep.
Damn, those black magazines. Each one would come with a demo disc. Like, once again, pre-internet, demo discs, huge back then. Now, I mean, I guess maybe I think once in a while I'll see like a magazine from the UK and it might have a demo disc. Maybe they still do demo discs there, but it's kind of gone. Obviously, everything's digital now. You rarely even see demos for the most part. It all depends. I still need to play that Resident Evil 7 demo.
Yeah, I think demos are kind of dying. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's too bad.
I think like every game should have a demo, or at least a especially on like let's say digital versions. You go to the PlayStation Store, or the Xbox Store, or even Steam. You should be able to try it out for, let's say, half an hour, or 10 minutes, even 10 minutes. Let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think they did they looked at the games that have demos versus games that don't have demos, and the games that don't have demos actually sell better than the ones that do. Well, it's like almost as if people get a taste for it, and if the demo is not that great, or it's not very good, or
does it, the demo fulfills that need to play something?
Yeah, it's like, oh, I tried it and it was okay, but I don't know if I would buy it, you know. Yeah. Versus, oh, I hear great things about this game. I haven't played it, you know. I haven't even tried it yet. Maybe I should pick that up, you know.
Coconut Monkey. Do you guys how well do you guys remember the PC Gamer magazines? Because it was a whole little mini game in itself. Because at that point, like full motion video and including video movement in a still screen was huge. And I remember you'd put the PC Gamer magazine demo disc into your Windows 95 486 computer, and it was its own little adventure. It was like, yeah, thinking to like Myst and Riven, which were arguably some of the biggest games at that time. You would put the thing in, and it would load like a little game, and you see your character. Well, there's no character. You see his perspective, and he goes into this elevator, and it goes like down through, I guess, PC Gamer's imaginary office.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and they had this little mascot, which was a coconut that was carved into a monkey, coconut monkey. And he would be like your little like Clippy again, this little mascot creature as you're running around in this demo disc, quote unquote, game to get to the demos and watch little videos and see trailers and all that stuff. Once again, no YouTube, so this was the only way you could see any of this stuff in motion. Awesome. We had all the time and
checking out covers right now.
Yeah,
try and see if I remember any, but I'm having a difficult time remembering.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Well, let's do it live. I'm on YouTube right now. PC. Monkey. See what we get here. Loading. Okay, PC Gamer Coconut Monkey intro 1997 comes up. So if you have no idea what I'm talking about, maybe look that up. Yeah, you can see what shows up. PC Gamer 1996. You can see there's like this goofy CG. It's like a filthy office in a basement. So you'd run around that, and it was kind of like a game, but this was just a demo disc. So you can see there's a whole 3 videos of people who know what I'm talking about. Okay, here's 4. There's more. It keeps going. Oh yeah, and they even had their own, like we mentioned before, their own like quote unquote indie mini games based around Coconut Monkey. Wild stuff. We're deep in the nostalgia pool now, folks. Good stuff. And that can kind of segue into the shareware mentality, which games like Doom or any first-person shooter like Rise of the Triad would do it, where you'd get, we'll say, 6 levels out of the whole game for free. And the idea would be you'd have a disc, your fancy new CD-ROM drive, your CD would have the first few levels of a game, and you could share that with your friends, and everyone would get a taste of the full game. What a great idea.
It was Apogee software, I remember back in the day, had cornered the market on that. Like, I remember I had shareware versions of the original 2 Duke Nukems.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know,
Commander Keen.
Commander Keen was big. Yeah, I remember all those.
Mm-hmm. I hear fiddling. Who's fiddling?
Yeah, I'm fiddling. My camera's not working great anyway.
Oh boy.
I'm digging around in my box N64. Oops, my God, why do I keep saying N64? Duke Nukem 3D box.
Mhm.
Apparently,
Definitely.
I have 2 copies of the game. There's one in the box, and there's another one I had from before. Apparently loose.
Here in my studio,
Problems.
studio recording here, I've got a bunch of flattened back when PC games actually came in physical boxes, and they were big boxes too. These were huge.
Yeah, this one's
compared to,
beside my head here.
yeah. Got a Rise of the Triad one there, and I've got.
I don't have that many.
Yeah, got this Duke Extreme where you could, dude. Back in my day, I would make my own Duke Nukem 3D levels, which is amazing.
I didn't do that till Half-Life.
Yeah, I'd love to find some of those, but
I did do some. No, I downloaded some, I think, when the internet was cool.
that was a big thing about Duke 3D. We're not quite there yet. Who wrote Mixed Up Mother Goose?
I wrote that.
Okay, tell us about that.
I played Mixed Up Mother Goose on the Tandy 1000. That and Frogger, I believe, are the first games I really ever played. And we had a Tandy, which was, as far as I understand, kind of IBM compatible, but not really. Yeah, Mixed Up Mother Goose was like, you went through this world where there were characters from children's fairy tales, and you fixed the stories, basically.
Cute.
I can't remember if it was open to do them in any order, or you had to do it in a certain order. I can't remember. It was just, yeah. There's lots of actual, like I Googled it. There's lots of information on it. I think there might actually be a remake as well, or.
Well, that's cool. It's point and click adventure game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked that up on YouTube. Kind of has a King's Quest vibe to it a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely point and click adventure games were all the rage back then. Once again, you got your CD music from at times, some voiceovers, things we all take for granted nowadays, unless we're talking Nintendo. Oh boy, good times. Windows 95. What was this? This one?
I wrote that.
Yours as well?
Everything that's in green was mine. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I thought about that, I thought about floppy disks, and then Windows
Yeah.
95. Installing Windows 95 off 21 floppy disks was an adventure.
Wow.
Yeah, those were arguably the PC version of like Nintendo tapes again. When they were technically as floppy as before, like the really flat Commodore 64 ones, but now they were like a small
5 1/4 and
yeah,
3.5.
3.5.
and you know, like don't move that metal part, don't touch that, don't flip that open. It's for the computer to do. You don't do that. You just put it in. There's that little tab in the corner if you want to write on it or not. That's awesome. Windows 95. Those are the days.
I actually have a PC game on disc here somewhere. It's just not one that I care about, so it's not out here. But I'm gonna go grab it anyway. You guys continue.
On floppy disk?
Yeah.
Oh, you want
Yeah,
a
I got a
floppy
bunch.
disk?
I got a bunch of games,
Uh-oh.
old games
Wait a
on
minute.
floppy.
We have presentations here. Okay, what? Where? Who?
Oh,
Everyone
you want me
left.
to I don't know what happened.
All right, this here is Hardball 3
Okay.
Accolade.
Kevin is showing the camera here. It froze. Wait. Okay. Nope. Come back. Do it again.
Do it again. There.
Yeah, that's a good
Hardball
one.
3
That
Accolade. Now I played this to death back in the day, and here's some. Okay, so here's your floppy disks for it.
Yeah.
And watch this, Steven. I'm gonna do it.
I can't.
Oh,
It froze again.
yeah.
No.
Oh.
Stop it.
Oh.
No, you're getting dust
Okay,
particles.
Now, do you remember how they used to copyright protect these games back in the day?
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Was the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just put-
No.
Oh,
Copyright protect.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
that's the real
Yeah.
DRM.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that
I
does.
thought you
Yeah.
meant copy protecting the disc, but I got you. Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that
Kevin has a
platform.
code wheel.
Well, this
Yeah.
one.
So this
the
was
game-
kind of like it's broken because I used it so much when I was a kid. But yeah, I would ask you at the beginning of the game, like, okay, player, city, and then like it would give you like the player and then the city, and then you'd have to type in the number, and that's how you would be able to play the game, and that's how they would get around, piracy
floppies.
back then.
Yeah.
Yep,
Mhm.
because you weren't online all the time.
You were never online.
And then,
Online didn't exist. yet.
The manuals too, like just for
Yeah.
a baseball.
That's what I was
game.
looking
You
at,
got
this one.
thick book
This manual is huge
for a
for
baseball game.
Sim Earth.
Yeah,
That is a strategy guide by modern standards.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
then this game
everyone
actually
now
goes
is
on-
fiddling with things like physical content.
Yeah.
Vintage.
Oh,
This is
you
on
got us going now,
3
Steve.
1/4
No, that's fine. I
collectors.
just want anyone listening.
I've also got
audio-wise.
it on 5.5s too.
Yep.
Both came in there.
Yep.
You imagine a game shipping with 2 different types of media now?
Eric has a loom in his possession. That's a good one too.
Yeah, it's got a little red decoder and a book with
That's
some.
awesome. It's like the original Transformers that they had the
Yeah.
secret
anybody
code if you
cares.
want to see their stats.
And look what it came with.
Okay.
An audio
Oh.
cassette
Oh,
of the
wow.
soundtrack. I didn't even know this was in here.
What?
Smells like the 80s.
Sweet.
All right, I got
Hairspray.
one here for you, Stephen.
Okay, we're back to
You're
Kevin.
gonna
now.
like this because
All right.
you've been talking about this for so long.
Oh.
Check this out.
Yeah.
What is this? Ages
That's
of
the Ages
Mist.
of Mist. I've got that right over here.
Oh, do you?
Yep.
It's got,
I don't remember
got
why
Mist.
I've got it right here, but it's actually underneath my Donkey Kong 3 Game & Watch.
It's got Mist and Ribbon
Yeah.
all in there. And you got this nice big gatefold, like back in the day with the records.
Yep. Yeah, that is glorious.
And-
Lazy Game Reviews on YouTube is arguably one of the biggest big
Yeah.
box PC
Collector,
game
yeah.
collectors. Like
He
you'll
has a
see his
video in his
shelves.
collection too.
Now I'm going to give you guys a game hunting tip.
Oh, here we
I
go.
found this, and I actually found
Yep.
quite a few PC games. I
Yep.
found this in the board game section of
Mm.
Value Village, and it was priced as a board game.
Nice.
So you gotta
They
keep an
didn't-
eye
they
out
didn't
for
know
that
idea what it
stuff.
was.
But
Interesting.
they just pick it up and they see game, and they throw it in the board game section. So that's your pro tip for today.
Perfect.
Don't tell anyone.
Mist, good times. Well, Mist I didn't care about so much, but Ribbon was my bread and butter. That was when that's not true. I was gonna say that's when I started noticing PC games. That's when I started hating Nintendo. Because it's like I was at my friend's place and he was playing like whatever, we'll say Mario Kart 64, and it's like, yeah, this game's pretty cool. But he had the new computer as well. I could go over there and I could play Ribbon. Look at this. It's like 5 discs, 5 CD-ROM discs. That is the future right there. Each island was on its own disc. There are several islands like it. Fan-freaking-tastic. Oh, what do we got here? Okay, so at this point in history, we are still, I guess we're at the birth of CD-ROM. Once again, demo discs, shareware, which you could, of course, get on the 3.5 floppy disks as well, which aren't, I mean, they're not they're discs encased in cartridges. I'm trying to describe this for the younger listener who might have no idea what we're talking about.
They stopped listening a while ago.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they're already playing on their apps. It's like, this is the Minecraft stream. I'm out of here. Like, you guys remember going to like Radio Shack and you'd see the little spinning thing, and it would have nothing but just like a 3.5, like a little plastic container. And each one would have a game on it. And they'd usually be like demos or shareware. I saw one at the thrift store a while ago and I was like, oh my god, it's one of those things. I used to see those everywhere. That's around the time when you could go to Radio Shack and you could play TurboGrafx 16. And you would hope they would have Bonk's Adventure and not Keith Courage on the display. All right, so we got Duke Nukem 3D. Arguably one of the big turning points for PC games, because this was a game that really showed you what gaming was going to be doing in the future. Such features as online play, which I'm sure had been done before, like in Doom or whatnot, but just things, a lot of fun little tricks they could do in the game, like reflective surfaces, which just sort of showed your 2D sprite back at you. But it still worked. You could see things like it was.
Well, Duke was one of the first actual 3D games. I mean, Doom and Wolfenstein were 2D games that used tricks in order to give you the illusion of 3D. Whereas, the environments in Duke Nukem were actually 3D. The enemies were still sprites. They were still 2D sprites, but you were actually running through a 3D environment.
There was something like one of these, maybe it was Doom. There was something like you couldn't be on the same you couldn't do like multiple levels because it wasn't.
It was all the same, yeah. Like you could go up and down in Doom, but you couldn't go over the previous area. You know, the map was just spread out. Where I remember, I still remember going up the stairs in Duke Nukem, thinking it's so cool. I'm going upstairs. You know, it's something that you wouldn't think of today, but back then it was a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Remember exploding walls? It's like you see a wall in that crack. There's like, oh yes, throw a pipe bomb or the RPG. Suddenly you have this whole new path created for you. Damn good times. Good times. So that's why it's so great that game specifically has been coming back in multiple forms nowadays.
Yep.
I've got it on the Vita. It's awesome. And I'm pretty sure I cheated all the time because I'm playing it now and I'm doing quote unquote the proper route. But another new feature of this game was the jetpack that let you fly around. And a lot of the levels were designed to not have a jetpack in them. Like the very first level, you can beat it in like a minute, if that, because you can just run around a building, jetpack up, break the glass, push the Duke Nukem button, and the level's done. So it's
the first level you had to blow up the building in order to carry on. So if you had a jetpack and just get around that building, I guess you wouldn't have to do all that.
Was that maybe you're thinking of the second level? Is that one with the demo?
That's not the first level.
What do you explode? Because there's the movie theater. You run through that.
There's you run into the movie theater. Isn't there? There's a building that.
I think that's the second level.
No.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not the first level for sure. First level, you start on a rooftop. You come down the vent.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
And then you go straight, jump onto the box, climb up left, get the rocket launcher, go. That's the secret, I guess.
Yep,
and then you go around.
Building.
Yeah, if you don't go to the apartment building and do the secret, then you're on the ground level. You walk around and go into the movie theater through the seating. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then into the building. But there's no exploding building there.
No.
No, it's fine.
Go through. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Right. Yeah. Okay.
But there is exploding in that level because there's lots of explosions. There's a ton of explosions.
Yeah, lots.
That explosion moving GIF. It's kind of like a mini nuke graphic. That was awesome. Once again, digitized speech, very good. I mean, arguably we were kind of going out of order. Like we can talk about King's Quest a bit up ahead, but that was obviously before. Well, was it around the same time? That would also be CD-ROM, but earlier ones would have been before Duke 3D. Like earlier King's Quest, that's when you're like Duke Nukem 1 and 2, and it was just a side-scroll and shoot 'em up, which was made kind of as a result of Mario games, I understand. Like Commander Keen was going to be, was it Commander Keen was looking to be its own Mario game because they wanted to pimp out their PC skills to Nintendo.
That's how I understand it.
Oh,
yeah,
that's right.
But the guy John
like,
Carmack, he made he was the first to figure out how to do smooth scrolling on the PC.
Right.
And they made Commander Keen, and they made Super Mario 3D or 3. I think it was 3 they were remaking, and that was in the late 80s.
Their own loose interpretation, but yeah, I like that they said no, and they're like, fine, we're just gonna do it ourselves, and we'll make our own characters. It's like I said in the last episode with the Metroid Prim and Pokemon and all that, and all these games, where it's like people are making games now, like, oh, I don't know, maybe a Metroid game, but then they call it Metroid, and then Nintendo's like, well, no, you can't do that because this has nothing to do with Federation Force, so we got to bring this down.
What am I doing here?
It's like
Torture
Axiom Verge, like,
Torture.
they did the smart thing where it's like it's Metroid-esque, but it has nothing to do with Metroid or Nintendo, so we can actually make money off this.
Yeah.
Who are these shits who can make complete games and just have the nerve to say it's a Metroid game, and then it gets brought down? It's like, why would you do that to all that time and effort you put into it? And you could just make something awesome, slightly different. No, I mean, all the love. Like, why waste that skill though on a name that, well, you don't own? It's true. Like, Nintendo's not wrong, but just make your own game and just sell it. Like, make money. Fuck. Anyways, that was last episode. That was a good episode too. Yep, Duke Nukem 3D, one of the first games I remember playing online. That's over your phone line, by the way. So you don't want your mom like, Mom, don't use the phone. I'm playing Duke Nukem 3D, deathmatch style.
Yep.
Well, did you guys ever play do a LAN party with the PCs in the computer lab?
That was when you'd lug your giant desktop or tower into like a party situation, right? And you set
Well,
it
no,
all up.
we would take over the computer lab at school.
I did that at
And,
school, but that was later.
Yeah.
We linked them all up, and we played. I remember we played Quake and Quake 2 and Duke Nukem 3D.
That's awesome.
And yeah, it was good times.
Is that like
It was-
college?
The art teacher was too knowledgeable at the time, so we could only get away with like anything that didn't involve actually killing our blood. So we played Atomic Bomberman quite a lot, and Descent 2.
Nice.
Descent 2, yeah.
I love Descent.
My teacher didn't care. He was just like, yeah, you guys go do whatever you need to do to blow off steam. Just get your projects done. So
Perfect.
Yeah, we had a gaming club at lunchtime that the teacher like stayed there to watch us and did it throughout the whole lunch.
oh, we had to keep everything like on the down
Yeah,
low.
ours
Like,
was
it
not.
hush,
That's
hush,
again why ours was kind of approved and okay. to
right.
The
play
Fight Club
certain
of
games.
PC gaming.
It was like invite only kind of thing, like lock the door,
Yeah.
don't let anyone in. Because if they found out that we were doing that, we'd probably get in trouble. But
That's awesome.
our instructor himself, he didn't care.
Now, was that like the college years? Because I'm trying to picture like,
Are you trying to age me, Stephen?
No,
I was in
no.
diapers at the time.
dude, my
We were-
computer lab in Vancouver,
we
where
were
the
3-year-olds.
computers where it was just black screens and like bright green text, and it was.
That's like the Commodore PET. That's when I was in.
I'm not as young as you might think.
In high school, I remember the blue IBM login screen. That's what I remember in elementary school.
Mhm.
And those were all
Did you guys-
networked, but no games.
Carmen
Did you
San
guys have,
Diego,
I-
anyone? Come on,
Did you
We
guys
have
have Icon computers?
Icon. No,
Icon
don't
computers?
think
No
so.
way. Okay.
I had a school once that had the Apple Macintosh Classics. Remember Glider? Anyone remember Glider for Apple Classic? It's just
That
like a
sounds
paper.
familiar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
I
paper
never-
airplane. And
Yeah.
the whole thing is to get out of the house that you were thrown in. And then you use gusts of winds to get
You had to
your
use
glider
the
back
winds
up.
and fans, and yeah.
You could go in vents. They were like little warps.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. There was this game. I don't remember what the game was. It might have been the Surgeon game. But our teacher didn't like us playing it because at the start, there was like this topless fairy image. It was like the dev logo, I guess. And the teacher saw, was like, no, you can't play that here.
That sounds
So-
familiar too.
Yeah.
The Surgeon game on the Macintosh.
Yeah, that was spooky. Those games are all the rage now too, like Surgeon Simulator. Of course, that is not quite the same, not quite as I hope not quite as realistic as those. But you're like the goofy hands, and you're like trying to just pick up a surgeon thing. Oh man, ooh, man, Apple Classics. Cool. So on our list here, our show plan, we've just got sorted games that I thought would be fun to mention, so we can roll through some of these. Some we have already. We mentioned Descent a moment ago. Who has some fun Descent memories for us?
I had written Descent 2 because of playing it at lunch for games or at school. I remember playing Descent 1, I think it was on demo disc, and a friend of mine and I actually would both control the character. He would control the aiming and I would control the shooting, I believe.
Nice.
It was really weird to have two of us on the keyboard at the same time, but we weren't very old, so it doesn't surprise me that we had to do that to be able to play the game.
Mm-hmm. That's fun. That I guess that would have been legit, quote unquote, 3D, right?
Yeah.
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 Would have been able to do what it did. The whole idea is you're a ship and you're going through tubes and tunnels and
Yeah,
caves.
it's like mines, basically, yeah,
Yeah. And then you get to a core, you shoot the core, and then you escape.
without dying. Yeah.
Yeah. That was neat game. I'm pretty sure that's on PS1. There's a few ports.
Yeah, I think Descent
Yes.
2 might have been, I think. Oh, no, maybe 1. Yes. I think you're right.
And wouldn't you know it, I have the box right here. Just above that, we have Fury 3 / Terminal Velocity. Very similar games. Once again, 3D Realms, makers of Duke 3D. And this is a game where you're a spaceship with a bit more freedom, arguably, than what you got out of Descent. But you have a surface of a planet. You can sort of fly around. You shoot things. There would occasionally also be those cagey tunnels that you get to explore in.
Yep.
Pretty neat game. I miss these kind of games because I was going through a phase where I was buying random PC joysticks from like Value Village, like $10 joystick, really cool. But then I look at the games that you'd use it on nowadays, and they're all really complicated. There's not enough arcadey shooter games to use a joystick on anymore on PC games. It's too bad. They're all really complicated. I looked up. What's that Armed and Dangerous game? Like the big one. It's like you're flying through space. I don't know, whatever. But there's like a $200-$300 joystick you can buy, and it's great for that. But it'd be fun to just have that joystick and just do cool dogfights. It's unfortunate.
I thought Hawks was going to turn into a fun dogfighting game because it's an arcade style jet game. But they never actually finished the game after I bought it. Like they never had a they never had a I believe it was like a team multiplayer mode. They only had a free for all. If I remember correctly, there was like one mode they didn't finish, or one mode they did, and the rest they didn't, and it just pissed me off because me and two friends bought it to do some fun online gaming, and then they released a second game. It pissed me off more because why release a second game if you never finished the first?
That was Tom Clancy, right? It's like an Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Oof. There you go.
But back to Terminal Velocity, I did buy that on GOG because I think Kevin had told Rambox it was on sale or something like that at some point last year, and I picked it up, and I still have to play it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like everything else.
Yeah. No, that's true.
That one I would definitely play and stream. I really need to check out my GOG library next because I keep going through Steam, and there's so many games to play there.
Steam has this interesting pull where it's like I know that GOG exists, and I have games there, but it's not Steam.
Yeah, if I have them, I want them in Steam. Is it because you have more games in Steam already, or is it Steam's interface or sales? Or
I think it's just cozier. It's
where
I feel like
GOG
home.
app very much.
Yeah, of course, when you put over 2,000 hours in a game using Steam, you get used to it.
I have not put 2,000 hours into a game.
Yeah. I'm just going through my want list. I'm trying to remember what stupid shooter game is. It's not even a shooter game because it's just so much stuff. You're a spaceship in space, and it looks awesome. And I saw this guy who had this like adult man, 45-ish or something. He had like the whole headset. He had VR head out on, and he had the Cytec like $200.
Starts with a D. Damn it.
That's not it. Damn it.
Oh no, it bothers me. I can't think of it.
Yeah.
Elite Dangerous.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. You get in the applause.
Looks neat, especially when you said VR. I was like, that has
to be it. Like I think that's as far as I can tell, it seems like the #1 space sim game out right now. But it's just it looks like too much work. That's what's great about these games is that they're much more arcade.
Pick
focused.
Up and go. Yeah.
They aren't a ridiculous amount of work.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, what do we got here? We've got some more first-person shooters. We can list some names off here. We got Blood, Shadow Warrior, Heretic, Hexen, Redneck Rampage. A bit further down, I had Power Slave. That's gone on to the next page. Of course, PC gaming, the birthplace, rightful home, if you will, of first-person shooters. The old WASD and mouse controls.
Now, I didn't use WASD until later.
That came out later, yeah.
Because I think you didn't have a mouse for Duke Nukem 3D.
No.
Generally, you didn't have a mouse. Yeah. So you used the arrow keys.
Arrow keys, yeah.
Right.
Control and space was jump.
Yep.
All sorts of weird configurations I remember using and never really liking any of them until WASD.
Yeah.
I think that was like, was it Quake 2? No, Quake 2 was even still.
I want to say Half-Life came up with the WSAD.
No, I definitely use. Well,
it's hard to pinpoint.
Yeah.
It could have even just been one of those random games that just came and went. I know when we were mentioned on the Retro Fandango, we were talking about, was it Strafe or Strife? I was playing that on the Steam version. It was actually a really good port because they had the WASD controls and mouse and all that.
Oh, nice.
So it was modern controls, which was awesome, but the game's still hard, and I didn't know where to go. So I got to the first town, and that was as far as I got. I was like, where do I go? I've done everything.
Yeah, those early FPSs, you definitely benefit from having a map.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I needed a key card to do a quest. It's a really weird game. It's cool. Very, like we were saying, that it's a very memorable. Like these games, like they're all in little bits in our brain. Like you'll never know what'll tick one up. It's like boom, that is the subway from Duke Nukem 3D right there, which was an amazing trick they did. Subway, that's awesome. Blood, I would love to see Blood and Shadow Warrior, the originals, come back the way Duke 3D did. Like once Game
Shadow Warrior did.
Try with Shadow Warrior. There's a remake.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about the original game though.
Yeah, he doesn't want.
There
He doesn't want
is-
remakes.
Okay.
Oh, there is an update for Shadow Warrior.
Is it at the same level that Duke 3D got though? 'Cause
Same level?
Shadow Warrior Classic Redux, is that the one?
Yeah.
Maybe. Let me
Yeah,
see.
I own it. Haven't played it yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it might
no, that's
exist.
an
I might not
excellent
have
port.
played it yet. Yeah,
Okay.
that's certainly.
That's an excellent port, but Blood is still like the original.
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
Who wanted some wang?
You will not mess with the low egg.
And who stand on toilet high on pot.
Okay, yeah. Shadow Warrior Classic Redux. I own it too. Oh, Steam,
There you go.
you're so sneaky. Let's see.
Thank you, Steam sales.
Okay, that probably has the updated controls. Cool. I played.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I played a
Yeah, let's try
fair
that.
bit of that.
Does that have multiplayer?
Yeah,
I'll
that
play
was
it now.
more 3D. They had more tricks under the sleeve by that point.
I feel like we're alienating Eric here.
No, I'm good. I just don't know any of these games. They're
Yeah, that's why
I'm
I
a
feel
little earlier than you guys, I think.
Okay, well, hit us with a game you are familiar with. Try us.
Well, we're gonna no, we're
Okay,
getting
they're in
there, right?
they're in
Doom and
All right.
All right, cool. We touched on Doom. I mean, everyone knows Doom.
yeah.
Everyone might not know Redneck Rampage. That was a weird one.
Mhm.
Pretty neat. Kind of like Resident Evil 7. Now that I think, of it. Same sort of first person dealing with rednecks and weirdness. PC games were so weird in the best way. Heretic very much like Doom, but instead of like space aliens and hell, it was like Dungeons and Dragons and hell.
Yeah.
What do we got down here? King's Quest, and Eric has Monkey Island written in. So we've moved over now to a bit more point and click adventures. Tell us of your Monkey Island adventures, Eric.
Well, I don't, I hadn't played much King's Quest, but I had played King's Quest 4.
4.
And that is a real trial and error game.
Yeah, everything kills you.
And it's like this, it wasn't for me. And at one point I got as a gift Monkey Island, and I'm like, oh, another one of these, another one of these games. But LucasArts sort of took this notion that we don't want everything to kill you. We want you to have fun. And I really enjoyed Monkey Island. There was really no way, to die. And the game even kind of pokes fun at King's Quest at one part towards the end of the game, where you can walk off a cliff, and I'm like, oh crap, did I really just die in this game that it's impossible to die in? And no, it turns out you didn't, and they just kind of made fun of King's Quest a little bit. But I really enjoyed Monkey Island's style, and I really enjoyed its humor. So that got me definitely into LucasArts.
Great writing.
Point and click adventure games. I didn't play them all, but I swiped up the re-release of Grim Fandango. Is that the right one? Grim Fandango?
Yeah.
On PlayStation 4. I think that's the one.
That came out.
Yeah.
Anyway, the skull people.
Just that was sort of the beginning. That's what I was playing before we got into the Dooms and sort of when the first person shooter stuff came out. I was playing these LucasArts adventure games.
So we're kind of bouncing all over the place, but it's fine. It's fine. My 486 came with King's Quest 6. Which I want to say was Here Today, Gone Tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds right.
We have a question in the chat too.
Oh,
Do you guys prefer more physical copies of games or digital copies?
Either way.
I mean, for PC games, I'm fine with digital these days.
Yeah.
Especially if it's on a platform like Steam that I'm sure isn't going away.
Yeah,
if it was
right.
a fly-by-night thing, then they had their own key system and their own way to download it. I may not trust it, but generally with Steam, I'm completely fine with that, and I don't want to deal with CDs. But when it comes to consoles, I'm the exact opposite. I want everything to be physical.
That's exactly how I am.
Yeah.
That's
why I play consoles less these days, because I just don't want to pick something up, put in the thing. And,
Part of the reason I do it that way for consoles is because I play them less, and I'm more likely to want to get rid of the game. Therefore, I can sell it off, whereas with Steam, I can't.
Well, there's the refund thing now.
Yeah, that's true, but I've never done one. And I don't anticipate doing a refund because generally I buy a game and I play it a year later.
Yeah, it's a great
But
feature, though.
Yeah.
Especially for digital games. It's kind of unheard of. Thanks, Australia. Did good that time.
Yeah, I guess I'm okay with digital. It doesn't bother me to own the stuff digitally.
I mean, it depends on the game and
Just,
the system. And
well, it's like
What about your
my hardball.
360 or PS or Xbox One or PS4? Same thing, or?
Yeah,
Me? I don't have
doesn't
those. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean
It's
Kevin,
like-
because I know he does have, or did have.
Yeah,
does have.
I'm fine with the digital. I like physical copies of games too. It's just whatever's cheaper. You know, if
Yeah.
something's on sale, I'll just pick it up on digital. Like my Hardball 3, I have it. That's great, but I can't play it. You know,
No.
there's no. It'd be better. It'd be nice if I could get a digital copy of it and play it that way. You know,
It might be.
although I
on
probably
Steam.
could on like one of them free sites, DOS graveyard sites or something.
Yeah.
Might be on there.
Yeah, isn't that game on like Super
Forgotten
Nintendo or
Games was
something?
one.
'Cause the
Yeah, it did
art
come
is
out
very
on
familiar.
consoles.
Yeah.
It did come out on consoles. Hardball was pretty much out on everything, but I grew up with the PC one, and I enjoyed playing those games on the PC because you have the keyboard, right? So you could type in all like your favorite players and everything like that, build a team with your the ultimate Blue Jays team. You know?
Nice. I used to have a neighbor who had like a computer. This is going further back, and it's like we would have to sneak in there to play a baseball game. The only thing I remember is that the audience was like a rainbow of like pixels, not even images, just like a bunch of little squares of assorted colors, and that was the stadium audience. I was just like, man, this looks awesome.
Definitely have to use your imagination.
Yeah,
Those older games.
so many colors. I was like, oh my god. Yeah, King's Quest. So ruthless, that game. Like you click on the thing and you do the wrong thing. You're
Never
dead.
liked those.
Save early and save often.
Well, and isn't there a famous sort of problem in King's Quest V where if you don't save a mouse at some point in the game, 6 hours later you can't play anymore?
Oh man,
I could see that.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is ridiculous. That's not fun. That's
It's like artificially increasing the game time.
It's kind of fun. We had all the time in the world.
that's not for me.
No,
I
I didn't play
always-
those games. I could not.
I always thought of the point and click adventure games as like there was nothing more frustrating being stuck in a point and click adventure game, but there was also nothing more exhilarating than figuring it out, finding out what the solution is. And it's like, oh, I
I don't
finally
like when
got
the
it.
solution is arbitrary. If the solution is
I
logical,
agree.
then I
agree.
feel like it's worth it.
Yeah.
That makes
I
sense.
agree. Absolutely, I agree. And there was some games that did that better than others. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
There's
my
like
opinion, too.
At the start of King's Quest 6, there's like a ring or a coin or something. It's under a plank of wood, and it's so easy to miss, and it changes the entire game if you don't find that. Because people don't believe you're who you are in the game if you don't have that proof. I think it was like his royal insignia on a ring, and somehow that fell off his hand in a shipwreck. I don't know.
Okay.
Pop off that easily, but yeah, there's this guy you talk to who's like runs the pawn shop where you'll find a ton of those arbitrary items that you'll need, and he won't treat you. He'll treat you differently if he thinks you're just a guy versus like a prince of a different kingdom. So it's really neat in a way, but yeah, certainly frustrating as well. There's a game I don't have on the list called Dark Seed, which is known for its H.R. Geiger artwork, and that is a point-and-click adventure that was timed. So if you say you're having issues there, try having 3 days of game time to beat the game, or the
turn
alien
it
pops
off.
out of your head and you're dead. And you have to start over.
Wow.
That's a game.
That's
Yeah, I just turned it off.
Awesome game.
turn it off.
I win, computer.
Yeah, guess what? I turned it off.
Uninstall.
The only winning move is not to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So now we've got some first person, I guess you could say, point and click adventure games. We have Ribbon. And we mentioned, of course, Myst and Ribbon. Huge games. Once again, game changers on the PC gaming scene. This time you're a first person camera style, and you would just click still image to still image, and you try and solve puzzles. Once again, full motion video is becoming huge at that point. Ribbon, which was a big deal because I don't know if any game had 5 discs that came with that you needed to play the game. Like the game takes place on several islands, and as you go from island to island, you would move from disc to disc, which is a fun idea.
Mm. These are CD-ROMs, by the way,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Not floppies.
not for full motion, man. We're talking state of the art actors now using acting to show us what was happening. Live action video.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff.
Which like next to that we have Command and Conquer, which also did a lot of full motion video at that time. Live
Did it?
action, which was always a fun time, seeing the costumes and the questionable acting. Special shout out to the game Lighthouse, which is a game not a lot of people knew about, but it was along the lines of Mist and Riven. It's one of my personal favorites back in the day. I actually have the box right here. Lighthouse by Sierra, the Dark Being. I recommend it. It had a Leonardo da Vinci vibe going on because a lot of the gadgets you would put together in puzzles were like his flying machine, and there's like a mechanical vulture creature that haunts you throughout the game. Super cool. I don't know if it's on GOG, but yeah, neat stuff. Neat stuff.
Randomly, that came to mind when you were talking about Riven for some reason. I think it was the point and click, and around the same time I played it. Dinosaur Safari. This random game where you travel through time with aliens helping you for some reason, and you try and research and take pictures of certain dinosaurs. It is weird. I'm watching a YouTube video now because I just found it.
Oh, that's 3D, yeah?
Yeah.
First person 3D something or other.
Kind of. It's like
dude, it's on Android.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, to find it because I remembered it when you said it. I had a picture of it in my mind. I googled for time travel dinosaur picture game. That found it. I don't know how, but I'm glad. It feels good to find something you remember but couldn't put a name to.
That's the fun of the Hypecast, I'll tell you what. I'm looking it up on my phone. Dinosaur Safari. And that real miss was like $8, by the way. Dinosaur Safari is free. Neat. But there's a ton of them. There might be different names.
Yeah. This one specifically had triangles for whenever you found a guy. The triangle went blue. I don't know.
Awesome. The triangle went blue. I'm ready to make that the title of this episode. Okay, so we got some RTSs here. Warcraft 2 Command and Conquer. Dark Reign. Who wants to reminisce?
I'll mention Warcraft 2. Warcraft 2 was one of those games I thought was like a perfect sequel, and at the time it was gorgeous. And I don't know if this was a thing for you guys or not, but up until this point, most games were like VGA 320 by 240 maybe. Warcraft 2 was one of the first I played that had that 640 by 480, and it looked gorgeous, just absolutely gorgeous at the time.
That was when monitors themselves were getting bigger.
I totally missed out on Warcraft, StarCraft completely until I started doing LAN parties with friends, and they're all like, "Let's play Warcraft 3." Like way later, like when we were in high school.
I still think 3 is a modern game.
Yeah,
that's my age. But anyway, yeah, I grew up playing. I was always in the Warcraft camp. I only played a little bit of Command and Conquer, and a little bit of Age of Empires also. But Warcraft 2, that was on my CC 100, very highly placed. I think it's a very, very good game.
I just have one question. Is your sound card working perfectly?
Yes, my sound card works perfectly.
Fair.
I'm assuming that was a test.
In the game will let you know. Your sound card works perfect.
Yeah,
that game had some good audio. Right. Or at least Warcraft 3, I remember having good audio, and the voices were neat.
That's when you click Sound Blaster Pro like a boss. You're like,
yeah. It had voices.
I was always more of a fan of the Command and Conquer series. That was
Me too.
That was my jam.
Okay.
I think it was was that more for Windows or DOS?
You know what? I don't remember.
I think original might have been DOS.
It spanned. It spanned. At the end.
I think Red Alert 2 definitely went into Windows.
Yeah. But I
mentioned DOS.
I really like. I was more like I didn't like care for orcs and stuff like that. I hated that stuff when I was younger. I wasn't.
True, that makes sense. I would have preferred the military style, right?
Yeah, like I like that stuff. I loved the the spy, those levels with the spy. That was kind of like James Bond. He had the Scottish accent.
Yep.
For King and Country.
Yes, for Kingdom and Country.
Yeah. As you wish.
Yep.
It was good times.
Zug. Yes, me lord.
Yeah. But back in those days, to me, it was RTSs and first-person shooters were the huge new genres that were being introduced in PC or in gaming in general.
Yeah.
And I played a bunch of them.
Pretty much that's all I played too. In the late
Yeah.
90s, yeah, on the PC, that was it. Pretty
Yeah.
much. RTS and first-person shooters.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Love
looking
it.
at the Warcraft 2 box right here. Tides
yeah.
of Darkness.
You see, you got the big. I have that too. That's the one I've got.
Just
I
looking-
think it was CD-ROM, wasn't it? I think that was a CD-ROM game
Yeah.
with all the
Compatible with
samples and the
MS
music.
Compatible with MS-DOS, Windows 95, Windows 3.1, Super VGA graphics.
There you go, Super
38
VGA.
megahertz, 46 or faster, 8 megs of RAM, CD-ROM drive, double speed recommended.
Yeah, I
That's
still
what I
remember. I remember buying a 4x speed CD-ROM and thinking, "Wow, I
Wow.
have stepped into the future."
Yeah,
I remember
Godspeed.
buying a 2x2x8 burner. It was an Acer brand. Me, my mom, my sister, my brother, my other brother, and I think my dad didn't pay into it. So all of us each paid into it. I think it cost like $700. It was
Oh,
ridiculous.
wow, for a CD burner,
Yep, for a burner, because then we could make our own music CDs.
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
I'm just reading the back here. You could do your own levels in Warcraft as well. That was fun. Very easy game for just like dropping things on a map.
Mhm.
Easy to make levels on that. That's
Good
cool.
stuff.
Cool. Let's see here. Oh, Eric, you got another one. Actually, what is Dark Rain before we get to the
So
next
it was
one?
an RTS. I didn't play Dark Rain 1 as much, I think. I was trying to look at videos to remember which one it was, but I definitely played a lot of Dark Rain 2.
Dark Rain. Yeah, doesn't sound. Was that 3D?
I think 2 went into 3D, but 1 was not.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Thank
1
you,
looked like Red
YouTube.
Alert.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. Kind of reminds me of Z or
Space-
Z. You guys remember that one?
That
It was like
sounds
robots, people who
familiar.
wanted kind of like Warcraft 2.
And KK&D, Crush, Kill, and Destroy, I had was similar to that too.
Nice. Oh, Syndicate Wars.
Mm.
That was a good one. That was a good one too. Okay, let's see here. What does Dreadful say? If there was a physical version of a digital game, would you purchase it or just ignore it? Yeah, depends. Depends on.
How much is it?
More cost.
Yeah, depends on
Yeah,
price.
cost.
It's like with DuckTales. I got the digital version, but then they decided to do physical, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. I already finished it. I'm done with it. Let's roll through here. We got some X-Wing versus TIE Fighter from Eric. That's a good one.
Can I talk about that briefly?
Please do.
Only because I spent so much time. This was, I guess the point I want to make, this was like the early 90s. And, at this point, I was thinking, man, who cares about Star Wars? Those movies are like 7 or 8 years old. And of course, it seems ridiculous now, but I'm like, who cares about Star Wars? But these games were fantastic. I loved them. I played the heck out of them. And I bought like every version that came out. When X-Wing came out, I bought the floppy disk version. Then they released the CD version. I bought that. Bought the expansions. Bought TIE Fighter. TIE Fighter, again, just a fantastic flight simulator game. Probably the stuff I was playing right before I got into RTSs. But I miss those games. I know Steam actually has re-releases of them, or has them on Steam, but I don't think they work. The reviews are kind of saying they don't work very well. But I'd love to see remakes of these games. Just loved them.
Well, I have them on GOG, and I played a bit of X-Wing, and it worked fine.
Does
Maybe
it?
was
Okay.
broken at one time.
I don't know. I was going to buy it. It was a little expensive. The reviews were coming back. There's some compatibility problems. It's not playing just right. So and they were a little bit more expensive than I wanted to spend at the time. In spite of how much I just gushed over them, I didn't really want to spend $5 on them. I've already got them. I got my 46 sitting over here. I can play them on the original hardware.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
In fact, I've kept my 46 probably for those games, even though I haven't touched them in a decade. But
I still have my tower too.
I'd love to have remastered versions of those, and they have kind of come out with them under the new game engines and stuff like that. But TIE Fighter was another one that ran at 640 by 480, and that is just gorgeous.
And I remember that the audio for those games were standout too. I don't know if they were the first games that did this, but from what I can remember, I remember them being the first games that I played where they were actually using like real music
quality.
Yeah, movie quality, like real music. It wasn't bleeps and bloops. It was You know, and this was, I mean, what year? Those games came out before the PlayStation, right? That was like
my memory is I played TIE Fighter X-Wing in about 1993 and TIE
yeah,
Fighter through 94, 95.
yeah. And I remember, because I remember like people were making big deal about the PlayStation and CD quality audio and all that.
Rebel
I'm like,
Assault.
what do you get? What do you get? PC Master Race, like early '90s PC Master Race. Like, oh man, I already got my CD audio. What are you guys talking about?
I was definitely PC Master Race in the early 90s.
Yeah.
We welcome you back.
Thanks.
Good times.
It's not that hard to get in. Just admit consoles are crap and move on.
I'm getting close. As consoles become more like PCs anyway, in terms of, I'm sorry to say, the aggravation of constant updates and compatibility problems, I'll just go with PC.
Installing.
Yeah.
Just wait till
Installing,
they add on video cards.
If consoles are no easier to use than PCs, then I'll go with PCs because the experience is superior on PC.
And you can do so much more with it. You're going to have one anyway.
Precisely.
True that. Alrighty. We can skip through some of these. I don't have to take all day here. Incredible Machine.
Yeah, I was commenting on that when you had that in there. I remembered it a while ago and started looking it up and found Crazy Machines on Steam, which is similar but not quite as powerful. I would call it like not as many things in your library.
But is that like Rube? Is it Rube Goldberg?
Rube Goldberg, yeah.
The whole idea is like get this ball on one side of the screen to this basket, and you got all these crazy mousetrap-esque contraption pieces to try and get it over there.
Trigger that. And then Crazy Machines has like 4 different games on Steam, or maybe 2 games with some add-ons and stuff.
Mm-hmm. You can mention Atomic Bomberman there if you want.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, we used to play that at lunch, just like tons of us playing multiplayer on the network, beating the crap out of each other with bombs. And as soon as I saw actually for the last 2 years or so, I've been wanting to try and get friends to play that and figure out how we can play that on online with a virtual network or something. But then the Switch thing came out about Bomberman being on the Switch, and I'm like, there it is. Other people are thinking the same thing as me. They want to play Bomberman the old way too.
It's pretty
I need to find some way to play that. Yeah,
it's the whole thing with Konami and Hudson and Konami stopping games then starting them up again.
Bury them.
Yeah. I got Load Runner here. Like, it's fun. Like, these games, like, obviously they're arguably more for consoles and PC, but they all have their own PC versions as well. Like Atomic Bomberman, with like the different graphics. They looked slightly different. Bomber people. Load Runner. Like, I had Load Runner Returns. I think it was one of the games that came with my computer. That's a pretty good one. Good game. Classic series. Next we have Carmageddon. That is a pretty infamous game, very much like the movie Death Race 2000.
Yeah.
3D game, driving around, smashing into other cars. You can race or you can just smash other cars. It had a loop-de-loop, a really big loop-de-loop.
Such a fun game.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Carmageddon 2000 wasn't bad either.
I haven't tried that one. Carmageddon is actually on my Android phone as well. I haven't tried that yet, but
I have it as well. I had it on. I got it in Humble Bundle.
I've had recurring dreams of there's this level in Carmageddon where you're like in these mine shafts. And there's just a lot of straightaways that kind of intersect from time to time because it's just like a bunch of mine shafts. And I've had that in that dream a few times. It's really weird.
You need to play it and beat it to get it out of your head.
I don't want it out of my head. It's awesome. I'm pretty sure the Carmageddon had like an add-on pack, and one of the levels was you're just driving around hell, and there's a giant like Satan in the middle of the level.
The Carmageddon I have on GOG is called Max Pack. So maybe that includes.
I've got that box among these boxes here somewhere. Yeah, it's fun how they would they'd make these add-on packs, kind of like modern DLC.
Its expansion was called Splat Pack. So Max Pack includes the base game and Splat Pack.
Yep, add-on CD by Interplay. This has a price of $12.99. The worldwide #1 smash and trash racing game. CD-ROM DOS version. Hell yeah. Awesome game. Awesome.
Yeah.
Power Slave, I mentioned that before, real quick. It was kind of like another first-person game among the many. It had an Egyptian theme to it. Worms is here. That's a good one. That's been around for ages.
Yep. I have Worms 2 on CD over here somewhere.
That genre.
Threw it away. Over there.
I know over at our friends at Game Life Balance Australia, they'll mention the Worms franchise a fair bit. So I guess it had its influence in Australia. Team versus team, side-scrolling, shooting missiles. Got to keep things like physics in mind and try and not blow yourselves up as you destroy the other team.
And that reminds me of something else I added there, which was Scorched Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Scorched Earth or Tank. So I can't remember what the tank game is called, but basically 2 tanks, you shoot back and forth.
Yeah. Same.
So Scorched
same
Earth
kind
is
of
that,
games.
and Worms is similar, but with more people. Yeah.
And holy hand grenades and
Yeah.
exploiting old ladies and banana bombs. Yeah. We have Mech Warrior mentioned here. That's a good one.
I threw Mech Warrior in there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love Mech Warrior 4 Mercenaries. I can't remember if I played many other ones, but that was the one I enjoyed the most, at least. There's supposed to be a Mech Warrior remake coming out, I don't know, 5 years
Supposedly.
ago.
There's like
I
Mech
played the
Warrior
beta,
Online.
It wasn't great.
I
think they changed it into. I think they changed it into a free-to-play or something.
Yeah. Once again, those games, they just seem so complicated now. I would play Mech Warrior 2. That game felt good, looked good for its time, of course. Big blocks now. But, yeah, pretty neat. The Mad Dog. Mad Dog Mech. Police Quest, SWAT. That's, I was watching someone stream that. It was like SWAT 4. And they're running around a nightclub and, like, tying people's arms with the little plastic.
So they made Police Quest SWAT, then they dropped the Police Quest name, I'm not sure why, and came out with SWAT 2, SWAT 3, SWAT 4. So the first one was like FMV, full motion video, and that one was the one I played the most. And then they changed it. Yeah, the second one changes it up to a different type of game. I remember playing the first one.
So many games you could name out. I think I'm good, though. Anyone have any further thoughts on vintage PC gaming in general? I think
it's good times.
Definitely. We could go all night, so to speak. We didn't really mention MS-DOS, but that was that thing where you typed in commands before Windows existed. And a lot of the games that we're talking about, you had to access them through this DOS as opposed to Windows. Like Windows 95. Like we're so used to it now, but it was an option. It wasn't the only thing. I don't even know, is DOS even in computers anymore? Can I access
It's not built in, no. There's a command line which is like an emulation of DOS, but it's not really DOS.
Yeah. I think was it Windows 98? That was like the first where it actually took over from DOS. Because even Windows 95...
XP was the first one where they actually removed it or replaced it,
Right, because even 95 and 98 was running within DOS.
Exactly, or on top of, It's a whole new architecture once you switched over to XP because XP was NT based.
Right, okay.
Good stuff. Alrighty, gentlemen, I think we're about ready to wrap up this episode then. So that was our talk on vintage PC gaming. Hell of a good time. Kids these days, I don't know what they're growing up with. Minecraft? Is it all going to be Minecraft 2 years from now?
Well, I tell you,
maybe Pokemon.
The kids that I know and talk to, they're all about the PC gaming. They're not even really interested in consoles. Like my nephew, he's always like he's been on Steam for 15 now, and he's been on Steam for I don't know 6 or 7 years now. And he doesn't even. He's got a PlayStation 4. He doesn't even touch it.
Yeah, that's why I haven't invested in any of that yet. I don't think I have the interest for it. I can't justify
I'll turn on Steam and he's on there and he's playing, Fallout 3 or
that'd be a good question for Duke's kids, the Retro Nonsense crew.
Yeah, his kids seem to be all into the PC as well. So I think PC gaming is alive and well, and console gaming is the one that needs to keep up with the times a little.
I know. We talked about consoles. It was all drama. We talked about PC games. It was good times.
Yeah. Steam has been a remarkable service, I think, and I think it's really helped strengthen and what's the right word? Strengthen, I guess. Solidify the PC gaming. There was a while there to me, and maybe you guys have different experiences, but when Windows was coming in and games were getting converted to Windows and DirectX was coming out, there was a short period there, and it was 1997, 98 for me, where it was like, what the heck is going on with this?
Yeah.
Every game wants me to install a different library of DirectX. Some of them are incompatible. Steam really came along, and I got to tell you, if there's anything that Steam is what's making me think it might be, it's PC gaming is something I could get back into.
Mhm.
I'm wondering when the next Steam is going to come out, or the next thing that's better than that. Let's say.
The competition has not been fierce.
Yeah.
We'll put it that way.
No,
Uplay,
Steam is-
Origin. Come on, these are jokes.
Well, I see it's starting a few. There was something new that was starting, but it was kind of like the Netflix of games, where you pay a flat fee and you have access to all.
On Live was one.
Gaikai or whatever it's called.
On
There
Live
was
is one.
something
They
new.
got.
It was PC
Streaming
only,
games.
and I think that might be the next step, is where you're just streaming games.
I did hear Nvidia was going to do streaming the rendered video from a game, basically a network connected or internet connected video card. So your computer doesn't need a video card. You just rent one from them remotely.
Right. I think the only issue is having to be online all the time and lag. That would be the only two things that they need to figure out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you don't buy a
that's
PC
a huge
these
technical
days
challenge.
and worry about hard drive space. You're pretty much good to go right from the get-go. Consoles just make us work so much harder, and it shouldn't be that way. It wasn't before.
We are the minority of the.
You put a cartridge in the thing and off you go. Now it's like you said, it's updates and you have to worry about DLC and sometimes on the disc and all this nonsense. It's just all these little gimmicks to make more money. And it's not the way you should be treating people. That's why it's so easy to hate on Nintendo these days. Because you think it's that thing you grew up with, that thing you loved, and then you deal with all this nonsense.
And they make you pay for online
problems. Yeah, get your paid online, your $90 controllers. Forget about it.
Paid online price still hasn't been announced.
Here we are complaining about consoles, right?
I got. Yeah. Anyways,
send your feedback too.
Anyways, good times. I wish everyone all the best with their PC gaming and their console games. And one way or the other, whatever works for you, just have fun. That's really all that matters. And if you want to play or look at these games up that we have discussed, they aren't on Steam, I would recommend goodoldgames.com. They are the number 2 alternative for PC gaming, I would say, right, guys? Like maybe, I guess Blizzard, but they're kind of weird. They're in their own
walled dungeon. Yeah. They don't really.
They only have Blizzard games.
Yeah, that's like saying Origin and stuff, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Blizzard, it's weird. I guess when you have all those huge IPs, though, they're okay where they are. It's too bad. I want to play Overwatch, but I want to play it on Steam.
If you're Blizzard, why would you give Steam or Valve a chunk of your pie? You don't have to. Your fans are going to find you.
That's the thing. Yeah.
So,
yeah, I can live without Blizzard games. If they want to go there, they can. That's cool too. Actually, that's one reason why I'd want to play Overwatch on a console. Just because I don't want things to be there that aren't Steam. It's just the way I feel. All right, I think we're ready to wrap this show up. There's nothing interesting to talk about after this. So we'll skip interesting news. But everyone, thanks for being here today. Thanks for giving us so much time. It's been a few hours. So apologies to those out there who like their podcast an hour long or less. That's not this program, but I would recommend just stopping every hour, and then you know exactly where you stopped.
There you go.
Listen to the next hour, stop the next hour, listen to the next 2 hour in, and you're good to go. That's like 3 episodes. Yeah, damn, that's good. Good content. And I didn't demand Patreon bucks from you to get it. Not yet. I mean, hey, if I do get some sort of crazy fan base someday, I can understand the appeal, certainly. Yeah. Anyways, gentlemen, if you'd like to tell us what you're looking forward to, if anything, no one wrote anything. Maybe you didn't look this far down the list. But if you want to tell us any games or movies you're looking forward to, and well, this is an opportunity once again to pimp out your YouTube channels, your social medias, and all of that. And we'll start with Kevin again.
Okay, so what am I doing? Am I pimping out, or am I telling you what I'm looking forward to?
Buried on Mars and what you forward to.
And what I'm I'm doing both. Okay, well, you can check me out. My YouTube channel is Buried on Mars. I got a new series coming up soon there, but you can go check out my old videos too. I have reviewed quite a few PC games on there, so you can go check that out. And also my podcast that I do with Rambox. We're on Twitter at retro_fandango.
Was the non_ taken?
Yeah, of course. Some jerk has it.
Yeah.
They have all my. If someone has Buried on Mars out there, So I have to be buried _on_Mars, and it's like a dead account. We tweeted one thing
I
in
know.
2011. That's it.
It's horrible. So I said underscores.
Yeah. But yeah, you can go check out my podcast. It's on Podbean, but it's also we're everywhere. iTunes, Stitcher, what's that other one? Google Play. Go check. So you can go check that out.
Yeah. Cool.
And as for what I'm looking forward to, I know I didn't write it down here, but I'm pretty much just looking forward to March. I think every good game is coming out in March.
Good luck, everyone.
There's the Horizon Dawn. What's that game called? I just call it Robot Dinosaurs.
Zero Dawn?
Yeah, Horizon.
That's one. I'm gonna wait to see what the reviews are for it, but I'm looking forward to that. I mean, it's the Killzone guys, so I don't know. It's kind of iffy, but everything I see,
promising.
Yeah, it does look promising. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to Mass Effect. I'm looking forward to Zelda. I'm looking forward to playing Breath of the Wild on the Wii U, because I mean that's what I bought a Wii U for, you know. So I can wait for the Switch. I'm looking forward to what's that game? A first-person shooter throwback that you hate so much, Steven.
I hate.
Yeah.
The one you did the video about? You sent out that video about that one? It's old school graphics.
Oh, Strafe or
Strafe. Yeah. I'm looking forward to Strafe. Yeah.
I don't hate it. It's just no Dusk is all.
I'm looking forward to that. And Dusk, I'm looking forward to Dusk too, but it's not coming out until. I mean, the guy's still like baby steps. I think he only has like 5 minutes put together or something, right?
Are you thinking of the one I'm thinking of? It's made by the guys who did the remake of Rise of the Triad.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Dusk? That's what it's called, right? It's like a throwback first-person shooter.
Yeah. The one you were describing is kind of like Quake style with that kind of weird dungeon-y look. And
I'm looking forward to that.
It's kind of like Redneck Rampage meets Heretic, sort of.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, they're both very similar games.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to both.
Similar in ways, but that's kind of half the fun. They're both kind of trying to get back that feeling of some of the games you actually mentioned on this episode. What's old is new again.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Mass Effect too.
Andromeda.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, sounds good. And Eric, want to drop us some links, some games looking forward to?
Sure. My wife Melissa and I run a YouTube channel. It's called Mighty Q Dog, DAWG, and we are both on Twitter at Mighty Q Dog, and Melissa is at Mrs. Q Dog, also DAWG. And I don't know. I don't have anything exciting planned for our channel, just the same old stuff. But I will try to get some. There are some scripted videos I'd like to do coming up this year, so we'll see if I get to those.
Steady on the course.
Just trying to not overcommit to anything. Yeah. But in terms of stuff that we're looking forward to, I guess I'll echo what Kevin said. The two big ones for me, I think, are Mass Effect and Horizon Zero Dawn. And I'm going to be paying close. I'm sorry?
No Zelda?
Well, no. I pre-ordered Zelda, which I said before, I don't really pre-order stuff, and a very rare exception. But I did order it for the Wii U, mostly because I think I'm going to want to get it before it can't be gotten. And I'm going to be paying very close attention to the Switch, but I have no intention of buying it. That said, there's a chance that if this holiday bundle or some kind of bundle does come out, or the retailers offer a good price, that I'm going to be very tempted come the holiday season. So I'm be paying attention to the Switch. I'm curious to see how that goes.
I'm with you too, Eric. That Mario game is going to be a big decision come Christmas time.
Yeah.
On which way you're going to go.
Yeah, they haven't done one of those Marios since Sunshine. I mean, Galaxy was kind of that as well. Yeah,
I thought the Galaxy. Yeah, the Wii U never really had that kind of Mario game, like the Galaxy style.
The quote-unquote traditional 3D Mario.
Yeah, I mean, I had 3D Land, and anyways, going off another tangent. Sorry.
Yeah, all right, it's all good. It's all good. All right, well, thank you very much for being here, Eric, and of course, Kevin as well. And Derek, want to drop some spiel on us?
Yeah, feel free to go check out youtube.com/2dorks, TWO, or my own channel, which is just basically random junk I've been doing on YouTube for the last, 8 years. youtube.com/DEGE13. My Twitter is twitter.com/DEGE13, and my Instagram is instagram.com/DJChew31. I actually would almost be interested in Zelda on the Wii U as well. I just don't want to pay retail price. I hate buying new games. So that's something I would like ask for my birthday, maybe from my wife, maybe something like that. But I do want to try an open world Zelda game again. I like the idea of just screwing around in a game. That's what I find fun. Just go wherever I want, do whatever I want. Like Just Cause or even Ocarina of Time. There was limitations there, but and like Grand Theft Auto or something like that, right? Screw around, do what I want. Freedom.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everything looks pretty sweet for that. I like how weapons break, and it seems like you won't be stuck. You'll want to switch things up in that game as opposed to just getting the Master Sword, and it's like, oh, this is all I need. I feel like it's going to offer some really new diversity to a Zelda game.
Another game that I want to check out. I just don't know what it's going to be like for sure, but it looks good from what I've seen. Is Deformers. Supposed to be on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. You're like these little balls, and it's like I almost want to say Splatoon feel, but it's like a arcade arena shooter type game. But you're these balls that can change shapes or firmness or spikes and stuff. Made by Ready at Dawn Games, who did Order 1886, which I hear good things about. God of War, Ghosts of Sparta, God of War, Chains of Olympus, and Daxter, the original.
Yeah, on PSP word.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Smash 'em up arena brawler.
It looks fun. Like it looks like my kind of game to just play with friends.
Yeah, arcadey fun. Sweet. For PS4 and Xbox, apparently. Nice. Very good. All right, well, thank you as well for being here today. And of course, I'm Steven. Everyone, thank you for listening to this latest episode of the CAPMAX HYPECAST. So it's new episode 21, which is what I'm calling it because old episode 21 doesn't exist yet. Maybe that'll be episode 22. I still want to do that live with episode at some point. And of course, if you're listening or watching this, you probably already know where to find it and where to go. Check me out on Twitter at Steven Eider, Steven with a V, EIDHER, and you'll see my big smiling face and hear me going on about whatever craziness has come into my mind as the work boredom goes by another week. And I'm looking forward to, I put RE7, but I've kind of watched it through live streams, so I'm not really looking forward to it anymore. It looks The next game I have, though, Outlast 2, I am still very much looking forward to. Demo for Outlast 2 on PC made me go back and play all of Outlast 1 and the DLC. And I'm ready and waiting for Outlast 2. It looks like the better Resident Evil 7. If I can be honest with you. If we don't know when it's coming out, maybe February, I think. I feel like maybe they held it back to add VR support. But man, that game has VR support. Dude, that demo is awesome. I like that it feels more Silent Hill-ish than the last one did because it gets really weird. There's like a tongue that comes out of a well and pulls you down. Suddenly you're in a school. Like, what the hell? What is going to happen in this game? Out of control. Apparently there's a series of unfortunate events, the Netflix series based on the books and later Jim Carrey movie. So that's a whole TV series. I want to check that out. What's his name?
Already? I heard something good already.
I think all of it's got that guy. What's that guy from How I Met Your Mother? The guy who loves suits and high fives.
Oh.
Yeah, it does.
Neil Patrick Harris.
That's
NPH.
NPH, yeah.
NPH.
Yeah. He is the evil step uncle guy.
Interesting.
So he does Jim Carrey's role from the movie. That looks pretty cool. There's a new DC animated movie coming out called Justice League. Kind of like Silent Hill.
You keep muting?
You
keep muting yourself?
Am I?
No.
Yeah, I cut out.
Yeah, and I saw a mute icon beside your name.
Me or Kim?
You.
Me? No.
Even while
Was I
talking.
muted?
Yeah.
No. Well, that sucks. Hopefully, whatever I said, people could hear. We'll find out later, though. Okay. Well, super long story short, I just shouted out RE7, Outlast 2, a series of unfortunate events on Netflix, and Justice League Dark. And more Transformers. Still looking for the next wave of figures for that. And there's a new Transformers movie coming out. We'll see how that goes, but could be fun.
Sure, it'll be great.
Yeah. too, I'm looking forward to the Zelda on Wii U. I have that pre-ordered. There's a game called Rhyme coming out. I think that's on PC. It kind of has very interesting look to it. It's kind of like Shadow of the Colossus Eco, maybe a bit of The Witness, bit of a lot of things. Looks pretty cool. And finally, Pray for the Gods, which is another indie game which kind of has a Shadow of the Colossus look to it. Cool. Indies getting her done, giving us the games we want.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everyone. Before we get muted again, I'm going to shut this down. So everyone, thanks for being here today. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. And hopefully we'll see you next time on episode 22 of the CAPMAX HYPECAST. Bye, everybody. Bye, Kevin.
Bye.
Eric and Derek.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
Bye, everybody. Listen, who's in the chat? We saw Yoshi Knuckles came back. Mighty Q Doug. Dreadful Boredom. Aussie was there. The Cartridge Bros. And us. We were in the chat. Everyone who stopped by. Dreadful Boredom, if I didn't see him. Yeah, good stuff. We'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Okay, that's it. So I've stopped the recording. That was a hell of an episode.
Yeah.
That'll keep us busy for days listening to that at work.
You're gonna have to listen to that one in 5 1 hour chunks.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's
So,
like 3:40.
yeah.
Okay, guys, I need to split because I need to eat food.
Yeah.
I want to.
Yeah, that's why I was